Welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. Another ordinary morning, following the usual routine, coffee and a quick walk through the neighborhood. I ardently desired to return to my home sanctuary, an oasis of tranquility far from work and daily chaos. Approaching the front door, I noticed something unusual, a thin, unsettling draft. My heart stopped when I glimpsed the door's slight opening. The lock, usually reliable, had been forced, the solid barrier of security now hanging slightly from its hinges. I froze, breath caught in my throat. The sensation of invasion was immediate and overwhelming. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911, hands trembling while trying to maintain composure. The operator assured me help was on the way, advising me to stay outside. While waiting on the porch, my mind swirled with anxieties. Who could have done this? For what reason? Questions chased each other without finding an answer. The wait seemed eternal, though in reality only a few minutes had passed. Soon, blue flashing lights illuminated the street. The officers conducted a meticulous reconnaissance, inspecting every corner. They noted the forced lock, collected fingerprints and evidence. Despite their thoroughness, they discovered no presence. No signs of break-in beyond the lock, no internal damage, no hidden intruder. As they continued their investigation, I began to inspect the house. That's when I noticed the disturbing details. Small personal items moved or tampered with. My heart constricted observing the photographs once hung on the walls, now tilted or even disappeared. In the bedroom, the jewelry box had been rummaged through. The delicate artifacts, previously neatly arranged, now lay scattered, some even stolen. Nausea overwhelmed me. Someone had violated the most intimate spaces, scrutinizing the most personal details of my existence. The kitchen was equally shocking. Utensils and dishes sprawled, the usual order overturned. Even the pantry showed signs of inspection, foods displaced, some carefully examined. The living room was no different. Bookshelves in disarray, volumes stacked haphazardly, remotes and small appliances removed from their usual positions. It seemed someone had methodically combed through every environment, making a point to touch and scrutinize everything. The officers reached me, illustrating their findings and reassuring me about the ongoing investigation. They advised me to compile an inventory of missing items, to verify any surveillance footage. I nodded, but their words rang hollow against the backdrop of the violation I'd experienced. Left alone, I meticulously dedicated myself to cataloging the losses. Each displaced object was a personal offense, a reminder that someone had invaded my private space. The emotional impact was profound. The home sanctuary had become a source of anxiety and fear. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of an invisible presence that had invaded my inner sanctum. In the following days, I attempted to re-establish a semblance of normality. I repaired the lock, installed a new security system, in a desperate attempt to recover a fragment of control. I became maniacal in my care of doors and windows, obsessively careful not to become an easy target. Nevertheless, the sensation of violation persisted. I'd catch myself checking and rechecking locks, scrutinizing every minor noise with renewed apprehension. The intrusion had shattered my perception of security, and material repairs could not heal the emotional damage. The investigations proceeded slowly, lacking concrete findings. I found myself confronting what had happened, trying to rebuild the sense of security, to reclaim domestic comfort. Each day was a challenge to find peace, amidst the echoes of that unsettling shadow. The experience had transformed me in unexpected ways. The invasion of the most intimate spaces had left an indelible mark, a constant reminder of the fragility of security, of the impact of violating our most private moments. Story 2. The park across from my apartment had always been a place of profound solace. Every evening I would find myself drawn to its quiet embrace, walking along its winding paths and breathing in the gentle calm that seemed to wash away the day's tensions. The city lights would dance softly on the surface of the small pond, creating a mesmerizing display that never failed to soothe my restless mind. It was a sanctuary in the midst of urban chaos, a breathing space where the world seemed to slow down and pause. I had discovered this refuge shortly after moving to the apartment, and it had quickly become an essential part of my daily routine. The rhythmic crunch of gravel beneath my feet, the rustling of leaves, the distant hum of city traffic, all blended into a peaceful symphony that helped me unwind. It was during one of these tranquil evening walks that I first noticed him. An elderly gentleman seated on a bench, positioned in a way that offered a clear view of my apartment building. At first, he seemed like just another park visitor, unremarkable and easily overlooked. He wore a simple gray coat that looked slightly worn but well-maintained, and a fedora tilted at a precise angle that partially obscured his face. Days passed, and I began to realize there was something unusual about his presence. He was always there, same bench, same time, every single evening. It wasn't aggressive or overtly threatening, but there was a consistency to his presence that gradually began to feel deliberate. His stillness was different from the natural calm of the park. It was calculated, almost calculated. I found myself becoming increasingly aware of his gaze. Even when I couldn't see his eyes beneath the fedora's brim, I could feel them tracking my movements. It was a sensation that crept along my spine, not quite fear, but a growing sense of unease. The park that had once been my sanctuary was slowly transforming into something more complex, more unsettling. Weeks went by, and the routine continued. I would leave my apartment, walk to the park, and he would be there, always watching, always present. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps he was just an elderly gentleman who enjoyed the evening air. Perhaps this was his routine, just as it was mine. But deep down, I knew something was different. One particularly crisp autumn evening, with the air heavy with the scent of fallen leaves and approaching winter, I decided I could no longer ignore the situation. My curiosity and growing anxiety had reached a breaking point. As I approached his bench, my heart was racing, but I maintained an outward appearance of calm. "Excuse me," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor of uncertainty. "I couldn't help but notice that you're here every evening." He turned slowly, with a deliberateness that sent a subtle chill down my spine. His eyes, when they met mine, were surprisingly serene. There was no malice, no threat, just an unsettling sense of purpose. "I'm watching over you," he responded, his voice soft and measured. "Sometimes people need a guardian, even if they don't realize it." The words hung in the air, laden with a meaning I couldn't quite comprehend. It was both a reassurance and a warning, a statement that suggested something beyond my understanding. I wanted to ask more, to demand explanations, but something in his calm demeanor made me hesitate. I mumbled something about needing to go and walked away, my mind swirling with questions. That night, even in the safety of my apartment, I felt exposed. The sensation of being watched hadn't diminished. If anything, it had intensified. The following weeks became a slow descent into a kind of controlled paranoia. I began making arrangements to move, careful not to share my reasons with friends or family. I feared they would think I was overreacting, that I was imagining things. But the feeling was too persistent, too real to be dismissed. Moving day arrived. The new apartment was in a different part of the city, far from the park and the mysterious man. I hoped the change would help me shed that lingering sensation of constant observation. The first few nights were peaceful. I unpacked, settled in, and began to relax. But the feeling never completely disappeared. It was more subtle now, less defined. Not the direct gaze of the man in the park, but a general sense of being observed. I found myself checking locks multiple times, pulling curtains closed, jumping at small sounds. The experience had fundamentally altered my perception of safety and privacy. Weeks turned into months. The man in the park became a ghost of a memory, a story I might have imagined. Yet the impact remained. I had learned to be more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. The idea of a guardian watching over me, whether real or imagined, had left an indelible mark on my psyche. In the end, I had moved away from the park, from the mysterious man. But the emotional imprint of that experience stayed with me. A reminder that sometimes the most unsettling experiences are those that blur the line between protection and invasion, between care and control. Story 3. The first night in my new house was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Nestled on the outskirts of town, the house was old and charming, with wooden floors that creaked underfoot and tall ceilings that made every sound echo. It was exactly the retreat I'd been searching for after months of relentless stress at work. Far from the bustle of the city, it seemed perfect. As I settled under the blankets, the silence enveloped me. The only sounds were the occasional groan of the house settling into itself. At first, the quiet was comforting, but just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it. A faint, rhythmic sound, so soft I thought I might have imagined it. I brushed it off as old pipes or the wind sneaking through an unseen crack in the window. Smiling at my own paranoia, I rolled over and let sleep take me. But over the next few nights, the sound became clearer. It was a soft tapping, like distant footsteps, muffled and hesitant. Each time it woke me, I got up to investigate. I combed through the house with a flashlight, checking every room and corner, but there was nothing. The windows were secure, the doors locked. The silence always greeted me like an accomplice, mocking my unease. I told myself it was just my imagination and went back to bed. As the weeks passed, the footsteps grew more frequent, more deliberate. They followed a pattern I began to recognize. Starting in the hallway, moving through the kitchen, then heading toward the bedrooms. There was never anything to see, but the sound was so vivid it became impossible to ignore. Nights became a test of endurance. I lay in bed, tense and alert, waiting for the steps to start. And they always did. One evening while watching TV in the living room, the footsteps returned. They began faintly, then grew louder, as though someone was walking through the house. The rhythm was steady, the sound deliberate. I muted the television and listened, my pulse quickening with each step. They grew closer and closer, echoing through the walls. Gripping my flashlight, I moved from room to room, searching for the source. I checked every shadow, every hidden corner, but the house was as empty as ever. Still, the sound lingered, distant now, as if taunting me. Over time, fear turned into obsession. I installed extra locks on the doors and windows, checking them compulsively. But it didn't help. The footsteps persisted. When I confided in friends and family, they were kind but dismissive. "It's just the house settling," they said. "You've been under a lot of stress." I wanted to believe them, but the sound was too precise, too real to be a figment of my imagination. One night, I decided to document it. I set up a recorder in the hallway and sat awake, waiting. Hours passed, and then, as always, the footsteps began. I let the recorder run, my heart pounding as the sound filled the house. The next morning I played back the recording. The footsteps were unmistakable, but what froze me was the faint whisper that accompanied them. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but undeniably there. I couldn't make out the words, but hearing it sent chills down my spine. Desperate for answers, I contacted a team of paranormal investigators. They arrived with cameras and equipment, eager to uncover the mystery. They spent a night in the house, documenting every creak and groan, but their findings were inconclusive. Just the usual sounds of an old house, they said. Their lack of answers only deepened my dread. One night, the footsteps came closer than ever. I woke with a start to the sound of pacing just outside my bedroom door. My breath caught in my throat as I lay frozen under the covers, listening to the slow, deliberate rhythm. Summoning every ounce of courage, I opened the door. The hallway was empty, but the sound was all around me, as if the walls themselves carried the echo. I called out, "Is someone there?" My voice trembled, but the only response was silence. The footsteps stopped, leaving an oppressive stillness that felt even heavier than the sound. Not long after, while rummaging through, the attic, I found something strange. A dusty, leather-bound journal hidden among old boxes. It belonged to a previous owner of the house. As I flipped through its brittle pages, I discovered that they, too, had heard the footsteps. They described sleepless nights, the relentless pacing, and the growing fear. The final entry ended with an ominous line, "The echoes of the past never leave." After finding the journal, the footsteps began to fade, as if their purpose had been fulfilled. But the house never felt entirely quiet. On especially dark nights, when the wind was still and the world seemed to hold its breath, I could swear I heard them again, faint, distant, a reminder that some things never truly leave. Story 4. The first sign that something was wrong came when I noticed the silence. Whiskers, my cat, was always the first to greet me when I came home, her soft purring and playful antics a constant source of comfort. But on that particular day, the house felt eerily quiet. I called out for her, my voice echoing in the stillness, but there was no response. I searched the house thoroughly, checking all her favorite spots, under the bed, on the windowsill, and even inside the closet where she liked to nap. Whiskers was nowhere to be found. My initial worry quickly turned into panic. I scoured every corner, checked under every piece of furniture, and even looked behind the curtains. Nothing. Desperate, I ventured outside, calling her name and shaking her treat bag, hoping the familiar sound would bring her running. But the yard was empty, and the street beyond was just as quiet. Hours of searching turned into an evening of dread. The next day, I began posting flyers around the neighborhood. The flyer featured a photo of Whiskers, her bright green eyes and soft gray fur unmistakable, along with a brief description and my contact information. I handed out copies to local businesses and pleaded with my neighbors for any information. Some were kind, offering to keep an eye out for her. A few even promised to call if they saw anything unusual. As days turned into a week, my anxiety grew heavier with each passing moment. A few neighbors called with vague tips. "I think I saw a gray cat near the park," or "There was one by the alley yesterday." But none of them led to Whiskers. Each false lead left me more drained and hopeless. Just as I was beginning to give up hope, I heard a faint, familiar meow one evening. My heart leaped as I rushed to the front door. There, sitting on the step, was Whiskers. Relief washed over me, but it quickly gave way to horror. Whiskers was in terrible shape. Her fur, usually sleek and clean, was matted and dirty. She walked with a noticeable limp, and her bright, curious eyes were now dull and filled with fear. I knelt down and gently scooped her up, whispering words of comfort. Her body trembled in my arms, and she flinched at my touch. Inside, I carefully examined her injuries. Her paws were raw, her fur was caked with dirt, and she had several cuts and bruises. I cleaned her wounds as best I could, offering her food and water, but her demeanor broke my heart. She avoided eye contact, skittish and withdrawn, flinching at sudden movements. It was clear she had been through something traumatic. As I removed her collar to clean it, I noticed something tucked inside, a small, folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I unfolded the note. The message, written in neat, unfamiliar handwriting, chilled me to the core. She was ours for a while. The words sent a shiver down my spine. Someone had taken Whiskers. Someone had kept her. The cryptic message offered no answers, only questions. Why had they taken her? What had they done to her? And why had they decided to return her? I contacted the local authorities the next morning. showing them the note and explaining Whisker's injuries. While they took down the details, they were uncertain how to proceed. With no witnesses and no clear evidence, their hands were tied. They advised me to take Whiskers to a veterinarian for a thorough examination and to keep an eye out for any suspicious activity in the neighborhood. At the vet's office, I learned the full extent of Whisker's injuries. She had several bruises and minor cuts, and the pads on her paws were raw, as if she'd been walking on rough surfaces for days. The vet couldn't determine exactly what had happened, but assured me that with care and time, she would recover physically. Emotionally, however, it was clear she was struggling. The vet recommended a calm and stable environment to help her heal. Over the following weeks, Whiskers began to show small signs of improvement. She started exploring her surroundings again, inching her way cautiously around the house. Slowly, her playful personality began to return, though she remained more cautious than before, startling easily at sudden sounds or movements. The note, however, continued to haunt me. The thought of someone taking her, keeping her against her will, and then returning her in such a state filled me with a profound sense of violation. I began investigating on my own, reaching out to local animal shelters and rescue groups to see if there were similar cases. I even asked around in nearby neighborhoods, hoping for a lead. But the trail ran cold, and no new information surfaced. I installed extra security measures around my home, new locks, motion lights, and cameras. The experience had left me hypervigilant, unable to shake the fear that it could happen again. Despite my efforts, the mystery of Whisker's disappearance remained unsolved. Whiskers, meanwhile, continued her recovery. Her purring, once absent, returned slowly, and her affection became a balm for my own unease. She resumed her habit of curling up on the couch beside me, her warmth a constant reminder of the bond we shared. Though the trauma lingered in small ways, she never quite regained her old confidence. The love and care I provided her helped both of us heal. The note that had once filled me with dread became, over time, a symbol of resilience. It reminded me of how much Whiskers had endured and how important it was to cherish the ones we love. As I watched her nap in her favorite spot one evening, her soft breathing filling the quiet house, I felt a wave of gratitude. The mystery of her disappearance might never be solved, but her return was a testament to hope, strength, and the unbreakable bond we shared. Story 5. It was an ordinary Saturday morning when I accidentally knocked over my bathroom mirror. The glass shattered into countless tiny pieces, scattering across the tiled floor with a sharp, tinkling crash. I stood frozen for a moment, the jagged shards catching the light like cruel, glittering confetti. That mirror had been a constant in my small, dimly lit bathroom for years, and its sudden destruction left me with an unsettling sense of loss. Cleaning up the mess was tedious and nerve-wracking. I carefully gathered the larger shards, mindful of their razor edges, and swept the smaller fragments into a dustpan. When I was certain the floor was clear of glass, I disposed of the pieces and turned my attention to replacing the mirror. It was an inconvenience, but one I figured I could resolve easily. I ordered a replacement online, opting for a sleek, modern design to give the space a fresh look. A few days later, the mirror arrived. I greeted the delivery driver at the door, and he handed me the box with a fleeting, tight smile before disappearing down the steps as though eager to leave. I opened the package carefully, revealing the pristine new mirror wrapped in protective padding. Tucked inside was a small note from the delivery service. "Hope this one doesn't crack." The message made me pause. It was casual but oddly ominous, sending a faint shiver down my spine. I dismissed it as a strange joke or coincidence, just a bit of dark humor from someone at the warehouse. After mounting the new mirror on the wall, I admired its clean, reflective surface. It made the bathroom feel brighter, more open. For the first few days, everything seemed perfectly normal. but soon I began to notice something strange. Whenever I looked into the mirror, I felt watched. It was subtle at first, just a faint unease when catching my reflection. But as days passed, the sensation grew stronger. Every time I glanced at the mirror, a chill crept up my spine, as though unseen eyes were staring back at me from just beyond the glass. I tried to brush it off as a psychological effect, perhaps lingering tension from the accident with the old mirror. But the discomfort persisted. I found myself avoiding the bathroom, and when I did go in, I made a point not to look directly into the mirror. Despite my efforts to rationalize the situation, the feeling only intensified. One evening I decided to investigate. I returned to the R.E. where the old mirror had hung, examining the wall and the floor with a flashlight. The tiles were clean, though I noticed a dark smudge in the corner of the room. At first, I thought it might be a piece of glass I had missed, but it didn't glint like glass. Determined to leave nothing unchecked, I vacuumed every crevice and wiped down the entire area. Even as I cleaned, my mind wandered back to the note. Its casual tone now seemed almost deliberate, as if it carried a hidden warning. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was connected to the strange sensations I'd been experiencing. Was it just an eerie coincidence, or was there something more to it? That night, I was plagued by vivid dreams. I saw shadowy figures moving behind the mirror, their outlines flickering like candlelight. Eyes, cold and unblinking, peered out from the reflective surface. I woke in a cold sweat, my unease spilling over into my waking hours. Desperate for answers, I turned to friends and family. Most of them waved off my fears, attributing them to overthinking or stress. "You've had a rough week," they said. "It's probably just your imagination." Unsatisfied, I reached out to a local paranormal investigator. The investigator visited my home, intrigued by the peculiar details I shared. They examined the mirror and the bathroom using an array of tools, EMF meters, thermal scanners, and other devices meant to detect anomalies. After an hour of careful testing, they found nothing unusual. "It's just a mirror," they concluded, their tone reassuring. "There's no evidence of anything supernatural here." While their findings brought some relief, the sense of unease lingered. The investigator suggested that the trauma of breaking the old mirror, combined with the unsettling note, might have created a heightened sense of anxiety. "Sometimes," they said, "our minds fill in the blanks when we're already on edge." I tried to take their advice. I forced myself to spend more time in the bathroom, even looking directly into the mirror despite the lingering discomfort. Slowly, the intensity of my fear began to fade, but it never entirely disappeared. The note and the remnants of the old mirror stayed in a box, tucked away but never forgotten. They were reminders of the experience, an incident that had taught me about the power of suggestion and the way fear can warp perception. The mirror itself was not sinister, I reminded myself. It was the circumstances surrounding it, the combination of a broken past and an ominous message, that had turned it into a source of unease. Over time, I learned to face my anxiety head-on. The mirror remained on the wall, a constant in my daily life, but it no longer held the same power over me. The shadows I once feared stayed silent, and the eyes I had imagined faded into nothingness. In the end, the experience was less about the mirror and more about the mind. It was a lesson in resilience, a reminder that sometimes the most frightening things exist solely within ourselves. Story 6. Inheriting the old house from a distant relative was an unexpected twist of fate. The house, a sprawling Victorian mansion perched on the edge of a quiet town, had been in the family for generations. Yet, I had never seen it before. It passed to me after my great-uncle's passing, and I decided it might be the perfect chance to escape the chaos of my busy life. A break, I thought. Maybe I could even restore the old place, breathe some life back into its weathered walls. The mansion was breathtaking in a way that was both grand and melancholic. Its creaking wooden floors and ornate but dusty furnishings whispered of a bygone era. As I wandered through the halls, the scent of aged wood and forgotten memories lingered in the air. It felt as though the house had stories to tell, secrets buried beneath its layers of dust and time. One day, as I explored further, I found myself drawn to the attic, a dimly lit space, cluttered with relics of the past. Old trunks, faded drapes, and cobwebs crowded the room, illuminated only by thin beams of sunlight sneaking through, cracked wooden slats. Amidst the forgotten clutter, something unusual caught my eye. A door. At first, I almost missed it. Tucked behind a stack of trunks and draped in shadows, the door was unlike any other in the house. Its surface was solid, its frame reinforced with heavy bolts, and its handle seemed untouched by time. Stranger still, the bolts were on the inside, as if someone had locked themselves in, or something out. My curiosity flared. What could be hidden behind such a secure barrier? A forgotten heirloom? A family secret? Determined to find out, I tried everything I could to open it. I pried, pulled, and even used tools I found scattered in the attic. But no matter what I tried, the bolts refused to budge. Frustrated but unwilling to give up, I called a locksmith the next morning. When he arrived, I led him to the attic and showed him the peculiar door. He studied it with a furrowed brow, then began working, his tools clinking in rhythm as he muttered about the unusual design. While he worked, I stood nearby, my thoughts spinning. What could possibly be behind that door? My excitement grew, tinged with a faint sense of unease. After nearly an hour of meticulous work, the locksmith finally stepped back and wiped his hands on a rag. "All right," he said, his tone both curious and satisfied. "Let's see what's inside." With a slow turn of the handle, the door creaked open. The room beyond was empty, completely, utterly empty. No furniture, no boxes, not even a speck of dust. The walls and floor were bare, their clean surfaces eerily pristine compared to the rest of the attic's age-worn surroundings. The room felt lifeless, like it had been sealed away from time itself. The locksmith frowned, scratching his head. "That's strange," he muttered. "It's like nothing's ever been in here." I nodded absently, unable to shake the sense of wrongness that hung in the air. The emptiness felt oppressive, like a weight pressing down on my chest. There was no logical reason for it, but the silence in that room was deafening, as though it carried an unseen presence. The locksmith packed up his tools and left, but I lingered, staring into the void of the empty room. A cold draft brushed past me, raising goosebumps on my arms. I told myself it was just the open attic windows, but deep down, I felt something more, a chill that came from within. Over the following days, I found myself consumed by the mystery of the room. I searched the house from top to bottom, digging through old boxes and forgotten drawers, hoping to find some clue to explain why it had been sealed. But I found nothing. No journal, no letter, no hint of its purpose. At night, the house seemed to take on a life of its own. I'd lie awake in bed, hearing creaks and groans from the attic above me. Footsteps echoed through the halls, though no one was there when I investigated. A growing sense of unease crept over me, and soon I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Desperate for answers, I turned to the town's historical society and its oldest residents. I scoured records, asked questions about my great-uncle, and dug into the mansion's past. What I uncovered only deepened my unease. The house had a dark reputation. Whispers of previous occupants who had disappeared under strange circumstances, tales of eerie phenomena, and hushed warnings about avoiding the attic after dark, all painted a picture I wasn't sure I wanted to see. One evening, as I roamed the attic again, something caught my attention. The floorboards near the locked room looked slightly disturbed, as if they'd been moved recently. My pulse quickened as I carefully pried them up. Beneath the boards was a hidden compartment, and inside I found old leather-bound books and stacks of yellowed papers. The documents were meticulous, filled with legal jargon, correspondence, and names I didn't recognize. But they offered no direct answers. The more I read, the more I sensed something sinister woven through their lines, a pattern of secrecy, of deals and disputes that hinted at hidden motives. Despite my efforts, the room's purpose remained a mystery. Its emptiness felt alive, a presence that defied explanation. When I finally decided to leave the house for good, the empty room lingered in my thoughts. I locked the door once more, leaving it exactly as I had found it. Some secrets, I realized, are meant to stay hidden. The house, with all its history and shadows, would keep its mysteries. As I walked away for the last time, I couldn't help but glance back at the attic window. For a moment I thought I saw something move, a flicker of shadow, a shape that shouldn't have been there. And then it was gone. Story 7. It all began with a single phone call. I was lounging in my living room on a quiet Tuesday night, the kind of stillness where even the faint hum of the refrigerator feels loud. My phone rang, its sharp tone cutting through the calm. Glancing at the screen, I noticed an unfamiliar number. It was past midnight, an odd time for a call. I hesitated. Perhaps it was a wrong number or another one of those endless scams. Still, my curiosity got the better of me. "Hello," I said, my voice breaking the stillness of the room. Silence. For a moment there was nothing but faint static on the other end. I waited, straining to hear, but no voice came. After a few more seconds, the call abruptly ended, leaving me with an uneasy feeling that lingered long after the line went dead. The following night, at precisely the same time, midnight, the phone rang again. The same number appeared on the screen. Once more I answered, "Hello?" This time, the silence was heavier, punctuated only by the faint crackle of static. No words, no voice, just an empty stillness that sent a chill down my spine. I hung up quickly, brushing off the unease as a prank or some automated error. But the calls didn't stop. Each night, at the same time, the phone would ring. Each night, I would answer. And each night, there was nothing but silence. The growing rhythm of these calls began to unsettle me. It was as though they were part of some twisted game, and I was the unwilling participant. Then one night, everything changed. When I answered the call, a soft, almost whispering voice broke through the static. "I know where you are." The words hit me like a jolt of electricity. My heart pounded in my chest as the call ended just as abruptly as it had started. The stillness of the room seemed to grow heavier, pressing in on me from all sides. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it had to be some cruel prank. But the voice lingered in my mind. Who were they? How did they know me? And most terrifying of all, why were they calling? The next morning I tried to trace the number. I called my phone provider, hoping for answers. But their records showed no trace of the calls. The number, they said, didn't exist. It was as though the calls were coming from nowhere. The thought made it hard to breathe. For the next few nights, the calls came as usual, always at midnight. And every time, the same whispered message greeted me. "I know where you are." I began to dread the sound of my phone. Anxiety seeped into every corner of my life. Sleep became impossible, my mind racing with questions and fears. Was I being followed? Watched? I started locking every door and window in my house, installing extra security measures, and checking over my shoulder every time I went outside. But the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. One sleepless night, as midnight crept closer, I decided to face the call head-on. I sat in my dimly lit living room, clutching my phone with trembling hands, waiting. The clock struck 12, and right on cue, the phone rang. I answered, my heart pounding. For a moment, there was only the usual static. But then, that voice returned. "I know where you are." This time, though, there was something else. Beneath the whisper, I could hear faint background noise, an indistinct murmur, like voices in another room or the sound of papers rustling. I strained to hear, desperate for a clue, but the call ended before I could make sense of it. The fear had gripped me for weeks now, felt inescapable. Desperate, I went to the police. I explained everything, the calls, the messages, the untraceable number. They took my concerns seriously, promising to investigate and advising me to document any future calls. Their reassurance helped, if only slightly, but the fear remained. Then, just as suddenly as they had started, the calls stopped. One night, the phone didn't ring. Midnight came and went in silence. The same thing happened the next night, and the night after that. At first, I felt relief, but soon a new fear crept in, the fear of not knowing why. Why had they stopped? Had the caller finally given up, or had they found some other way to watch me? The silence felt almost worse than the calls themselves. Though the phone no longer rang, I couldn't shake the paranoia that had taken root. Every creak in the floorboards, every shadow outside my window, felt like proof that I was still being watched. I started jumping at small noises, my sense of safety completely shattered. I never found out who the caller was or what they wanted. I never heard the voice again. But even now, the memory lingers. I know where you are. The words haunt me, a chilling reminder of how easily the unknown can seep into our lives and take hold. Though the calls have ended, the fear they left behind remains, a shadow that follows me, even in the brightest light. Story 8. It started so subtly that I almost didn't notice. At first, it was just a feeling, a faint awareness of being observed. My neighbor, Mr. Thompson, an elderly man who lived in the weathered house next door, seemed to be looking toward my windows a little too often. I would see him from time to time, standing by his window or tending his garden, his gaze lingering on my house just a moment too long. I told myself it was harmless. Perhaps it was just a quirk of an aging mind, a touch of curiosity about the person living next door. But over time, it became harder to dismiss. Whenever I happened to glance outside and caught his eye, he would quickly look away, feigning interest in trimming a bush or examining the soil beneath his feet. The pretense was obvious, and his furtive glances began to unnerve me. One evening, as I relaxed in my living room, I noticed something that set my heart racing. Through the small gap in my partially open blinds, I saw him standing just outside his front door. His eyes were fixed on my window. I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. Summoning my courage, I stepped outside and walked over to his porch. The crisp evening air did little to calm my frayed nerves as I approached. "Mr. Thompson," I called out, my voice steady but tight. He looked up sharply, surprise and guilt flickering across his face. "Oh," he stammered. "Good evening. Is there something I can do for you?" I hesitated, then spoke. "I've noticed you've been looking into my windows quite a bit lately. Is there something going on?" His reaction was a flurry of apologies. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." He wrung his hands nervously. I wasn't trying to intrude. I've been a little worried about you." "Worried about me?" I asked, skeptical. "Yes," he said, glancing away. "You're home alone so often, and with all the break-ins in the news lately, I just wanted to make sure you were safe." His explanation was plausible, even kind in its own way, but it didn't sit right with me. The feeling of being constantly watched was already deeply embedded, and his reassurances did little to soothe it. Over the next few days, nothing changed. Whenever I glanced out the window, there he was, working in his garden, sweeping his porch, or standing by his window. His eyes always seemed to drift toward my house. The sense of being observed began to creep into every aspect of my life. I found myself double-checking the windows, peeking out from behind the blinds to see if he was watching. Simple tasks like making dinner or watching TV suddenly felt exposed. The unease settled over me like a heavy blanket. Determined to reclaim my privacy, I installed heavier curtains and blinds in every room, hoping to create a barrier between his prying eyes and my life inside. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. It had seeped into my mind, leaving me on edge no matter how hard I tried to block him out. Finally, I decided to confront him again. One afternoon, I walked back to his house, my resolve firm despite the knot of anxiety tightening in my chest. When he answered the door, his expression was wary. "Mr. Thompson," I began, "I need to talk to you about this again. I know you've apologized, but I'm still feeling very uncomfortable. It's not just about my safety, it's about my privacy. I need you to stop watching my house." His face softened, and for a moment he looked genuinely distressed. "I truly am sorry," he said. "I didn't realize how much I was making you feel this way. I suppose I've become overly cautious after everything I've seen happen in this neighborhood over the years." His words seemed sincere, but they didn't ease the tension inside me. I nodded politely, hoping this second conversation would finally put an end to the issue. For a while, it seemed to work. His behavior became less intrusive, and I started to feel a small measure of relief. But the lingering unease never fully left me. Even though I couldn't see him watching anymore, I still felt his presence, an awareness of being observed that refused to fade. To protect myself further, I began keeping a detailed log of anything unusual. Every glance, every time I saw him outside near my property, I wrote it down. I also spoke with other neighbors, hoping to learn if anyone else had noticed his behavior. Their responses were mixed. Some had seen his odd glances, while others thought nothing of it. Seeking advice, I joined a local community support group. They offered practical suggestions: document everything, set clear boundaries, and if necessary, involve local law enforcement. They reassured me that I wasn't overreacting, and their guidance gave me a sense of control I hadn't felt in weeks. Months passed, and while Mr. Thompson's actions became less frequent, my vigilance didn't waver. The experience had left its mark on me. I'd learned how fragile the sense of safety and privacy can be, how easily it can be disrupted by even well-meaning intentions. While his behavior had softened, the unease lingered, a shadow that followed me, a reminder of the fine line between care and intrusion. Looking back, I'm still unsure of Mr. Thompson's true motives. Was it genuine concern or something darker? I'll never know. But the memory of his watchful eyes remains, etched into the corners of my mind, a lasting reminder of how deeply our sense of privacy shapes our peace of mind. Story 9. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. One evening, as I was scrolling through my phone, I decided to check the live feed from my home security system, a nightly habit that had always given me peace of mind. But what I saw that night was far from reassuring. The usual clear, crisp images of my home were gone. Instead, the feed displayed distorted, flickering visuals. Rooms and hallways seemed to overlap in impossible ways, as if the cameras were glitching or capturing something they weren't supposed to. I stared at the screen, puzzled, telling myself it must be a temporary malfunction. By the next morning, I'd mostly forgotten about it. But over the following days, the distortions persisted. The images grew stranger with each passing night. Shadows twisted unnaturally, and furniture appeared oddly out of place, almost as though the house itself was shifting. Uneasy, I called the security company. A technician arrived promptly, a calm and reassuring presence as he inspected the system. He spent hours tinkering with the wiring, recalibrating the cameras, and updating the software. By the time he left, he assured me the issue was resolved. For a brief moment, I felt relieved. That relief evaporated the very next day. Reviewing the footage from the previous night, I was struck by something even more disturbing. Amidst the warped visuals, there were moments, faint and fleeting, when I could see a figure. At first, it was barely noticeable, just a shadow moving through my living room. But as I watched more closely, I saw it again. The figure wasn't static, it moved deliberately, exploring my kitchen, my hallways, and even my bedroom. My chest tightened as I realized the implications. Someone had been inside my home. I replayed the footage over and over, searching for details. The figure remained elusive, a blurred silhouette that slipped through my rooms like a phantom. Heart pounding, I called the security company again, explaining what I had seen. They sent another technician who seemed just as puzzled as I was. He replaced hardware and ran diagnostics, assuring me once more that the system should now be functioning perfectly. But it wasn't. The next night, the footage was just as unsettling as before. Shadows moved in unnatural ways, objects seemed to shift positions, and the figure, always faint, always indistinct, continued to appear. The unease that had been quietly building inside me erupted into full-blown anxiety. Not knowing who or what was in my home left me feeling helpless. Desperate for answers, I hired an independent security consultant. He approached the situation with precision, combing through every detail of the system. After hours of examination, he offered a theory. The issues might be caused by interference from an external device, or worse, a sophisticated hacking attempt. The idea that someone could have accessed my cameras from the outside sent a chill down my spine. Despite his efforts, the distorted footage continued. No matter how many upgrades or repairs were made, the system never returned to normal. And the figure, haunting and silent, continued to roam my home in the recordings. I started to question everything. Was I being targeted? Was this some elaborate prank? Or was it something far more sinister? Unable to rely on my security system, I took other precautions. I installed extra locks on every door and window. I carried a personal alarm and checked my surroundings obsessively, but no matter what steps I took, the feeling of being watched never left me. It wasn't just the footage that haunted me, it was the psychological toll. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of light in the corner of my eye, felt like a sign of something or someone lurking just beyond my sight. Weeks turned into months. The security company eventually offered to replace the entire system, but by then, the damage had been done. My sense of safety had been shattered. The distorted footage, the warped images, the shadowy figure, they stayed with me. Even after the new system was installed and the strange recordings stopped, I couldn't shake the unease. The idea that someone or something had been watching me lingered in my mind like a shadow in the corners of a room. Over time, I tried to adjust. I kept the new security system operational, but never trusted it fully. I stayed vigilant, always aware of my surroundings, always wary of the unexpected. Looking back, I still don't know what happened or why. Was it a technical glitch, a hacker, or something more inexplicable? The answers remain elusive, hidden in the static of those unsettling recordings. What I do know is that the experience left a lasting mark. It taught me how fragile our sense of security truly is. Even the most advanced systems can fail, leaving us vulnerable to the unknown. And sometimes the unknown is what we fear the most. Story 10. The doorbell rang unexpectedly one afternoon, breaking the quiet hum of my day. I wasn't expecting any deliveries. There were no scheduled packages, no visitors I could recall. The sound felt unusually loud, unsettling in the stillness of my home. When I opened the door, I found a small, plain package resting on the doormat. Wrapped in brown paper and tied with simple twine, it gave no clue as to its origin. There was no return address, no markings, nothing to identify the sender. Curiosity mixed with unease as I bent down to pick it up. The package was light, almost weightless, and its lack of details only deepened the mystery. I brought it inside, setting it carefully on the kitchen counter. The house, usually a place of comfort, now felt too quiet, amplifying my growing dread. With trembling hands, I untied the twine and peeled away the brown paper. Inside, I found a stack of photographs held together by a rubber band. At first, they seemed ordinary, images of a house, but as I flipped through them, my breath caught in my throat. They weren't just any house. They were pictures of my house. The photos had been taken from different angles and at various times of the day. Some showed the front yard, others the street, and a few captured the backyard. The details were disturbingly intimate. The flower beds near my porch, the old bench by the garden, even the small shed in the corner of my property. My pulse quickened as I examined them further. These weren't random snapshots. They were deliberate, methodical. Someone had been watching my home. At the bottom of the stack was a note, handwritten in hurried, almost frantic script. "You should have been more careful." The words sent a chill through me. They were brief yet menacing, offering no explanation, no context, just a warning, cryptic and chilling. I stared at the note, my mind racing with questions. Who could have sent this? Why? Was it a cruel prank, a veiled threat, or something worse? The unease grew into fear, and I called the police, desperate for answers. When the officers arrived, they handled the package carefully, taking the photographs and note for further investigation. They dusted for fingerprints, searched for clues, but found nothing conclusive. The lack of a return address or identifying marks made tracing the sender nearly impossible. Before leaving, they assured me they'd keep an eye out for similar incidents and urged me to stay vigilant. But their reassurances did little to calm the storm of anxiety brewing inside me. As the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of wind outside, felt like evidence of an unseen observer. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, double-checking that my doors were locked and my windows secured. The photographs haunted me. I pinned them to a corkboard, hoping that studying them might reveal a clue, a hint of who had taken them or why. But no matter how closely I looked, they revealed nothing new. They were just eerily precise images of my home, taken by someone who had spent far too much time studying it. My daily routines felt invaded. Simple tasks like cooking dinner or sitting by the window left me feeling exposed. Outside, I couldn't shake the sensation that someone was watching me from a distance, scrutinizing my every move. One night, as I was preparing for bed, I caught a shadow moving outside my window. It was fleeting, indistinct, but enough to make my heart race. I froze, peering through the glass, but saw nothing. The yard was quiet, bathed in soft moonlight. I told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light. But the fear refused to fade. The phone calls began shortly after. They were always silent, brief and unsettling. Each call came at odd hours, the line going dead as soon as I answered. Their eerie regularity matched the unease of the package. Whoever was behind this wasn't just watching, they were toying with me. I tried to hold on to my sanity, even seeking the help of a therapist. Talking about the experience brought a sliver of relief, but the anxiety never fully left. Weeks turned into months, and though the police continued their investigation, they found no leads. One day, I received a letter from the department. It was polite, but disheartening. They'd been unable to make any progress. The package, the photographs, the note, all remained a mystery. The fear slowly dulled over time, but it never disappeared entirely. The experience left an indelible mark, a shadow lingering at the edges of my life. I resumed my routines, rebuilt my sense of normalcy, but the package remained a haunting reminder. It was proof of how easily a sense of safety could be shattered, how the specter of being watched could seep into every corner of your existence. Though the fear had softened, the unease never truly left. I kept the new locks, the extra precautions, the heightened awareness. They became part of my life, a quiet reminder that even the safety of home could be compromised by the unknown. And somewhere, in the back of my mind, I knew the sender might still be watching. Story 11. For weeks, the same strange ritual unfolded outside my front door. Every night, at exactly 3 a.m., the sound would come. 3 sharp knocks, a pause, and then another 3. The rhythm was unnervingly precise, as if whoever or whatever was knocking was bound by some unyielding schedule. At first, I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was my imagination, the product of restless nights or an overactive mind. Surely, it was just a prank by a neighbor or the tapping of an animal brushing against the door. But the knocking persisted, growing louder and more deliberate with each passing night, as if daring me to respond. One particularly cold night, the sound broke through my thin resolve. The sharp knocks reverberated through the house, slicing through the quiet like a blade. Heart pounding, I crept out of bed and made my way to the front door. Peering through the peephole, I saw nothing but the empty porch bathed in the dim glow of the street lamp. I hesitated, my breath shallow, then cautiously opened the door. The night was still. The cold air wrapped around me as I stepped onto the porch, scanning the yard for any sign of movement. Shadows danced under the flickering light, but the street was empty. No footprints in the yard, no signs of tampering, nothing. It was as if the knocking had been swallowed by the night itself. And yet, the next night, it came again. The relentless knocking invaded my sleep, a haunting rhythm that left me drained and on edge. I grew desperate for answers, taking precautions to reclaim my peace. I installed an extra lock on the door, hoping the added barrier would bring me some comfort. A security camera went up above the porch, its unblinking eye trained on the spot where the knocks seemed to originate. But the camera showed nothing. Each morning I reviewed the footage, searching for an explanation. Each time I found the same unsettling scene, the empty porch, the quiet darkness. It was as though the knocking was beyond the reach of reason, an unseen force that refused to be captured. My exhaustion deepened. The sleepless nights took their toll, leaving me irritable and withdrawn. During the day, I went through the motions, but my mind remained trapped in the early hours of the morning, bracing for the inevitable sound. The fear began to isolate me. I avoided friends, canceled plans, and withdrew from the world outside. My once comforting home felt oppressive. Every creak of the floorboards a reminder of the intrusions that came in the dead of night. After weeks of this torment, I reached my breaking point. The knocking was no longer just a sound. It was a psychological invasion, a force that had taken over my life and left me feeling powerless. With a heavy heart, I made the decision to leave. Packing up my belongings felt like surrender, but I couldn't live like this anymore. The house, once my sanctuary, had become a prison, haunted by an unseen presence that refused to let me rest. As I drove away, I glanced back one last time. The house stood in silence, its shadow stretching under the pale morning light. Relief and apprehension swirled within me. I was leaving behind the oppressive rhythm of the knocking, but the memory of it clung to me, heavy and unrelenting. In my new home, the quiet felt foreign at first. The absence of the nightly knocks should have been comforting, but I found myself lying awake, straining to hear any sign of the familiar rhythm. Each creak of the house, each rustle of the wind, sent my mind spiraling back to those sleepless nights. The experience had changed me. I became hypervigilant, checking and rechecking the locks, glancing over my shoulder when I walked outside. Even the act of closing my eyes at night was fraught with anxiety, my mind bracing for the sound that had once ruled my life. Though the knocking was gone, its impact remained. It had carved itself into my thoughts, a reminder of how fragile a sense of safety can be. The haunting rhythm followed me in its absence, a ghost of fear that lingered in the quiet moments of my new life. And every now and then, as I drift off to sleep, I still hear it in my mind. 3 knocks, a pause, and 3 more. Story 12. The office had become my second home, a place where I spent countless hours immersed in work. I took pride in my dedication and attention to detail, often staying late to ensure everything was done just right. After hours, the building was usually quiet, with only a few employees lingering to finish their tasks. The janitor, a middle-aged man named Gary, was often the only other person around. At first, I appreciated his professionalism. The office was always spotless, and he was polite in our brief interactions. But over time, I began to notice things about Gary that unsettled me. He seemed unusually interested in my schedule, often making comments about how late I stayed or asking oddly specific questions about my work. "Big project again tonight?" he'd ask, or "Must be tough working those long hours." At first, I brushed off his remarks as harmless small talk, but they became increasingly personal, as though he knew more about my work than he should. One evening, as I stayed late preparing for an important presentation, Gary stopped by my desk during his rounds. He struck up a conversation, which started innocently enough, but soon took on an uncomfortable tone. "You've been working late a lot lately," he said, his gaze lingering a moment too long. "You need to take breaks. I see how hard you work. It's not good to be here so late." His words, while seemingly well-meaning, felt intrusive. Why was he paying such close attention to my habits? I forced a polite smile, eager to end the conversation, but the unease stayed with me. The following week, I found myself working late again. As the hours stretched into the night, I noticed something unusual. Gary's rounds were taking longer than usual. He seemed to linger on my floor, his presence always just at the edge of my awareness. The quiet hum of the fluorescent lights only amplified the sense of isolation. Around midnight, I decided to step out for a coffee. As I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I glanced toward my office and froze. Through the glass window, I saw Gary standing near the door, fiddling with the lock. My heart raced. He wasn't cleaning. He wasn't tidying up. He was trying to get into my office. I stepped back quickly, my breath shallow and my hands trembling. I called security, explaining the situation in a hushed, urgent voice. When they arrived, Gary was gone, and the door to my office appeared untouched. The security team reviewed the footage and questioned Gary, who claimed it was all a misunderstanding. He insisted he had been checking the door, but his explanation rang hollow. The next day, I reported the incident to HR. They assured me they would investigate and took the matter seriously. Shortly after, Gary was fired, and the company implemented stricter access controls to prevent unauthorized entry into offices after hours. But even with the situation resolved, the damage had been done. I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability that had crept into my once comfortable workspace. Gary's actions had breached a boundary I hadn't realized was so vital, the boundary between professional interaction and personal safety. In the weeks that followed, I tried to adjust. The company's new security measures were reassuring, and I appreciated their efforts to support employees affected by the incident. I even attended counseling sessions to process the fear and unease that lingered. Still, the memory of the hat night haunted me. Every time I stayed late, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, hyper-aware of every sound, every shadow. The once familiar office now felt foreign, its quiet corners heavy with the memory of Gary's intrusion. I double-checked the locks on my office door. I avoided leaving anything personal out on my desk. Even the presence of security cameras, meant to provide reassurance, became a reminder of the violation I'd experienced. Eventually, I began to rebuild my sense of normalcy. I learned to manage my anxiety, focusing on the steps I could take to protect my space. But the trust I had once felt in my workplace never fully returned. The incident served as a stark reminder of how quickly one's sense of safety can be compromised. It highlighted the importance of maintaining boundaries and ensuring that personal and professional spaces remain secure. Though I moved on and reclaimed a sense of routine, the memory stayed with me, a haunting example of how easily the line between safety and vulnerability can be crossed. Story 13. Moving into a new apartment was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to leave the chaos of my old life behind and embrace a sense of tranquility. The building was charming, a mid-century structure with exposed brick walls, tall windows, and a cozy, inviting layout. My apartment was on the second floor, and I loved the feeling of quiet solitude. The unit next to mine had been vacant since I moved in, and for the first few weeks, everything was wonderfully still. But then, the noises began. At first, they were faint, almost imperceptible. Footsteps seemed to echo from the empty apartment next door. Sometimes I heard soft whispers, barely audible, as if someone was speaking just out of earshot. Occasionally, there were the sounds of furniture being shifted, subtle but distinct. I brushed it off, telling myself it was the natural creakiness of an old building. Settling floors, shifting pipes. It was easy enough to rationalize. But as the days turned into weeks, the noises grew louder, more deliberate. Late at night, as I lay in bed, the whispers became clearer, as though someone were standing just on the other side of the wall. The footsteps, once soft, now sounded purposeful, like pacing. The disturbances began at midnight and often stretched into the early hours of the morning, disrupting my sleep and leaving me on edge. I found myself waking in the middle of the night, heart racing, straining to make sense of the sounds. I pressed my ear to the wall, hoping to discern something, anything, that might explain them. But the only response was the quiet of my own apartment and the faint echoes of my fear. Desperate for answers, I approached the landlord. He was a middle-aged man with a perpetually furrowed brow, and he assured me that the neighboring unit was empty. "Probably just the building settling," he said, promising to investigate. But nothing changed. The noises persisted, and my sleep became more fragmented, my nerves more frayed. I decided to document the disturbances. I set up a voice recorder in my bedroom and left it running overnight. When I played back the recordings, my stomach tightened. The sounds were unmistakable. Footsteps, whispered conversations, the creak of furniture being moved. Hearing them confirmed what I had been experiencing and deepened my dread. I went back to the landlord, presenting him with the recordings and pleading with him to do something. He listened politely but dismissed my concerns, attributing the sounds to the building's age or the way sound might carry through old walls. His lack of urgency left me feeling helpless. As the weeks dragged on, the disturbances grew more intense. The whispers turned frantic, the footsteps heavier. On one particularly unsettling night, the noises swelled into a chaotic crescendo. Furniture scraped against the floor. Voices rose in muffled urgency, and something heavy seemed to be dragged across the room. The sounds were so vivid, so tangible, that I could no longer endure the tension. The next morning, I stormed into the landlord's office, my anxiety spilling over into frustration. I demanded immediate action, insisting he investigate the vacant apartment properly. Reluctantly, he agreed and sent a maintenance worker to inspect the unit. Armed with a flashlight and a set of keys, the worker entered the neighboring apartment while I waited anxiously in the hallway. An hour later, he returned, his expression blank. "There's nothing in there," he said flatly. "It's empty." I wanted to believe him, but the noises didn't stop. My once peaceful apartment had become a source of constant anxiety. I avoided staying home alone, crashing at friends' places whenever I could. Even during the day, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that clung to the walls. Desperate for answers, I started researching the building's history. I learned it was built in the 1920s and had housed generations of tenants over the years. Rumors of strange occurrences cropped up here and there, though nothing concrete. Then I discovered something chilling. Decades ago, the building had been the site of a tragic fire. Several lives were lost, and the affected area included the wing where my apartment was located. The more I read, the harder it became to dismiss the possibility that the noises I was hearing were echoes of the past. The idea that I might be living among lingering remnants of such a tragedy filled me with a deep, inescapable dread. Eventually, the disturbances and my mounting fear pushed me to make a difficult decision. I had to leave. I packed my belongings and left the apartment behind, hoping that a new place would bring peace and a return to normalcy. As I closed the door for the last time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving behind more than just an apartment. It felt as though I was escaping from shadows that had haunted me, whispers that had crept into my nights. My new apartment was quiet and calm, a welcome contrast to the turmoil I had endured. Yet the memories of the noises lingered. The rhythmic footsteps, the muffled whispers, they had left an indelible mark on my mind, a reminder of how thin the boundary between the living and the unknown can sometimes feel. Though I've moved on, the experience remains with me. It taught me that some disturbances are more than just sounds. They're echoes. Echoes of things we can't quite explain, lingering just out of reach. Story 14. The day began like any other. I was deep into organizing my study, sorting through piles of forgotten paperwork and discarded trinkets when the doorbell rang. At the door stood a delivery person holding a large, nondescript crate. It was peculiar. There were no identifying labels, no company logos, not even a scrap of paperwork accompanying it. The crate itself was plain, made of sturdy wood reinforced with metal corners and sealed shut with a heavy lock. "Do you know who sent this?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. The delivery person shrugged. "No idea. It was left at our loading dock with no return address. It's marked for you, though." I thanked him and carefully carried the crate inside, placing it in the center of my living room. Its presence was unnerving. I hadn't ordered anything recently, nor was I expecting a package. I stared at the mysterious box, my thoughts a jumble of curiosity and unease. After several minutes of deliberation, I decided to open it. The lid creaked as I pried it loose, revealing a collection of items that sent a chill through me. Inside were objects I recognized immediately, old belongings, long forgotten, some of which I had believed lost forever. The first thing I pulled out was an old, leather-bound journal. It had been mine as a teenager, filled with the musings of a younger self. As I flipped through its pages, memories flooded back, some sweet, others tinged with regret. This journal had been missing for over a decade, and seeing it again brought a strange mix of nostalgia and unease. Next, I found a box of photographs. These were snapshots of my life, birthdays, vacations, family gatherings, all captured in moments I had nearly forgotten. Many of the photos were faded and worn, their edges frayed, as if they had been handled over time. Among them were pictures of people and places I hadn't thought of in years. The familiarity was comforting, but the manner of their return felt intrusive. Digging deeper, I uncovered bundles of handwritten letters, tied neatly with ribbon. Some were from friends, others from family, and even a few from past relationships. Each one brought back vivid memories, evoking emotions I had buried long ago. Reading through them was bittersweet. It was like opening a window to a life I had intentionally left behind. Among the more unsettling discoveries was a small jewelry box. Inside were a silver locket, a pair of earrings, and an heirloom ring, all items I had lost over the years. Their return should have been comforting, but the mystery of how they had come back made my skin crawl. Who had sent this crate, and why? There was no note, no explanation. Nothing about the crate's contents or its origin made sense. The more I examined it, the more questions I had. Had someone been sifting through my past, collecting these pieces of my life without my knowledge? And for what purpose? In the days that followed, the crate lingered in my thoughts. It became a shadow over my daily routine, a puzzle I couldn't solve. At times I would sit with its contents, searching for hidden messages or patterns, hoping for a clue that might explain the gesture, but no answers came. I considered reporting it to the authorities, but what would I say? That someone had gone to great lengths to return my old belongings? There was no crime, no clear threat, just a growing sense of unease that I couldn't shake. Eventually, I decided to pack the items away. I couldn't bring myself to discard them, but I also couldn't leave them out where they might disturb me further. I needed to reclaim my sense of normalcy. To cope, I began organizing the items, creating new albums for the photos and sorting the letters by date. It was a strange therapeutic exercise. taking control of my own history piece by piece. With time, the crate became less of a mystery and more of a reminder, a symbol of how the past can resurface unexpectedly, forcing us to confront what we'd rather leave behind. Although the sender's identity remained a mystery, the experience left a profound impression on me. It was a stark reminder of the fragility of privacy, of how the boundaries of our lives can be blurred without warning. In the end, the crate taught me something valuable. It made me treasure the present, appreciate the fleeting moments with loved ones, and guard the sanctity of my personal space. The past is never truly gone. It lingers in the shadows, waiting to be rediscovered. And while revisiting it can be unsettling, it also holds the power to remind us of what truly matters, the people, places, and moments that shape who we are. Story 15. It was a crisp autumn evening when I first realized my car had been stolen. The shock hit me like a jolt as I stepped outside, ready to head to work, only to find an empty space where my vehicle had been. It wasn't just the loss of the car that unsettled me. It was the violation, the knowledge that someone had taken something so personal without a trace. I immediately called the police, filed a report, and began the tedious process of managing life without my car. The days that followed were a blur of frustration. Arranging alternative transportation, juggling appointments, and adapting to the inconvenience, it all felt like an uphill battle. The police did their best, but updates were few and far between. Each passing day chipped away at my hope that the car would ever be found. Then, just as abruptly as it had disappeared, it was returned. One afternoon, I received a call from the police. They told me my car had been recovered and returned to the very spot from which it had been taken. The news brought relief, but it was tempered by a creeping sense of unease. How had it been returned so precisely? It felt almost too perfect. When I inspected the car, everything appeared normal. No dents, no scratches, no signs of forced entry. For a brief moment, I thought I might be able to put the entire ordeal behind me. But then, as I slid into the driver's seat, something caught my eye. Nestled beneath the driver's seat was a small, inconspicuous black box. At first glance, it was easy to miss. A device no larger than a matchbook with a single blinking red light. My pulse quickened as I carefully retrieved it. What was it? And, more importantly, how had it gotten there? Back inside my home, I examined the device more closely. It looked like some kind of recording device. My curiosity won out over my apprehension, and I connected it to my computer. Within moments, I was staring at a series of audio files. I clicked on the first recording, and a familiar voice echoed from my speakers, my own. It was a conversation I'd had with a friend at a coffee shop, recorded without my knowledge. The next file was another slice of my daily life, a phone call, mundane and ordinary, yet deeply personal. As I played through the recordings, a chilling realization dawned on me. This device had been capturing fragments of my life, casual conversations, background noises, and moments I hadn't even been aware of. The clinking of coffee cups, the rustle of papers, the hum of traffic. It was all there, stitched together in an unsettling tapestry of my private world. The implications were staggering. Who had planted the device? Why had they been listening? Was I being specifically targeted, or was this some random, invasive act? My mind raced with questions, each more unnerving than the last. I immediately contacted the police and turned over the device. They examined it but found no clues. The device was untraceable, devoid of serial numbers or identifying marks. They advised me to remain cautious and suggested a few basic security measures, but their reassurances did little to ease my growing paranoia. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every unfamiliar face on the street, every odd glance, felt like a potential threat. I installed security cameras around my home and car. I started varying my routines, taking different routes to work and avoiding predictable patterns. Despite these precautions, the fear lingered, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. The recordings had taken something intangible from me, a sense of safety that I hadn't even realized I depended on. I began to question the motives of people around me, even those I trusted. The paranoia was isolating, and the weight of it felt unbearable at times. In search of relief, I turned to therapy. The sessions were a lifeline, helping me process the emotional toll of the invasion and develop strategies for managing my anxiety. Slowly, I learned to distinguish between rational fears and the shadows cast by my imagination. Months passed, and though the immediate terror began to fade, the memory of that device never left me. I never found out who had planted it or why. The case remained unsolved, and the recordings were never used against me, but the sense of violation left a mark. The experience was a stark reminder of how fragile privacy can be in our interconnected world. It made me more cautious, more vigilant, but it also taught me something about resilience. Despite the fear and the unanswered questions, I found a way to move forward. The incident reshaped how I view personal safety. I now understand the importance of protecting not just the physical spaces I occupy, but the invisible ones as well. The moments and conversations that make up the fabric of my daily life. And though the mystery of the device remains unsolved, it serves as a quiet reminder. In a world filled with unseen eyes, it's up to us to guard the sanctity of our private moments. Story 16. It was supposed to be a simple, relaxing getaway, just a week to escape the daily grind and recharge. I stumbled upon the perfect rental online, a secluded cottage nestled deep in the woods, far from the noise of the city. The photos promised a serene retreat, with glowing reviews praising its charm and tranquility. Without hesitation, I booked it, eager for the change of scenery. When I arrived, the cottage was exactly as described. It was quaint and cozy, with a crackling fireplace and large windows overlooking the dense, picturesque forest. The living room was warm and inviting, its antique furniture adding to the old-fashioned charm. My days were filled with long walks along winding trails where sunlight filtered through the trees, and evenings were spent curled up with a book by the fire. The silence was comforting, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the hoot of an owl. It was idyllic, until the discovery that would shatter the illusion of tranquility. One quiet afternoon, while tidying up, I noticed a faint glint behind the smoke detector on the ceiling. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but something about it caught my attention. Curiosity got the better of me. I fetched a stepladder and a screwdriver, determined to investigate. To my shock, I uncovered a small, concealed camera embedded in the smoke detector. My heart began to race as I noticed a thin wire snaking from the device into the wall. Feeling a mixture of dread and determination, I traced the cable to a hallway closet I hadn't given much thought to before. Inside the closet, buried behind a stack of old blankets, was a recording device. Neatly arranged and inconspicuous, it was the kind of setup designed to go unnoticed. My stomach churned as the realization sank in. I had been watched, possibly from the moment I arrived. I took photos of the camera and the recording device, documenting the evidence with trembling hands. My initial shock gave way to anger as I tried to process the violation. Who had done this and why? I dialed the property owner's number, the one listed in the rental agreement. When he answered, I struggled to keep my voice steady. "I've found a hidden camera in the smoke detector," I said, "and there's recording equipment in the closet. Can you explain this?" The owner's response was a blend of denial and discomfort. "I don't know anything about that," he stammered. "It must be some sort of misunderstanding. I'll come over right away to check it out." When he arrived, his demeanor was flustered, his attempts at reassurance unconvincing. Inspecting the devices, he repeatedly insisted, "This isn't supposed to be here. I'll take care of it immediately." But his words did little to calm my growing unease. The sense of safety I had cherished in the cottage was irreparably broken. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow cast by the firelight now felt sinister. I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed my belongings quickly, double-checking that I hadn't left anything behind. Before leaving, I locked the cottage and left the hidden camera and equipment in place, hoping the owner would follow through on his promise to address the issue. As I drove away, my thoughts raced. Who had installed the camera? Was this an isolated incident or part of something larger? The idea that someone might have been watching my most private moments was profoundly unsettling. Once home, I filed a report with the police, providing the evidence I had collected. They assured me they would investigate, but the uncertainty of the situation left me uneasy. I also contacted the rental platform to warn them and ensure no one else would have to endure the same invasion of privacy. In the aftermath, the sense of violation lingered. The cottage, which had promised peace and renewal, had instead become a source of anxiety. Even in the comfort of my own home, I struggled to shake the feeling of being watched. Over time, I learned to be more cautious. The incident served as a harsh reminder of how easily trust can be broken and the importance of safeguarding personal space. The memory of that hidden camera stayed with me, a constant warning to trust my instincts and remain vigilant. The cottage, once a symbol of escape, had become a cautionary tale, a stark reminder of how unseen threats can invade even the most serene of spaces. Story 17. It began quietly, almost innocuously. At first, the messages appearing in my social media inbox felt like the usual noise, generic comments from an anonymous account. "How's your day?" they'd ask, or "Nice post." I paid them little attention, assuming they were harmless, perhaps automated spam. But then, the messages became personal. The first one that caught my attention arrived out of nowhere. "I hope dinner with Alex went well. You seem to have a good time." I froze. Alex and I had shared dinner the night before, but I hadn't mentioned it online. I hadn't told anyone, in fact. The message was vague, but deeply unsettling. I tried to dismiss it, chalking it up to coincidence, but a feeling of unease crept into my thoughts. Taking precautions, I changed my social media passwords, hoping that would put an end to it. It seemed like the logical step, and I convinced myself it would be enough. It wasn't. The messages didn't stop. They grew more specific, more intrusive. One day, I received another. "I saw you at the coffee shop yesterday. You were reading that new book you love." I hadn't mentioned my visit to the coffee shop. I hadn't spoken to anyone about the book. Yet someone, somewhere, knew exactly what I had done and had decided to tell me. The messages came from a blank account. No photo, no name, no identifying information. Just an anonymous presence, growing more invasive with every passing day. I reported the account to the platform and hoped that would be the end of it. It wasn't. The next wave of messages described private conversations I had shared with close friends and family. They referenced events I hadn't posted online, even thoughts I'd voiced aloud in the privacy of my home. One particularly unnerving message read, "I'm glad you and Lisa were able to resolve that argument. You seemed much happier after your talk." I hadn't told anyone about that conversation, not a single person. Desperate for answers, I reached out to friends and family. Had anyone shared details of my life without my knowledge? But no one had, and their confusion only deepened my fear. The messages were escalating, and with them came an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. I consulted a cybersecurity expert, hoping to uncover the source of the intrusion. They scanned my devices for malware or signs of hacking, but their report came back clean. There was no breach, no evidence that my devices had been compromised. That revelation brought no comfort. It meant whoever was watching me wasn't relying on technology alone. They were closer, somehow more intimate in their access to my life. In my growing paranoia, I began to alter my routines. I avoided the places I frequented and stopped sharing anything about my life online. I thought that by closing off every possible window into my world, I could shake off the anonymous gaze that seemed to follow me everywhere. But still, the messages persisted. I noticed you've been avoiding the gym lately. I hope you're okay. Maybe you're just taking a break. The suffocating detail in that message broke me. I hadn't told anyone why I'd stopped going to the gym, not even close friends. The knowledge that someone was tracking my movements in real time left me feeling utterly exposed. The anxiety began to take its toll. Every moment felt like it was under scrutiny, as though I were living in a glass box where nothing was private, nothing was mine. And then, the messages took a darker turn. One night, I received a simple, chilling note. I know where you live. I'll be watching you. My heart raced as panic set in. I contacted the police immediately, sharing every detail, every screenshot of the messages. They launched an investigation, but the anonymous nature of the account made it difficult to trace. With every unanswered question, my sense of security crumbled further. I installed cameras around my home, added locks to my doors, and took precautions to protect myself. But no matter how many measures I put in place, the feeling of being watched never left me. The presence of the stalker loomed over my daily life like a shadow, invisible but constant. Then, as suddenly as they began, the messages stopped. The account disappeared, leaving behind no trace of its existence. The silence should have been a relief, but instead it felt like an unfinished chapter, a story without resolution. I never discovered who was behind the messages or why they had chosen me. That unanswered question haunted me. It left me questioning every interaction, every stranger's glance, every chance encounter. In the aftermath, I struggled to reclaim a sense of normalcy. The incident was a stark reminder of how fragile our sense of privacy truly is. It made me more cautious, more vigilant, but it also left scars. The thought of being watched, of someone knowing my life without my consent, remained a constant undercurrent in my mind. Though time has softened the edges of my fear, the memory lingers. It's a reminder of the ways technology can blur the boundaries of our personal space, and how the unseen can leave the deepest marks on our lives. Story 18. It was a crisp autumn morning when I found the first letter. The envelope, yellowed with age, was resting in my mailbox. It was addressed to someone named John Doe. At first glance, I didn't think much of it. Mail often ended up in the wrong box by mistake. But something about this envelope struck me as odd. There was no postage, no return address, no signs that had been handled by the postal system. My curiosity stirred. I opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the words written in neat block letters. As I read the letter, a chill ran through me. It described, in unsettling detail, everything I had done the previous day. My morning jog through the park, the coffee shop I'd visited, even the brief conversation I'd had with the barista. The letter ended with a simple, unnerving line. I hope you enjoyed your day. I stared at the letter, my thoughts racing. How could someone know so much about my day? I told myself it was an elaborate prank, or perhaps someone's misplaced notes. But deep down, I couldn't shake the unease it brought. Over the next week, 3 more letters arrived, each more disturbing than the last. One described my evening on the porch, down to the book I had been reading and the way I had shifted in my chair. Another recounted an interaction with a delivery person, noting specific details about our brief conversation. The final letter was the most invasive. It described a private moment in my home, how I had rearranged the furniture in my living room, even mentioning a comment I had made aloud about redecorating. Whoever was sending the letters wasn't just watching me. They were observing my most personal, intimate moments. I became consumed by paranoia. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of movement outside my window seemed suspicious. I scrutinized my surroundings, desperate for a clue as to how this was happening. I contacted the postal service, explaining the situation and showing them the letters. Their concern was evident, but they were as baffled as I was. Without postage or return addresses, the letters couldn't be traced. Their assurances of looking into the matter offered little comfort. Left without answers, I took matters into my own hands. I installed security cameras around my home, hoping they might catch someone in the act. I started logging every unusual occurrence, every unfamiliar face I spotted near my house. I even altered my routines, avoiding predictable patterns. But the letters kept coming. Each one grew more personal, describing not just my actions, but also my thoughts and feelings. One particularly haunting letter included a detailed sketch of my home, drawn from a perspective that suggested someone had been watching from across the street. By this point, my anxiety had reached a breaking point. I went to the police, armed with the letters and the evidence I had collected. The officers were sympathetic, but their investigation yielded no leads. The person responsible seemed to leave no trace. One rainy afternoon, the most invasive letter yet arrived. It recounted a deeply private conversation I'd had with a close friend, including details that only the two of us could have known. My stomach churned as I realized this was no coincidence. Someone was actively invading my life. I became convinced that hidden cameras or recording devices were involved. I scoured my home, searching for anything out of place. The thought of being watched through hidden lenses left me constantly on edge. In a desperate bid to regain control, I doubled down on security. Motion sensor lights, reinforced locks, even more cameras. I turned my home into a fortress. I adjusted my routines further, going out at unpredictable times and avoiding familiar places. Yet no matter what I did, the letters kept arriving. Then, one day, they stopped. The sudden silence was both a relief and a new source of anxiety. Why had they stopped? Had the person moved on, or were they simply waiting for the right moment to reappear? The experience left a profound mark on me. My once comforting home now felt like a prison. My sense of safety had been shattered, replaced by an ever-present awareness of how easily privacy can be breached. Though the letters are gone, the psychological scars remain. The constant feeling of being watched lingers, a haunting reminder of that time when an unseen observer turned my life into an open book. The letters had taught me a lesson I hadn't expected. Privacy is fragile, and even the smallest crack can let in the most invasive of threats. Story 19. It was one of those quiet, still nights when the world seemed to pause. The only sounds were the hum of my car's engine and the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. I was heading home after visiting friends, the clock creeping past midnight. The road stretched ahead, deserted, with streetlights casting long, eerie shadows across the asphalt. I enjoyed these late-night drives. They were moments of solitude, a time to reflect, to let my thoughts wander as the world slept. The winding country roads leading to my house were familiar, comforting in their isolation. But that comfort began to slip away when I noticed a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I dismissed it as just another car sharing the road, but as the miles rolled by, the headlights remained fixed. Neither gaining nor falling behind, they seemed to match my pace. I glanced at the mirror again, my unease growing. The car wasn't overtaking me, nor was it turning off at any of the intersections I passed. I accelerated slightly, hoping to create some distance, but the headlights adjusted, keeping the same steady distance. When I slowed down, the car did the same. A knot tightened in my stomach. The rhythmic hum of my tires on the pavement seemed louder now, a stark contrast to the silence of the empty road. I made a sharp turn onto a less traveled lane, hoping the twists and turns would confuse the car behind me. But when I looked in the mirror, the headlights were still there, unwavering, as though the driver knew exactly where I was headed. My heart began to race. I had heard stories of people being followed, but I had never imagined finding myself in such a situation. My palms grew clammy against the steering wheel as I tried to think of my next move. I decided to test the car's intentions. Taking a series of unpredictable turns, I varied my speed, hoping to lose my pursuer. But no matter what I did, the headlights followed with unsettling precision. It was as if the car had a mind of its own, relentless, calculating, never falling too far behind. The isolation of the road amplified my sense of vulnerability. No houses, no streetlights, just me, my car, and those ever-present headlights. Finally, I spotted a small gravel lot, barely visible until dark. I pulled into it quickly, cutting my engine and turning off my headlights. Darkness enveloped me as I held my breath, listening intently. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the other car's headlights came into view. My pulse quickened as I watched them approach the lot. The car slowed to a crawl, its beams cutting through the night, searching. I sank lower in my seat, my heart pounding in my ears. The car lingered, its lights sweeping across the gravel lot. Time seemed to stretch, each second heavier than the last. Finally, the headlights began to move away, the car continuing down the road until it disappeared from view. I stayed in the darkness for several minutes, waiting to be sure the car was truly gone. When I finally started my engine and pulled back onto the road, my hands were trembling, gripping the wheel with white-knuckled intensity. Every shadow felt sharper now, every sound louder. The road, once familiar and comforting, had turned into a maze of potential threats. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting the headlights to return. When I finally reached my driveway and closed the garage door behind me, relief washed over me. But the anxiety lingered. The feeling of being followed clung to me, an invisible weight I couldn't shake. In the days that followed, I avoided late-night drives whenever possible, sticking to busier routes and safer times of day. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror made my heart skip a beat. The solitude I had once cherished on the road was now tinged with unease. I reported the incident to the local police, providing them with what little information I could recall. They listened sympathetically, but explained that without a description of the car or more evidence, there was little they could do. Their advice to stay alert did little to calm my nerves. The experience left a lasting mark. Those headlights became a symbol of vulnerability, a reminder of how quickly the familiar can turn sinister. Late-night drives, once a time of peace and reflection, now carried an undercurrent of caution. Though the mysterious car never reappeared and the fear eventually faded, the memory of that night stayed with me, a shadowy echo of the unknown dangers that can lurk in the quietest corners of our lives. Story 20. It started as an occasional annoyance, an unexplained ringing of the doorbell at odd hours. At first it was easy enough to dismiss. I'd be working late or enjoying a quiet evening when the familiar chime echoed through the house. Each time I would rush to the door, expecting a visitor, or maybe a late-night delivery. But every time I was met with the same sight, an empty porch, bathed in the dim glow of the street lamp. The first few times, I shrugged it off. Maybe it was a prank, I told myself, or perhaps the doorbell had malfunctioned. I checked the wiring, replaced the batteries, and even tested the system to ensure it was working properly. Everything seemed fine, but the ringing persisted. It wasn't frequent at first, just sporadic. Yet as the weeks passed, it grew more regular, always at strange hours, late at night, in the early morning, or just as I was drifting off to sleep. Soon it became almost nightly, breaking the silence and jolting me from whatever peace I had managed to find. Each time, I opened the door to find nothing but the stillness of the night. The sound, once benign and even comforting, had become something I dreaded. Determined to put an end to it, I upgraded the doorbell system. I installed a state-of-the-art model equipped with a video camera, motion detection, and real-time alerts. I replaced the wiring, installed fresh batteries, and ensured every component was in perfect condition. For a few nights, the house was blissfully quiet, and I allowed myself to relax. But then it happened again. One night, Just as I was falling asleep, the familiar chime echoed through the house. Disoriented, I stumbled out of bed and grabbed my phone to check the video feed. The screen displayed an empty porch, dark and still. No figures. No movement. Just the doorbell ringing at exactly 2:37 a.m. My stomach tightened. This was the same time it had rung with the old system. As the nights wore on, the ringing became a nightly occurrence, always at the same hour. Each time I checked the footage, and each time I saw nothing. The doorbell would light up, chime, and yet there was no visible cause, no shadow, no motion, no explanation. The situation began to weigh heavily on me. My once peaceful home now felt invasive, the sound of the doorbell transforming from a mundane convenience into a source of deep unease. I began to lose sleep, lying awake in anticipation of the nightly disturbance. I contacted the doorbell manufacturer, explaining the issue in detail. They sent technicians to run diagnostics, replace components, and ensure the system was functioning correctly. But despite their efforts, the ringing continued. It was as if the problem existed outside the realm of logic or reason. One particularly unsettling night, the doorbell rang repeatedly, shattering the silence of the house. The chime came in rapid succession, relentless and unnerving. I rushed to check the video feed and, for the first time, saw something, a shadow, fleeting and indistinct, moving across the porch. My heart raced. I replayed the footage over and over, hoping for clarity, but the shadow was too brief, too vague to make out any details. Desperation took hold. I installed motion-activated lights around the porch, added more cameras to cover blind spots, and even set up an alarm system that would alert me to any movement near the door. But the disturbances continued. The doorbell rang as if mocking my efforts to understand or control it. One night, as I reviewed the footage from my security system, I noticed something strange. The doorbell had rung, but there had been no motion detected. The camera captured the doorbell lighting up and chiming on its own, as though triggered by an invisible hand. I reached out to a local paranormal investigator, hoping for answers. They conducted a thorough investigation, testing for electromagnetic interference, environmental factors, and any logical explanation for the disturbances. Their findings were inconclusive. The investigators suggested the possibility of residual energy, or even a haunting, an idea I had tried to avoid considering. The notion that something supernatural might be at play was unsettling, but at this point, it seemed as plausible as any other explanation. Over time, the ringing began to subside. It didn't stop entirely, but the occurrences became less frequent, less predictable. Still, the damage had been done. My home, once a sanctuary, had become a place of unease. I felt as though I was living under the watchful eye of something unseen, a presence that defied understanding. Even now, the doorbell remains, a simple device with a history of unexplained disturbances. Its chime, once ordinary, has become a haunting reminder of how easily the unknown can creep into our lives. Though the nights are quieter now, the memory lingers, the sound of the doorbell, the empty porch, and the shadow that moved just out of sight. Story 21. I woke up to an unsettling silence, the kind of silence that feels too loud, pressing in on you like a weight. Normally, the faint clatter of the coffee machine or the quiet rustle of my roommate Dave moving around in the kitchen would greet me in the mornings. But today, the apartment was still, the air heavy with an unnatural quiet. "Dave," I called out, my voice echoing through the empty space. There was no response. I stepped out of my room, glancing around. His bedroom door was ajar, which wasn't unusual. Dave was always easygoing about personal space. I knocked lightly before pushing it open all the way. The room was pristine, too pristine. The bed was perfectly made, his desk was spotless, and nothing seemed out of place. But something felt off. In the kitchen, the absence of his usual clutter caught my eye. His favorite mug, the one with the chipped handle he refused to replace, was gone. So was his laptop, which he always left on the counter. I shrugged it off at first, assuming he had an early appointment. But as I reached for the coffee pot, something caught my attention. A note. Pinned to the fridge, the handwriting was hurried, almost frantic. Trust is a fragile thing. I stared at the note, my heart quickening. Dave wasn't the type to leave cryptic messages. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was a joke, something he scribbled and forgot about. But the unease in my chest began to grow. I wandered into the living room, searching for some clue to explain his absence. That's when I noticed the cushions on the couch. They'd been rearranged, placed neatly in a way Dave never cared to bother with. Curious, I lifted one. Underneath was another note, folded carefully. Always watching, always waiting. The room felt colder. My unease shifted to something sharper, fear. I needed answers. I decided to check Dave's small study area. His desk drawers held the usual clutter, pens, notebooks, and scraps of paper. But beneath the mundane, I found something chilling, a stack of photographs. They were pictures of me. Candid shots taken from different angles, some of me walking in public, others from inside the apartment. Each photograph was meticulously labeled with a date and time. My hands shook as I flipped through them. Dave had been documenting my every move. I picked up my phone to call him, but my eyes caught sight of another note on the desk. Some things are better left unknown. The words felt like a warning, their weight heavy in my mind. What had Dave been doing? Why had he been watching me? Driven by desperation, I started searching through his belongings. His closet revealed nothing unusual, just clothes hung neatly. But behind a hidden panel in the wall, I discovered an empty safe. Whatever had been inside was gone now, leaving behind only more questions. In the bathroom, I found yet another note taped to the mirror. Everyone has secrets. The message stared back at me, its meaning gnawing at my thoughts. Dave had always been quirky, sure, but this was something else entirely. I needed to understand why he had done this, and where he had gone. Hoping for a clue, I decided to check his car. Outside, the car sat in its usual spot. The driver's side door was slightly ajar. Inside, I found one final note on the dashboard. Your turn to uncover the truth. The words felt like a challenge, laced with an unsettling finality. With the note in hand, I knew I couldn't stay in the apartment. I needed answers. I started visiting the places Dave frequented, piecing together his movements like a detective following a faint trail. At his office, I learned he had taken an unplanned leave, offering no notice to his colleagues. His supervisor expressed concern, but had no further information. Friends I reached out to were equally puzzled, their confusion mirroring my own. As the hours turned into a long, fruitless day, my dread only grew. Exhausted, I returned to the apartment, its once familiar walls now cloaked in an oppressive sense of unease. I couldn't stay there alone, not with the knowledge that Dave had been secretly watching me. I called the police, reporting him missing and sharing everything I'd found, the notes, the photographs, the unsettling behavior that had come to light. In the days that followed, the apartment became a hub of investigation. Officers combed through every corner, questioning neighbors and searching for clues. But nothing concrete emerged. Dave's disappearance remained a mystery, the notes and photos offering only fragments of a story I couldn't piece together. Weeks passed, and life crept back toward normalcy. But the memory of Dave's actions, the violation of trust and privacy, lingered like a shadow over my daily life. I moved through the motions, trying to reclaim a sense of routine, but the apartment never felt the same. The police eventually closed the investigation, unable to find Dave or any definitive answers. The notes he left behind became a haunting reminder of the secrets he had carried, and the ones I was left to grapple with. Even now, as time dulls the fear, I can't help but wonder, what drove him to do it? What truth had he wanted me to uncover? And most unsettling of all, was he still watching? Story 22. When my neighbor Robert vanished without a trace, I was concerned but not alarmed. People disappear all the time, perhaps an unannounced trip or an emergency. But as the weeks passed, the stillness emanating from his apartment became deafening. Robert wasn't the type to leave without notice. Quiet and polite, he had a peculiar charm that made him well-liked despite his reserved nature. I often saw him in the hallway, nodding with a faint smile, the faint ticking of his antique clocks echoing through our thin walls. When the police dismissed his disappearance as voluntary, the explanation felt hollow. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My concern grew into a gnawing curiosity, and curiosity, as I would soon discover, can be dangerous. Robert had always been a bit of a mystery. He kept to himself, rarely mingling with other tenants. His apartment seemed as enigmatic as the man himself, a quiet sanctuary behind a door that no one dared to enter. When the building management finally declared the apartment abandoned, I felt a pull, a need to understand what had happened to him. Under the guise of leaving a note about his missed rent, I borrowed the spare key. As I opened the door, I was struck by the eerie silence that filled the room. Everything inside was meticulously arranged. Dust sheets covered the furniture. His antique clocks continued their steady rhythm, and shelves of books sat untouched, as if patiently waiting for their owner to return. It was a snapshot of a life paused. On a desk in the corner, I found a stack of letters, old newspapers, and photographs. I hesitated, then began leafing through them, hoping to find some clue. And then I saw it. A letter, yellowed with age, addressed to me in Robert's elegant handwriting. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. Dear neighbor, if you are reading this, it means I have not been able to deliver this message in person. There are things you should know, things you may not want to know. I have been following a trail, and that trail leads to you. Shadows from your past are resurfacing, and what I have learned is disturbing. You have always been curious, but sometimes curiosity reveals truths best left hidden. If you find this letter, tread carefully. The search for answers may uncover more than you expect. Regards, Robert. I stared at the letter, my mind racing. What could Robert possibly have meant? Shadows in my past? My life had been ordinary, an office job, a modest apartment, a quiet routine. What could he have discovered about me that warranted such a foreboding message? Desperate for answers, I began digging into my own past, something I had never given much thought to before. I rifled through old documents and photographs, called up distant acquaintances, and revisited memories I thought long buried. At first, everything seemed normal, but the deeper I looked, the more oddities began to surface. There were gaps I couldn't explain, people who had abruptly vanished from my life, incidents I could only recall in fragments. One memory stood out. Years ago, when I moved to a new city, some friends seemed unusually curious about my departure. Could there have been more to it? When I tried reaching out to those old friends, I was met with silence or vague, dismissive answers. It was as if they were deliberately avoiding any mention of the past. As my search deepened, I found myself returning to Robert's apartment. Each visit revealed more of his peculiar world. His meticulously organized artifacts, his diary filled with cryptic notes, and pages upon pages of research about the occult and secret societies. One evening, as I pored over his diary, a chilling realization struck me. The dates and locations in his notes aligned with a series of unsolved disappearances. And those dates coincided with moments in my own life, moves to new cities, sudden changes in routine. It was as if Robert had been piecing together a puzzle, and somehow I was at its center. The deeper I dug, the more I felt a presence around me. At first, it was subtle, a prickling on the back of my neck, a shadow at the edge of my vision. But soon it became impossible to ignore. I was being watched. The sense of unease that had accompanied Robert's disappearance now loomed over my own life. What had started as a curious investigation had turned into a nightmare. The walls of my once safe apartment felt like they were closing in, and the shadows I had chased seemed intent on swallowing me whole. I began to wonder if my own disappearance was imminent. In chasing Robert's trail, I had uncovered a darkness that defied understanding, a tangled web of secrets that tied his life to mine in ways I couldn't explain. I was left with a choice: continue down the path, risking everything, or retreat and let the mystery remain unsolved. I chose to stop. Some truths, I realized, are better left buried. Some shadows should remain in the past, hidden in the silence of vanished lives. But even now, as I try to move on, I feel their weight. The shadows linger, just out of reach, a constant reminder of the darkness I dared to uncover. Story 23. I came home to a sight that would forever alter my sense of safety. The front door, usually a steadfast guardian of my private life, stood ajar. My heart raced as I pushed it open, the familiar creak of the hinges sounding far more ominous than usual. A faint metallic tang hung in the air, mingling with the stale scent of an empty, disturbed space. My sanctuary, my home, had been invaded. Every drawer, every cabinet, every surface had been rifled through. Papers were scattered across the floor, cushions were tossed aside, and personal belongings were strewn haphazardly throughout the room. The once orderly space I cherished had become a chaotic mirror of the violation that had taken place. I stood frozen in the doorway, my mind struggling to process the scene before me. The initial wave of panic gave way to a strange, numbing disbelief. Stepping further into the apartment, I began to grasp the weight of what had happened. It wasn't just the mess that disturbed me. It was the suffocating sense that something deeply personal had been taken, something I couldn't yet name. And then it hit me. My identity had been stolen. The realization crashed over me like a tidal wave, leaving me breathless. I fumbled for my phone and quickly dialed my bank, clinging to the faint hope that it was all just a misunderstanding. The automated response felt cold, impersonal, guiding me through an endless maze of options before I finally reached a representative. "Hello, my name is Alex Carter. I think my identity has been stolen. My front door was left open, and now my house is in disarray. I need to know if there have been any unauthorized transactions on my account," I said, my voice trembling. The representative's tone was calm and professional, but it did little to soothe my frayed nerves. As I verified my information and answered her questions, the truth unfolded. Several large transactions had been made from my accounts in the past week. My heart sank. The representative assured me they were investigating and promised to take steps to secure my accounts, but the process, she warned, would be lengthy. I hung up, the phone slipping from my hand as waves of anxiety and confusion threatened to drown me. The gravity of the situation only deepened as I made more calls to other institutions. Each one delivered the same grim response: accounts frozen, fraudulent activity detected, and an endless list of steps I would need to follow to reclaim my identity. The weeks that followed blurred into a whirlwind of legal battles and bureaucratic red tape. I spent hours on hold with banks, credit bureaus, and law enforcement, each conversation reinforcing the violation I had endured. My life had been reduced to a series of forms and transactions, each more draining than the last. The sense of being violated was omnipresent. Every day I received new alerts, suspicious activity flagged, new accounts opened in my name, debts incurred by someone who was living a life I didn't recognize, but one that was, disturbingly, still mine. It was maddening. I fielded calls from creditors demanding payment for loans I hadn't taken. I was trapped in a relentless loop of proving my innocence, clawing back control of my identity, one agonizing step at a time. And through it all, an eerie thought began to take hold. Someone out there had taken over my life, and they were living it better than I ever could. The precision of their impersonation was haunting. They knew my preferences, my hobbies, even my social circles. They wielded my identity with an intimacy that left me feeling like a stranger in my own existence. The financial loss, while devastating, wasn't the worst part. The real toll was emotional. The thief hadn't just stolen my money, they had stolen my sense of control, of safety, of trust. My life no longer felt like my own, and reclaiming it seemed like an insurmountable task. As the months dragged on, I began to rebuild. I adopted new security measures. Passwords were changed, accounts were closely monitored, and I installed safeguards that bordered on paranoia. Each small victory, restoring my credit, freezing fraudulent accounts, felt like a step toward normalcy. But no amount of precaution could erase the scars. The memory of walking into my ransacked apartment remains vivid, a haunting reminder of the fragility of privacy. It wasn't just my identity that had been stolen, it was my peace of mind, my sense of who I was. Slowly, I started to reclaim my life. I redefined my boundaries, found solace in the support of friends and family, and began to feel a semblance of security again. Yet the shadow of that violation still lingers, a ghost of the person who stole not just my name, but a piece of my very self. Even now, I find myself looking over my shoulder, double-checking locks and scrutinizing every transaction. The thief may be gone, but their impact remains, woven into the fabric of my daily life. Some scars fade, others, like this one, remain. A constant reminder that safety is never guaranteed, and that even in the comfort of our own homes, we are never truly untouchable. Story 24. It began on an unremarkable Tuesday. The sun was barely up, and I was still groggy, reaching for my phone out of habit. That's when I noticed a missed call from an unknown number. No voicemail, just a quiet, unanswered ring that piqued my curiosity. I shrugged it off, assuming it was a wrong number or some telemarketer. Life went on. The next day, the same number called again. This time I answered. Hello? The line was silent. For a few seconds, there was nothing but the faint hum of the connection. Then the call ended. A shiver ran down my spine, but I quickly dismissed it. Probably a glitch, I told myself, or some bored prankster. But as the days passed, the calls continued. They always came at odd hours, disrupting the rhythm of my days. At first, they were a nuisance, an interruption during meetings or moments of quiet focus. But then, one evening, the tone shifted. I was in the kitchen, stirring a pot of pasta, when the phone rang again. I almost ignored it, but something compelled me to answer. Hello. The voice on the other end was calm, almost conversational. I see you're cooking pasta tonight. Don't forget to stir it, or it'll stick to the bottom. I froze. The phone pressed tightly against my ear. My gaze darted to the pot on the stove, steam curling upward. How? I began, but the call ended before I could finish. I stood there, gripping the phone, my heart racing. How had they known? My kitchen blinds were drawn. No one could see me. It must have been a coincidence, I reasoned. Someone guessing, or maybe I'd mentioned it to a friend earlier without realizing it. But the unease lingered. The next day, the caller struck again. I noticed you had a long day at work, the voice said smoothly. That client meeting must have been exhausting. Don't to relax tonight. Maybe watch that movie you've been talking about. I nearly dropped the phone. I had mentioned a movie to a coworker earlier that day. The details were too precise to dismiss as random. The voice, calm and detached, felt invasive, as though it belonged to someone who had been standing in the room with me. The calls continued, growing more specific, more personal. I see you're meeting friends for coffee tomorrow. Don't forget to ask Jamie about their new job. The word sent a chill through me. It wasn't just the knowledge of my plans, it was the familiarity, the way the caller seemed to know every detail of my life. I began to feel like I was living in a nightmare. I contacted my phone provider, hoping to trace the number. It led nowhere. Dead ends. The police couldn't do much without substantial evidence, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. I installed security cameras around my apartment, changed my daily routines, and documented every call, hoping to find a pattern. But no matter what I did, the caller always seemed one step ahead. The The calls came at the worst times, interrupting dinner, work, even the rare moments when I tried to relax. My anxiety grew unbearable. I started to feel paranoid, glancing over my shoulder when I walked down the street, second-guessing every interaction. One night, after another cryptic call interrupted my dinner, I finally snapped. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling. "How do you know so much about me?" The line was quiet for a moment, then the voice spoke, calm as ever. "I've been following you because I care about you. You need to understand that." The words sent a wave of nausea through me. "Why are you doing this? What do you want?" I pressed, but the caller simply hung up. I stared at the phone, my mind racing. The words echoed in my head. "I care about you." The statement was both confusing and terrifying. Was this some kind of twisted obsession? Desperate for answers, I hired a private investigator. I handed over everything, the call logs, the recordings, the security footage. The investigator assured me they would do their best, but warned it might take time. Weeks turned into months. The calls began to taper off, becoming less frequent. Then one day, they stopped altogether. The investigator eventually uncovered the truth. The number belonged to a tech-savvy individual who had used advanced methods to gather information about me. Their obsession was deeply personal, though their exact motivations remained unclear. While the investigation offered some closure, it didn't erase the fear. The experience left a mark on me, a scar that refused to fade. I became hyper-vigilant, constantly checking locks, scanning my surroundings, and questioning my own sense of safety. Though the calls had ended, their impact lingered. The voice on the other end of the line, calm and detached, still haunted my thoughts. They had known too much, crossed too many boundaries. In the end, the ordeal taught me a painful lesson. The line between privacy and intrusion is thinner than we realize. And sometimes the shadows in our lives don't come from the places we expect. They lurk just beyond our perception, waiting for the right moment to step into the light. Story 25. The attic had always been a place of quiet mystery, where dust-covered trunks and forgotten boxes held the secrets of another time. On a rainy afternoon, driven by a whim to declutter, I found myself sorting through the remnants of the past, searching for something, anything, that might offer a glimpse into the lives of those who came before me. That's when I found it. Tucked beneath a pile of brittle newspapers and faded photographs was a small leather-bound diary. Its cover was cracked and weathered, the gold-embossed initials barely legible. Curiosity took hold as I wiped away the dust and carefully opened it. Inside, neat, flowing handwriting filled the pages. The ink, faded to a soft sepia, gave the words an almost ghostly quality. Each entry was dated, chronicling the life of a man who had lived long before my time. His observations were vivid, his prose reflective, painting a portrait of a thoughtful, introspective soul. His name was Henry Lawson. Henry's diary spanned decades, tracing his journey as a carpenter, a husband, and a dreamer. He wrote about the joys and trials of his work, his deep love for his family, and his longing to see the world beyond the small town he called home. I was enthralled, reading entry after entry, piecing together the life of this man who had lived in the early 20th century. His words transported me to another era, and I felt a growing connection to the person behind the pages. But as I approached the final entry, I expected to find a reflection on a life well lived, perhaps a farewell or a hopeful thought for the future. Instead, I found something else, something that sent a chill through me. The last entry was dated just days before Henry's death in 1945. It didn't recount his own life, but instead described a moment from mine. Henry wrote about an afternoon spent at a quaint cafe in the city. His words were rich with detail. The blue ceramic teapot, the red and white checkered tablecloth, the sunlight filtering through the window. He mentioned a conversation with a young woman wearing a blue dress, the exact dress I had worn just weeks ago during my own visit to that cafe. My hands trembled as I read further. Henry described my every move as if he had been sitting across from me, observing in silence. He recounted not only what I had done, but also my thoughts and emotions, details no one else could possibly know. The entry ended with a cryptic note. I feel as though the threads of time have woven my life into yours. I hope you understand what I mean. My heart raced as I reread the passage, hoping I had misunderstood. How could Henry, a man who had died decades before I was born, have known these things about my life? The thought was impossible to comprehend, yet his words were unmistakable. Desperate for answers, I scoured the rest of the diary, searching for some explanation. The handwriting, the ink, the style, it was all consistent. This was Henry's diary, not the work of someone else adding to it. I couldn't let it go. I visited the local historical society, determined to learn more about Henry. What I found only deepened the mystery. Henry Lawson had indeed lived in the early 20th century, and his death in 1945 was well documented. He had no known descendants, no surviving family to continue his story. The historian I spoke with had no explanation for the diary's connection to me. Sometimes, they said, the past and present aren't as separate as we believe. Time doesn't always move in a straight line. Their words offered little comfort. I returned to the attic, feeling both drawn to and unsettled by the diary. Among the other items in the trunk, I found an old photograph of Henry. He had kind eyes and a thoughtful expression, his face framed by the soft sepia tones of the era. I stared at it for what felt like hours, wondering what connection, if any, linked us across the decades. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that Henry's words had somehow bridged an impossible gap between our lives. His diary wasn't just a record of his existence. It had become a mirror reflecting moments from my own. Despite the unease, there was a strange sense of peace in his final words. It was as though Henry's story and mine were threads in the same tapestry, woven together by forces I couldn't understand. I kept the diary in a special place, treating it as both a mystery and a gift. It had given me a glimpse into a life long gone while prompting me to reflect on my own. Henry's words had left a mark on me, a reminder of how interconnected we all are, even across the boundaries of time. The final entry remained a source of wonder and quiet reflection. The threads of time have woven my life into yours. Perhaps Henry was right. Perhaps our lives are part of a larger story, one that defies the limitations of time and space. In the end, the diary was more than an artifact of the past. It was a testament to the enduring nature of human experience, a reminder that the lives we live may touch others in ways we can't fully comprehend, even across the ages. Story 26. Late in evening, as the last rays of sunlight dwindled behind them, Sarah found herself restless in her suburban home. She had always felt a sense of safety within these walls, but tonight was different. The tension she felt was almost palpable, like a shadow hanging over her peaceful routine. As she prepared for bed, an unexpected discovery would unravel her sense of security and thrust her into a nightmare. She never imagined it all began when Sarah noticed a small, unfamiliar device nestled among her kitchen appliances. It was Atney Black Camera's leak, and unassuming, perched inconspicuously on top of the microwave. She froze, her mind racing with confusion. In 18 years, he was certain it hadn't been there. Before the little Campsi's lens seemed to stare back at her, and she quickly turned it off her hands, trembling, feeling unsettled. Sarah went to her bedroom, hoping to calm her nerves with a good night's sleep. But as she entered her room, another cold shock awaited her. The second camera was fixed in the corner of the ceiling, nearly invisible against the neutral paint. The realization hit her with a jolt. Their work, a mirrors in her home that she hadn't installed. Her mind spun with questions. Who put them there? Why? How long had they been recording? Sarah's anxiety mounted. As she pondered the implications, she grabbed her phone and began searching for solutions, her fingers flying over the screen. As she looked up ways to detect hidden cameras, the fear of being watched was overwhelming. It wasn't just the thought of surveillance, it was the idea that someone had been privy to her most intimate moments as the night deepened. Sarah decided to check the footage from the discovered cam. Rasha connected her phone to the cameras, finding that they were equipped with memory cards. Her heart raced as she accessed the footage, praying for a benign explanation. But as the videos played, her worst fears came to life. The footage revealed images from various locations in her home. In one video, Sarah was in the kitchen preparing a late-night snack in her pajamas, completely unaware of the camera's presence. Another clip showed her in the living room, engrossed in a book, her concentration unbroken by the hidden lens. The camera had captured her in moments of vulnerability, when she thought she was alone, when she let her guard down. Most disturbing were the videos from her bedroom. The footage showed Sarah as she undressed, changed, and prepared for bed. Moments that should have been private, now exposed for an unknown viewer. The sight of herself, so intimately recorded, filled her with a profound sense of violation. Her home, once a sanctuary, now like a stage for someone else's voyeurism. Immediately reporting the discovery, an officer arrived, quickly examining the cameras and the footage. They took the devices into evidence to investigate further. Sarah's hands shook as she explained her concerns, feeling a wave of relief mingled with fear. The authorities reassured her that they would do everything they could to find the culprit, but Sarah's trust in her home had been shattered. Days turned into weeks as Sarah waited for answers. She lived in a state of constant anxiety, her home no longer feeling like a refuge, but a potential trap. The police updates were scarce, and she felt helpless as she tried to resume her normal life. Every creak of the floorboards and every unfamiliar noise made her jump. The once cozy corners of her house now seemed sinister and alien. One evening, while checking her mail, Sarah received a letter with no return address inside. She found a single sheet of paper with the chilling message: "I know you're scared. You should be. I see everything." The note was unsigned, but the message was clear. The sender knew her fear, knew her vulnerability, and was taunting her with it. This letter only deepened Sarah's terror. She began taking extra precautions, installing additional security measures, and changing her daily routines to avoid predictable patterns. Her sense of safety was irrevocably altered. The haunting presence of the unknown watcher lingered over her every moment, turning her home into a constant reminder of her invasion. Months passed, and the police investigation yielded few leads. Despite their best efforts, the identity of the person responsible remained a mystery. Sarah was left grappling with the uncertainty and the profound sense of intrusion that upended her life. She continued to live in her home, but it was no longer the place of comfort and relaxation it was now a battleground of fear and vigilance. The cameras were gone, but the psychological scars remained. Sarah struggled to reclaim her sense of privacy and security, navigating a world where her trust had been irrevocably fractured. The ordeal had taught her a harsh lesson about the fragility of safety and the eerie potential for betrayal in the most familiar places. As she adjusted to her new reality, Sarah found solace in small victories, reconnecting with friends, re-establishing a semblance of normality, and reclaiming her personal space. Yet the shadow of that night, the night her private moments were stolen and exposed, continued to loom, a haunting reminder of the invisible threats that can shatter even the most secure of lives. Story 27. When I woke up, the world was a muffled blur. A nauseating fog of disorientation clung to my senses, making it difficult to tell where I was or what had happened. My wrists were bound tightly behind my back, and a coarse fabric obscured my vision. Panic began to creep in, but I forced myself to breathe, to stay calm. I needed to assess the situation before I could think of a way out. The blindfold pressed heavily against my eyes, blocking out all light. As my breathing steadied, I began to take in my surroundings. The air was stale, carrying a faint, acrid scent, industrial, metallic. Beneath me was a cold, hard surface, rough against my skin. It felt like wood. I shifted slightly, testing my restraints. That's when I heard it, a faint rustle in the room. Someone had been here. Summoning every ounce of courage, I wriggled around, hoping to find some clue. After what felt like an eternity of straining, my fingers brushed against something smooth and solid, dusty. I explored it with my bound hands and realized it was a book, a journal. The leather cover was stiff and cool under my fingertips, the edges worn with age. My heart raced as I maneuvered it closer to my face, prying it open with awkward movements. Guided more by touch than sight, I fumbled through the pages. The faintest sliver of light leaked through the edges of the blindfold, just enough to make out the words. The first entry sent a chill down my spine. If you are reading this, it means you have chosen to survive. Follow the instructions carefully if you wish to leave this place. Your time starts now. The entry was accompanied by rough sketches, a crude map of the room with several locations marked. Beneath the drawing were cryptic symbols and sparse but urgent instructions. You must find the key hidden in this room. Solve the puzzles outlined in the journal to uncover the clues. Fail, and your chances of survival diminish. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't just trapped, I was being tested. I forced myself to picture the layout of the room based on the map. A heavy wooden door, a rickety table, scattered objects, a faint beam of light from a high window. These were my landmarks. The first puzzle was straightforward, though it demanded keen observation. The journal spoke of patterns in the arrangement of objects, leading to a hidden compartment. Shifting awkwardly, I moved my bound hands across the floor, searching for anything that felt out of place. After agonizing minutes, my fingers caught on a loose floorboard beneath the table. I pried it open, heart pounding. Inside was something cold and metallic, the first key. My pulse quickened as I read the next instruction in the journal. The key would unlock a drawer in the table, which held the next clue. Maneuvering myself toward the table, I fumbled with the lock, turning the key until I heard the satisfying click of success. Inside the drawer was a folded note. Solve this riddle to find the combination for the box. The box, according to the map, was hidden in the corner of the room. Sweat trickled down my face as I read and reread the riddle, numbers and phrases swimming in my mind. My frustration mounted with each failed attempt to decipher it. The weight of time pressing against me made it hard to think clearly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the answer clicked into place. I turned the combination on the padlock, hands trembling. The lock sprang open, and inside the box was a small vial of liquid and another note. Spray this to reveal what's hidden. I wasted no time using the vial to coat the walls and floor. Slowly, faint markings began to appear, symbols and arrows guiding me toward the next step. The final clue was cryptic. It involved arranging objects in a precise order to trigger a hidden mechanism. Each second felt like a lifetime as I worked, the blindfold suffocating, my body screaming in discomfort. The thought of failure loomed, but the desire to survive pushed me forward. Finally, I heard it, a sharp mechanical click. A panel in the door slid open, revealing a small, dusty key. With trembling hands, I used it to unlock the door. The lock turned and the door creaked open. A rush of fresh air met me as I stumbled into the hallway, yanking off the blindfold. Blinking in the dim light, I took in my surroundings, a corridor lined with peeling wallpaper and broken fixtures. It was cold and eerie, but the open space felt like freedom after the suffocating confines of the room. I had made it through the first trial. As I stood there, catching my breath, the journal clutched tightly in my hands, I knew my ordeal wasn't over. The hallway stretched before me, dark and foreboding, promising more challenges ahead. But for now, I had survived. And as fear coursed through my veins, mingling with the faint exhilaration of survival, I resolved to keep moving. The journal had guided me this far, and I wasn't about to stop now. Story 28. It started innocently enough. One morning, my phone buzzed with a notification. I glanced at the screen, expecting the usual, a social media update or a calendar reminder. Instead, it was a text from an unknown number. Watch your step today. I dismissed it as a prank, probably some random spammer trying to mess with me. Still, the words lingered in my mind as I went about my day. By the time I slipped on a wet sidewalk, spilled coffee on my shirt, and got caught in an unexpected downpour without an umbrella, I couldn't shake a strange sense of unease. None of the incidents were particularly disastrous, but together they left me feeling unsteady, like my day had been orchestrated to go wrong. The next morning, the phone buzzed again. Another message from the same unknown number. Someone will take something you value today. I rolled my eyes, chalking it up to coincidence. But when I got to work, my heart sank. My favorite pen, a gift from my late grandmother, was missing from my desk. I searched everywhere, even crawling under my coworkers' desks, but it was gone. By the end of the week, the pattern was undeniable. Every day, a new cryptic text. Every day, a new misfortune. You'll be interrupted during an important call. Be wary of unexpected advice. The messages were vague, but they always foreshadowed something unnervingly specific. What unsettled me most was how accurate they were. These weren't random guesses. They were tailored to my life. I tried blocking the number, but the texts kept coming from slight variations of the same string. No matter what I did, they found their way to me. One night, sitting at my kitchen table, I stared at my phone, waiting. Anxiety gnawed at me, an invisible hand tightening its grip. The air in the room felt heavy, suffocating. At exactly midnight, my phone buzzed. It's time for a real test. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move. By morning, I was a wreck, dragging myself through the day in a fog of exhaustion and paranoia. Then came the next message. A close friend will betray your trust. My stomach turned. Amy, we'd been inseparable since college, laughing over midnight study sessions, confiding our deepest fears and dreams. Amy was the one person I trusted without question. The idea of betrayal from her felt absurd. But later that day, Amy called out of the blue, asking to meet for coffee. Her voice was shaky, almost hesitant. At the cafe, she fidgeted nervously, her hands trembling as she slid an envelope across the table. "I've been meaning to tell you something," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm so sorry I've been keeping a secret from you." My heart pounded as I opened the envelope. Inside were photographs, Amy with my former boss, Richard. The images told a story I didn't want to believe. The two of them meeting at a hotel lobby, sitting in his office late at night, and sharing whispered conversations in places I couldn't recognize. "I didn't want you to find out like this," Amy said, her eyes pleading. "Richard asked me to spy on you. He thought you were hiding something, and I didn't know how to say no." Her words shattered something inside me. The betrayal felt like a knife to the gut. I left the cafe without another word, the envelope clutched tightly in my trembling hands. But that was only the beginning. The messages kept coming, their tone growing darker. They escalated from petty misfortunes to threats that loomed over my every waking moment. The final message came on a gray Friday morning. "Everything you've built will crumble today." By then, I was barely holding myself together. The relentless texts, Amy's betrayal, and the constant sense of dread had left me hollowed out. Still, I braced myself for the day ahead, trying to steel my resolve. It didn't matter. One by one, the pieces of my life fell apart. A major project I'd spent months perfecting unraveled in a matter of hours. A key client threatened to pull their business. By the end of the day, I was handed a termination notice, my boss citing the project's failure as the final straw. I sat at my desk in stunned silence, staring at the message on my phone. "Your misery is complete." That night, I resolved to uncover the truth. Who was sending these messages, and why? I traced the number to a prepaid phone, a dead end that offered no answers. The authorities dismissed it as coincidence or the work of a skilled prankster. They didn't understand. The texts weren't just predictions. They were instructions, manipulating my life like pieces on a chessboard. Then, as abruptly as they had started, the messages stopped. But the damage was done. I'd lost my job, my trust in others, and my sense of security. Amy tried to reach out to apologize, but I couldn't bring myself to face her. The betrayal still stung too deeply. Weeks turned into months, and I began to rebuild my life. But the memory of the text lingered like a shadow at the edge of my mind. The cryptic warnings, the precise predictions, they had unraveled my reality, leaving me to question everything. Who had sent them? How had they known so much? I never found the answers. What I did find was the unsettling truth that even in our most ordinary moments, the unknown can reach out and tear at the fabric of our lives. The text became a haunting reminder of how fragile trust is and how deeply the dark, unseen forces of the world can shape us. Even now, every buzz of my phone sends a chill down my spine. Story 29. The day I moved into my new house was meant to mark the beginning of an exciting chapter in my life. After landing a promotion at work, I decided to reward myself with this charming, century-old property. Nestled on a quiet street in a historic neighborhood lined with tall, leafy trees, it seemed like a dream come true. But dreams have a way of shifting into nightmares. The first few weeks were uneventful, filled with the excitement of settling in. The house had its quirks, a dripping faucet here, a door that wouldn't quite latch there. I brushed them off as expected eccentricities of a home its age. Then came the puddle. One morning I walked into the kitchen and found a pool of water spreading across the floor. It wasn't just a minor leak, it was enough to make me wonder if I'd somehow left the tap running. A plumber came out that same day, checked the pipes, and assured me everything was fine. Faulty seal, he said. Happens in old houses. Just keep an eye on it. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A few days later, I noticed a crack running along the living room wall. At first, it was a small, jagged line, but each time I looked at it, it seemed to widen, creeping like ivy across the plaster. Alarmed, I called a contractor. Bob, the contractor, arrived with a skeptical air. After a brief inspection, he shrugged. "Old houses settle," he said, waving off my concerns. "It's normal wear and tear, nothing to worry about." I wanted to believe him, but as the days passed, the oddities became harder to dismiss. One night I came home and found my living room in complete disarray. The sofa had been moved to the far corner, facing away from the TV. The coffee table was angled awkwardly in the center of the room, and the books on my shelves had been shuffled into no discernible order. I stood there, trying to make sense of it. Had I somehow done this and forgotten? The thought unsettled me, but I convinced myself it was exhaustion or stress. Then the bedroom door began unlocking itself. Every morning, I woke to find it ajar, despite locking it before going to bed. Fingerprints, smudged and foreign, appeared on my bathroom mirror, their shapes unclear but undeniably not my own. The tipping point came when my neighbor called me at work. "I saw a man in a black jacket walking around your property," she said. By the time I got home, he was gone. My porch light had been smashed, and the garden gnome by the steps lay toppled over. I reported the incident to the police, but with no evidence to go on, there wasn't much they could do. The combination of these events, the cracks, the disturbances, the intruder, was overwhelming. Bob, ever practical, insisted it was all just part of the house's personality. Settling walls, old fixtures, and my own overactive imagination. But I couldn't accept that explanation. Driven by desperation, I began researching the property's history. The local library yielded little, no significant events, no unusual records. The house was a blank slate, as though its past had been erased. Meanwhile, the disturbances escalated. Cracks spread to other walls. Water stains appeared in the ceiling of rooms where no pipes ran. One day, I came home to find the kitchen cabinets flung open, dishes shattered across the floor. I couldn't ignore the feeling anymore. The house was resisting me, pushing back against my presence. I demanded Bob conduct a more thorough investigation. Begrudgingly, he assembled a team of structural experts. They spent hours inspecting every inch of the house. Their conclusion was infuriatingly familiar. The house is old, they said. These are normal issues for a property of this age. But I wasn't convinced. The final piece of the puzzle came when I managed to track down the previous owner. They were hesitant at first, but eventually opened up. They too had experienced strange occurrences, rearranged furniture, unexplained noises, doors unlocking on their own. They had sold the house as quickly as they could, leaving its mysteries for someone else to uncover. That someone was me. I couldn't stay any longer. The house's history, or lack thereof, was too much for me to endure. I packed up my things and moved out, leaving the cracks, the leaks, and the eerie rearrangements behind. To this day, the house stands, as enigmatic as ever, a charming facade masking an unsettling reality. I've since found a new place to call home, one where surprises come in the form of squeaky floors and creaky iris, nothing more. But I'll never forget the time I spent in that house. It remains a reminder that some places carry secrets, and some secrets don't want to be uncovered. Story 30. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when I decided to tackle the backyard of my new home. I had recently moved into an old Victorian house, a sprawling property with creaky wooden floors and an overgrown garden. The previous owner, an elderly woman, had lived there for decades before passing away, leaving the house vacant for a year before I arrived. The backyard, choked with weeds and tangled bushes, seemed the perfect project to distract me from the endless boxes still cluttering the house. I dug into the damp earth, the fresh scent of soil filling the air. The rhythmic scrape of the shovel against the ground was oddly soothing, and I found myself lost in the repetitive motion. As I worked, I imagined what the yard might look like in a few months. Neatly trimmed grass, vibrant flower beds, perhaps a cozy stone patio for summer evenings. My thoughts were abruptly interrupted when the shovel struck something solid. Curiosity piqued. I cleared away the dirt, uncovering a small, weather-beaten wooden box. Its surface was darkened by years of exposure, and it was surprisingly heavy for its size. My heart pounded with a mix of excitement and unease as I wiped the dirt off and pried it open. Inside, nestled in a bed of brittle yellowed newspaper, were two items, a blood-stained shirt and a photograph. I picked up the shirt first, handling it gingerly. The coarse fabric was faded blue, almost indiscernible beneath dark red splotches. It looked unmistakably like dried blood. My mind raced. Why would someone bury a bloody shirt in my backyard? Setting the shirt aside, I turned my attention to the photograph. It was old, its edges slightly frayed, but the image was clear. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it. The photograph was of me, or rather, a younger version of myself. I was grinning widely, standing beside a person I didn't recognize. The setting was equally unfamiliar. A dimly lit, old-fashioned room with heavy drapes and ornate furniture that seemed to belong to another era. I felt a chill run down my spine. The room, the stranger, even the version of me in the photograph, none of it made sense. Turning the photograph over, I hoped for some clue, a date, a name, anything, but the back was blank. I sat back on my heels, staring at the strange items I had unearthed, my mind racing with questions. Could this be a prank? Something left behind by the previous owner? Or was it something more sinister? That evening, I began researching the house. I pored over old newspapers and property records at the local library, searching for any hint of the property's history. The house had been around for decades, but nothing unusual stood out. It seemed like a typical family home, with no mention of violence or scandal. Frustrated but determined, I contacted the local historical society. A kind woman named Mrs. Whitaker answered the phone. When I described what I had found, her tone turned serious. "That's unusual," she said thoughtfully. "We don't have any records of incidents like that, but it's possible something happened before the last owner's time. You might want to talk to some of the older neighbors. Someone might remember more about the house." The next day, I knocked on doors and spoke to a few elderly residents in the neighborhood. Some remembered the house fondly, mentioning its previous occupants, but none had heard of anything as unsettling as a buried box or a bloody shirt. One man, Mr. Thompson, vaguely recalled that a family with a troubled past had lived there long ago, but he couldn't provide any details. Still searching for answers, I decided to investigate the photograph further. I took it to a local photographer who specialized in restoring old images. After careful examination, he confirmed that the photo was likely from the early 20th century. The furniture and decor in the background matched that period, but he couldn't identify the opal or the location. Weeks later, while browsing old journals in the library, I stumbled upon an entry that caught my attention. It was from someone who had lived in the house decades earlier. The journal described the house's quirks and mundane details, but one passage stood out, a mention of a secret room in the basement, sealed off for years. My pulse quickened as I reread the passage. Could the secret room hold answers to the mysteries surrounding the photograph and the bloody shirt? That weekend, I searched the house, inspecting every nook and cranny. After hours of frustration, I finally found it. A hidden door behind a bookcase in the basement. The door creaked open, revealing a small, dusty room filled with old furniture draped in sheets and boxes of forgotten belongings. I rifled through the boxes, uncovering more photographs and documents. The pieces began to form a picture. One photograph showed a gathering of people in the same room as the first photo, their faces unfamiliar, but their expressions tense. Another document mentioned a party held decades ago and hinted at a guest who had vanished under mysterious circumstances. The story was incomplete, but one thing was clear: the house had a dark past. I couldn't shake the feeling that the photograph, the shirt, and the secret room were all connected. But connected how? Even now, I don't have all the answers. The house, with its creaking floors and hidden histories, remains an enigma. I moved out not long after, unable to shake the feeling that I was living in a place where I didn't belong. But the memories and the questions remain. The bloody shirt, the photograph, the hidden room, they're fragments of a story that has yet to be fully uncovered. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to stay buried. Story 31. It began with a note. I remember the day vividly. A crisp autumn afternoon, golden leaves tumbling along the sidewalk as I returned home from work. Exhausted but looking forward to a quiet evening, I noticed a small envelope slipped under my door. There was no return address, just my name, scrawled in elegant handwriting. Curious and somewhat flattered by the unexpected mail, I picked it up and stepped inside. The letter was from a reader of my blog. It was warm and thoughtful, praising my recent post on the complexities of modern relationships. Their words were eloquent, almost poetic, but there was something about the tone, a subtle edge that left me uneasy. I brushed it off, attributing my feelings to an overactive imagination, and went about my evening. After all, I had a modest following, and it wasn't uncommon for readers to reach out. A week later, another note arrived. This one was more personal. The writer mentioned details of my daily routine, how they had noticed I liked to walk to the coffee shop on Wednesdays, that I always ordered a cappuccino, and that my favorite spot was by the window. I hope we bump into each other someday, the letter concluded. I felt a flicker of unease. How did they know these details? I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps they had seen me at the cafe, recognized me from my blog, and decided to write. But the idea of being watched unsettled me. Over the next few weeks, the letters came more frequently. With each note, the writer's observations grew more detailed and invasive. They described my apartment's layout with unnerving precision, mentioning the photos on my walls, the books on my shelves, and even the struggling plant by my window. At first, I wondered if it could be a prank, but the accuracy of their descriptions, details only someone inside my home could know, sent chills down my spine. The tipping point came when the letters referenced my friends and family. One note mentioned a recent conversation I'd had with my best friend Maria about her upcoming move. Another recounted a phone call with my mom where we discussed plans for my birthday. How could this person know such intimate details? My anxiety grew with each letter. Finally, I confided in Julia, a close friend who worked in law enforcement. She was concerned and she advised me to keep all the letters, documenting everything carefully. "We'll track any patterns," she said. The next letter I received was chilling. "You should be careful where you go and who you talk to," it warned. Julia urged me to take precautions. I stopped walking to my usual coffee shop, varied my routes home, and stopped sharing personal details on social media. But no matter what I did, the letters kept coming. Then came the map. It arrived in an unmarked envelope, like the others. Unfolding it, I saw my apartment marked, along with other locations I frequented, my grocery store, my gym. At the bottom of the map, scrawled in red ink, was the message, "I'm closer than you think." My hands trembled as I stared at the page. I called Julia immediately, and she urged me to file a police report. The police took the matter seriously, increasing patrols in my area and advising me to remain vigilant. But without concrete evidence, there was little more they could do. The letters became less frequent after that, but their content grew darker. They included cryptic messages, taunts that suggested the writer knew my deepest fears. I felt suffocated, trapped in my own life. One evening, as I sat in my living room, I noticed a shadow lingering outside my window. My heart raced as I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The figure disappeared before the police arrived. They searched the area but found no trace of anyone suspicious. The next day, I received the final letter. It was a photograph of me, taken from a distance. I was sitting at my desk, working on my blog. Beneath the photo was a single haunting line: "I'm always watching. Don't forget that." That letter was the breaking point. Unable to handle the constant fear and invasion of privacy, I packed my belongings and moved to a new neighborhood. The process was exhausting, but I felt a measure of relief as I settled into my new apartment. The letters stopped after the move. The silence was comforting, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The experience had left me on edge, a shadow of paranoia that followed me even in moments of peace. Though I eventually resumed my blog, I approached it with caution. The ordeal had changed me, made me more guarded, more aware of the fine line between public engagement and personal safety. The letters were a haunting chapter in my life, a reminder of how easily our vulnerabilities can be exploited by those who choose to remain unseen. But they also taught me the importance of protecting my privacy and the strength found in reaching out for help when the shadows feel too close. Story 32. When my neighbor Greg Thompson vanished without a trace, it sent ripples through our quiet suburban neighborhood. Greg was an enigma, a man of few words, always clad in a tweed jacket and a perpetual frown. He had lived next door for over a decade, yet our interactions never extended beyond polite nods and occasional pleasantries. His sudden disappearance gnawed at me, leaving behind a vacuum of unease and curiosity. Greg's house had always seemed peculiar. It was meticulously maintained, yet oddly lifeless. Rarely did I see lights on in the evening, or cars in the driveway. The day he vanished, I noticed an eerie stillness, as though the house itself had been drained of warmth. The police investigation yielded little. No one had seen him leave. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle. It was as if Greg had simply vanished into thin air. I couldn't let it go. The mystery consumed me, and I began my own investigation, starting with Greg's home. The front door was unlocked, a striking detail, considering Greg's cautious nature. Inside, everything was disturbingly pristine. Books lined the shelves with mathematical precision, the furniture was dust-free, and there was no sign of hasty departure. Yet the emptiness carried an unsettling weight. In Greg's study, I stumbled upon a journal hidden in a drawer. Its pages were filled with cryptic notes and fragmented thoughts. One entry stood out. "I know what he's hiding. The true must come out before it's too late." I shivered as I read those words. Who was Greg talking about? What truth had he uncovered? My unease deepened when I found an old photograph tucked into the back of the journal. Greg stood beside a man I didn't recognize. Their expressions were somber, their eyes seeming to bore into the camera and inexplicably into me. I decided to track down the people in the photographs scattered throughout Greg's home, hoping for answers. The first few visits to neighbors and acquaintances yielded nothing. Most barely knew Greg, describing him as reserved and solitary. It wasn't until I spoke to a local historian that I unearthed a clue. Greg had been a member of a secretive community group known for its unconventional beliefs. The historian's vague hints about the group's activities led me down a rabbit hole of old records and whispered rumors. The group, as it turned out, had a reputation for operating in the shadows, its members known for their secrecy and at times their obsession with dangerous ideas. I couldn't shake the feeling that Greg had uncovered something about this group, something that had put him in danger. Returning to Greg's house, I searched with renewed determination. Behind a bookshelf, I found a hidden compartment containing a collection of documents. Among them were strange blueprints, a map marked with red locations, and one circled location that made my stomach drop, my own address. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Why had Greg been studying me? What had he discovered about my life? My nights grew restless after that discovery. I was haunted by nightmares of being chased through my own house by an unseen pursuer. Each morning, I woke to find subtle signs that someone or something had been inside. Furniture was slightly out of place, objects shifted, and strange sounds came from the walls. Driven by fear and desperation, I set up cameras throughout my home, hoping to catch whoever or whatever was behind this. But each morning, the footage was blank. It was as if the intruder had found a way to bypass or erase the recordings. Paranoia consumed me. I double-checked locks, installed additional security measures, and questioned my own sanity. Was I imagining these disturbances, or was Greg's disappearance only the prelude to something far darker? Then one night, I woke to find a note slipped under my bedroom door. The handwriting wasn't Greg's. The message was simple yet chilling. "You're getting too close. Stop searching, or you'll be next." My hands trembled as I read the words. Whoever had written the note knew I was looking into Greg's disappearance. They wanted me to stop, but I couldn't. The investigation consumed me. Each clue led to more questions. The strange group Greg had been involved with, the unsettling documents, the signs of intrusion in my home, it all pointed to a deeper, more dangerous mystery. My dreams became indistinguishable from reality. The lines between the ordinary and the sinister blurred. I realized with a sinking feeling that Greg's disappearance wasn't just about him. Somehow I had become entangled in the same web of secrets and shadows. The final twist came when I discovered a passage in one of Greg's journal entries that I had previously overlooked. The closer you get to the truth, the harder it becomes to escape its grip. I couldn't shake the thought that Greg had been warning me, not just about what he had uncovered, but about the danger of uncovering it myself. The truth was out there, hidden in the depths of Greg's past and the sinister forces he had encountered. But as I continued to dig, I began to wonder, was finding the truth worth the cost? Each step deeper into the mystery brought me closer to answers, but also closer to a fate that might mirror Greg's own. The real horror wasn't just in the unknown. It was in realizing how easily the shadows could reach out, turning curiosity into obsession and safety into peril. And as I continued searching, I couldn't escape the feeling that someone, something was watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. Story 33. The woods had always been my sanctuary. They were a place where the noise of daily life faded away and the line between reality and imagination blurred into something almost magical. I often wandered their winding paths, finding solace among the towering trees and whispering leaves. That's why, when I stumbled upon the old abandoned clinic hidden deep in the forest, my first reaction was curiosity, not fear. The building was a relic of another time, weathered and forgotten. Its peeling white paint revealed rough gray wood beneath, and the windows were either shattered or concealed by grime and tangled vines. The roof sagged in places, as if the structure itself had grown weary of standing. I had been hiking along a trail I usually avoided, but something had compelled me to take it that day. As I approached the clinic, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over me. I was certain I had never been there before, yet it felt familiar, like the echo of a long-forgotten dream. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, the sound breaking the stillness of the woods. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the faint scent of decay. My flashlight cut through the gloom, revealing a reception area frozen in time. Desks were cluttered with yellowing papers, outdated magazines were scattered across the floor, and a layer of dust blanketed every surface like a shroud. It was then that I saw them, medical records strewn across the floor, their edges curling with age. I picked one up, brushing away the dirt to reveal faded typewritten text. My breath caught in my throat as I read the name printed at the top. It was mine. I stared at the record in disbelief. It included my full name, along with cryptic medical jargon describing procedures I didn't recognize. One page mentioned invasive treatments, procedures that sent a chill down my spine. The names of doctors and nurses were scribbled in the margins, their handwriting barely legible. How could these records exist? I sifted through more papers, each one more unsettling than the last. They included details about my medical history, details that were alarmingly accurate. But there were also notes about things I had never experienced, as if they were documenting a version of my life I didn't remember. I ventured deeper into the clinic, my flashlight flickering as I moved through dimly lit hallways. The walls were lined with more files, each bearing my name. Some included annotations about experimental treatments and detailed observations. It was as if someone had been monitoring me, meticulously documenting my life. In one room, I found a metal filing cabinet, its drawers slightly ajar. My hands trembled as I opened them, revealing stacks of more recent records. These were different. They included personal details, my current address, family history, and habits. There were even notes about recent life changes, things that could only have been observed by someone watching me closely. My fear grew as I discovered more. One document described a procedure I couldn't remember, carried out in what appeared to be a clandestine manner. The words were clinical, detached, yet deeply unsettling. Then I heard it, a faint scraping sound echoing through the clinic. I froze, straining to hear. The noise was coming from deeper within the building, perhaps from the basement. A chill ran down my spine, but something compelled me to keep going. The basement stairs creaked ominously beneath my weight. The air was colder here, and my flashlight struggled to pierce the thick darkness. At the far end of the basement, I saw a door slightly ajar. The scraping sound was louder now. I pushed the door open to reveal a small, dimly lit room. The walls were lined with more records, strange medical equipment, and photographs. On a table in the center of the room lay several files and old, dusty surgical tools. The photographs caught my attention first. Images of people I didn't recognize, yet some bore an unsettling resemblance to me. It was as if they were distorted reflections, NTS of identities that somehow tied back to me. The files detailed observations and outcomes from what appeared to be experiments. The language was cold and clinical, yet the implications were horrifying. It hit me like a punch to the gut. I was the subject of something sinister. This clinic had been monitoring and manipulating my life, conducting experiments that were documented in painstaking detail. The protocols mentioned in the records were not theoretical. They had been carried out on me. I fled the clinic, my heart racing and my mind spiraling with questions and fears. The woods, once my refuge, felt menacing as I emerged into the sunlight. The shadows seemed alive, as if the trees themselves were keeping secrets. I felt an invisible gaze upon me, as though whatever forces had been at work in that clinic weren't confined to its walls. When I returned home, the sense of dread stayed with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that my life had been infiltrated in ways I couldn't comprehend. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of shadow outside my window made my heart race. The clinic in the woods had revealed truths I wasn't prepared to face. What it meant for my past and my future, I still don't know. But one thing is certain, that place was watching me long before I found it. And perhaps, even now, it still is. Story 34. The phone rang again, its shrill tone piercing the stillness of my living room. I glanced at the screen and frowned. It was the same number, an unfamiliar area code. It had been weeks since the calls began. At first they were merely eerie silences, but they had evolved into something far more disturbing. Revelations about my daily life, spoken in a voice I had never heard before. This was no random prank. I hesitated, then answered, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I said, trying to sound steady despite the tension in my voice. There was no reply, only the faint sound of breathing on the other end. My skin prickled as I ended the call, staring at the screen as if it might offer answers. The number was burned into my memory, and though I had tried blocking it, the calls always found a way through. I had told my friends and family, hoping someone could explain it, but no one had answers. I tried to push the unsettling thoughts aside and moved to the kitchen, seeking comfort in the mundane task of making tea. As the kettle whistled, something on the counter caught my eye, a small unmarked box I didn't remember seeing before. My heart skipped a beat. I opened the box with trembling hands. Inside was a delicate silver bracelet engraved with an intricate design. I held it up to the light, examining it closely. The engraving was unique, something I had never seen before. But what truly made my stomach drop was that this bracelet was exactly the kind I had once mentioned wanting, in a casual conversation months ago with a close friend. A detail I had never shared online or with anyone else. I carefully set the bracelet aside, my mind racing. Perhaps it was a gift, but who would leave it like this? Later that evening, as I tidied my bedroom, I found something else. A pair of leather gloves, an exquisite shade of dark brown. Their quality was undeniable, but I had never bought such gloves, nor had I mentioned them to anyone. Anxiety washed over me. Who was leaving these items in my home, and how were they getting in? The gifts continued to appear. A designer scarf draped over the back of my sofa, a high-end coffee maker placed on my kitchen counter. Each item was carefully chosen to match my tastes, yet I had never purchased them. Each came with a small note. "Enjoy the warmth," read the one with the gloves. "Indulge in a finer brew," said the note with the coffee maker. Every note was signed with a single initial. A. I installed security cameras throughout my home, hoping to catch the intruder. But each morning, when I reviewed the footage, the recordings showed nothing. No one entered, and there was no sign of forced entry. It was as if the items appeared by magic. The police took my report seriously, but admitted there was little they could do without evidence. They urged me to remain vigilant, and I meticulously logged each item and note, hoping to find a clue. One night, as I reviewed the logs in my living room, the phone rang again. The same number. My hands shook as I answered. "Hello," I said, my voice barely steady. This time there was a voice. "Good evening," it said, calm and unnervingly pleasant. "I trust you're enjoying the gifts." A chill ran down my spine. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" I demanded. The voice chuckled softly. "I'm merely a friend who wishes to see you happy. You have such refined tastes, and I want to ensure you have the best. If you'd like to discuss this further, we can arrange a meeting. Until then, enjoy the surprises." The line went dead. I sat there, the receiver still pressed to my ear, feeling trapped in a twisted game where I was both spectator and pawn. Determined to uncover the truth, I began analyzing every detail of the gifts, the notes, the calls. Days turned into sleepless nights, my research consuming me. The more I pieced together, the more I realized the sender knew me better than I knew myself. Their knowledge of my life was chillingly precise. One rainy evening, I returned home to find the most unnerving gift yet, a large, ornate mirror placed in my living room. Its intricate frame gleamed in the dim light, and as I approached, I noticed a small folded note tucked into the corner. My hands trembled as I opened it. The reflection shows not just the present, but the secrets of the past. Meet me at midnight, where the past and present converge. The cryptic message seemed to suggest a meeting. I didn't know where the rendezvous was supposed to be, but something about the phrase "where the past and present converge" stirred a memory. I steeled myself for whatever lay ahead. The unease that had haunted me for weeks now sharpened into a focused determination. Midnight was approaching, and I knew I had to confront the person behind the gifts, the notes, and the calls. I couldn't live in fear any longer. But as I prepared to leave, a question lingered in my mind. Was I walking into a trap, or finally unraveling the mystery that had consumed my life? Story 35. It started as an occasional, unnerving sensation, a feeling that someone was watching me. At first I dismissed it as a trick of my mind, fleeting glimpses of movement caught in my peripheral vision while going about my daily routines. But when I turned to look, nothing was ever there. Then came the morning of my daughter's 7th birthday. We had planned a modest backyard celebration, complete with balloons, a play area, and a cake adorned with her favorite cartoon characters. As I stood by the window, finalizing some last-minute preparations, I saw him again. Mr. Thompson, our neighbor. He was peering through his window, his gaze fixed intently on our backyard. This time his scrutiny felt different. It wasn't idle curiosity. It was focused, almost intrusive. My husband Alex and I had moved into this suburban neighborhood 3 years earlier. Mr. Thompson had been here much longer. He was an elderly man, quiet and reclusive, whose weathered house always seemed to teeter on the edge of disrepair. We had exchanged polite greetings a few times, but he remained an enigma. As the party got underway, I noticed Mr. Thompson still watching. His face was barely visible through a narrow slit in his blinds, but his presence was unmistakable. I tried to brush it off. Perhaps he was lonely, simply curious about the commotion next door. But in the days that followed, his habit grew more pronounced. Whenever I stepped outside, there he was, watching from his window. If I took out the trash or worked in the garden, his gaze seemed to follow me. It became harder to ignore, harder to rationalize. Finally, on a crisp autumn afternoon, I decided to confront him. I knocked on his door, my heart pounding with a mix of apprehension and determination. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and there he stood. Mr. Thompson was gaunt, his piercing blue eyes framed by deep wrinkles. His gray hair was neatly combed, and his clothes were impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the dimly lit, cluttered house behind him. "Mr. Thompson," I began, trying to keep my voice steady. "I've noticed you've been looking at our house quite a bit lately. Is everything all right?" His eyes narrowed slightly, though his expression remained calm. "Oh, I'm sorry if I've been a bother," he said in a measured tone. "I've just been observing." "Observing?" I repeated, struggling to mask my discomfort. "Yes," he said slowly, his gaze drifting as if searching for the right words. "I've always had a keen interest in the people around me." The conversation took a chilling turn as Mr. Thompson began recounting details about our lives, things he couldn't possibly know. He spoke of Alex's work schedule, our recent struggles with home repairs, and even my daughter's bout with the flu. He mentioned private conversations Alex and I had shared and plans for a vacation we hadn't told anyone about. My heart raced. "How do you know all this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Have you been spying on us?" His expression didn't change. "Not spying," he said carefully, "just observing. It helps me feel connected to the world." I stared at him, unsure whether to feel anger or pity. "You know it's not normal to watch people so closely," I said. "It feels invasive." He nodded slowly, a shadow of what might have been regret crossing his face. "I understand. I never meant to make you uncomfortable. I suppose I've been more involved than I should have been." Despite his calm demeanor, his piercing gaze unsettled me. I thanked him for his time and left, my mind racing with questions and unease. In the days that followed, I tried to put the encounter behind me, but it was impossible to ignore the feeling of being watched. Then, one evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, I saw him again. This time, he wasn't just watching. He was sitting by his window, scribbling into a small, worn notebook. The sight sent a chill down my spine. I decided I couldn't handle this alone anymore. The next morning, I called the local authorities. A kind officer visited Mr. Thompson's house, but after a brief inspection, he assured me there was nothing out of the ordinary. "Just an elderly man with a cluttered house," he said. "Odd, but not illegal." Despite their reassurances, my unease only deepened. Though Mr. Thompson eventually ceased his daily vigil, the damage had already been done. I remained hyper-aware of every movement and shadow near his house, every creak of a floorboard or rustle of leaves. Weeks passed, and the unease began to wane. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy. But the memory of Mr. Thompson's watchful eyes never truly faded. I often found myself wondering, was his obsession simply a harmless quirk born of loneliness, or was it something darker? Had his intense curiosity been rooted in benign fascination, or had it veiled more sinister intentions? Mr. Thompson became a ghostly figure of the neighborhood's past, a symbol of the thin line between curiosity and intrusion, and a reminder of how the seemingly ordinary can become deeply unsettling. Even now, I can't help but glance at his house when I pass by, half expecting to see his face in the window watching. Story 36. It was a crisp autumn evening when I first noticed the unsettling changes in my life. The leaves crunched underfoot as I walked down the familiar path leading to my home, the sky a canvas of deep oranges and purples. My Labrador Max trotted beside me, his tail wagging in time with my steps. The moment felt serene, a perfect ending to an ordinary day. Little did I know it was the calm before the storm. The next morning I woke to silence. Max's bed was empty, his usual morning bark absent. At first I thought he was simply exploring the house, but as I called his name, the stillness felt heavier, more oppressive. Panic set in. I searched every corner of the house, my voice growing hoarse as I shouted his name. Hours passed in a blur of frantic searching and desperate phone calls to neighbors. Just as I began to lose hope, I spotted him down the street. Relief flooded me, and I ran to him, my heart pounding. But as I knelt to pet him, I noticed something strange. Max wasn't wearing his usual faded red collar. Instead, a thick, old-fashioned leather band encircled his neck. It was adorned with intricate carvings, and a brass nameplate gleamed on the front. My stomach churned as I reached for it, my fingers brushing against a small note rolled and tied with twine. With trembling hands, I unrolled the paper. The uneven handwriting seemed rushed, almost frantic. "I have seen what you have chosen to ignore. Your home is not as safe as you think. Be wary of the secret buried beneath your comfortable life." My heart raced as I reread the cryptic message. What secret? What danger was lurking in my home? And who was this mysterious R who seemed to know so much about my life? I inspected the collar more closely. The brass nameplate was blank, eerily so, as though it were meant to send a silent message. The carvings on the leather seemed almost ancient, patterns that felt deliberate and foreboding. Max seemed unharmed, though unusually subdued. He didn't flinch as I removed the collar and carefully examined him. No injuries, no signs of trauma. Yet the unease lingered. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to retrace Max's steps from the night before. I walked the streets where I had found him, my eyes scanning for any clue. The quiet neighborhood, usually a source of comfort, now felt shrouded in an invisible tension. The streets led me to the local park, a place Max and I visited often. There, I noticed a man sitting on a bench. His eyes darted nervously as he glanced at me, and though his face seemed familiar, I couldn't place him. "Excuse me," I said, forcing my voice to remain steady. "Have you seen anything unusual around here? My dog went missing last night and came back with this strange collar." The man's eyes widened. He fidgeted with his hands, looking everywhere but at me. "I don't know anything about a collar," he stammered, "but you should be careful. Sometimes things aren't what they seem." His cryptic response sent a chill down my spine. I thanked him and walked away, my thoughts spinning. What had Max been through? Who was R, and how did they know so much about my life? Back home, I began a thorough search of the house, turning over every piece of furniture, inspecting hidden corners, and checking for anything out of the ordinary. But everything seemed normal. The familiar surroundings, the comforting clutter of daily life, it all felt like a mask, hiding something I couldn't see. And yet, the feeling of being watched lingered, an invisible presence pressing down on me. As the days passed, the eerie sensation never fully dissipated. I kept a close eye on Max, watching for any sign of distress or strange behavior. He seemed to have returned to his old self, bounding around the house as if nothing had happened. But the collar remained, tucked away in a drawer, its ominous message a constant reminder of the unanswered questions that haunted me. Who was R? What did they mean by a secret buried beneath my life? I couldn't shake the feeling that my home, once a sanctuary, had become something else. A stage for a sinister game I didn't understand. Though the days returned to a semblance of normalcy, the memory of that cryptic note and the eerie collar lingered. The sense of safety and comfort I had always associated with my home had been replaced by doubt and unease. And as the autumn leaves continued to fall, I couldn't help but feel that this was only the beginning. Story 37. It began like any other evening. I stumbled into my bedroom after a long day, comforted by the mundane rhythms of home. Tossing my keys onto the kitchen counter, I wandered to my room, ready to unwind. But as my gaze swept across the familiar clutter of books and trinkets on my dresser, it landed on something that made me pause. A camera. At first, I dismissed it as one of my own gadgets, an artifact of my photography hobby. My room was always strewn with equipment, from lenses to tripods. But as I stepped closer, discomfort crept in. The camera was angled perfectly to capture a wide view of my room, including the bed where I'd been lounging just minutes earlier. Its small, unassuming lens gleamed in the dim light, sending a chill down my spine. I looked around, scanning for any other signs of intrusion. Everything appeared normal, but the sensation of being watched was inescapable. My pulse quickened as I reached for the camera, finding a small SD card tucked inside. With trembling hands, I inserted the card into my laptop. The screen flickered to life, displaying a series of video clips. At first, the footage was mundane, me lounging on the couch, tossing a book onto the floor, or working at my desk. These snippets of my private moments, though innocent, felt invasive. But then the footage changed. My family and friends appeared on the screen. There was my sister at home, watching TV, my best friend sitting at a cafe, deep in conversation with someone out of frame, my parents relaxing in their living room after dinner. Each clip was casual, almost innocuous, yet profoundly disturbing. Someone had been watching them, monitoring their lives just as they had mine. My heart raced as I scrolled through the clips. Each one added to the growing sense of dread. The surveillance extended beyond my bedroom, beyond me, Whoever was behind this had invaded not only my life but the lives of those I cared about most. Questions swirled in my mind. Who was doing this? Why? Desperation drove me to search for answers. I racked my brain for recent oddities, strange occurrences that might explain this intrusion, but nothing stood out. I had no enemies, no conflicts, nothing to make me a target. I tried to call my sister, then my parents, then my closest friends. Each call went to voicemail. They were either busy or unreachable, the silence only deepening my anxiety. Feeling trapped and helpless, I called the police. When the officers arrived, I explained the situation, showing them the clips. At first, they seemed skeptical, but as they watched the footage of my family and friends, their expressions grew serious. They began investigating the camera's origin, determined to trace the surveillance back to its source. But even with their involvement, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak of the floorboards, every passing shadow outside my window, felt like part of a sinister plot. My imagination ran wild, fueled by the knowledge that someone had been observing my life and possibly controlling it. The investigation moved slowly. The police found no evidence of a break-in, no signs of tampering. The camera had been cleverly disguised, designed to avoid detection. Weeks passed, and progress was minimal. Each day that went by without answers left me feeling more vulnerable. I tried to resume my daily routine, but the damage had been done. Every sound, every flicker of movement in my peripheral vision set me on edge. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a stage for someone else's twisted game. One evening, a new thought struck me. Was the surveillance meant to harm, or was it meant to manipulate? The idea that this might be a psychological game, a ploy to unsettle me rather than inflict actual damage, sent a new wave of dread through me. The thought that someone could toy with my sense of safety for their own amusement was almost worse than the idea of a direct threat. I decided to take control. I documented every strange occurrence, every piece of evidence. I upgraded my home security system, installing cameras, motion detectors, and reinforced locks. My vigilance became routine, a way to reclaim power in a situation that had left me feeling powerless. Though the investigation eventually grew cold, the mystery of the camera remained unsolved. The person behind the surveillance was never identified, their motives never uncovered. The experience left an indelible mark. The knowledge that someone had invaded my life, and possibly the lives of those I loved, was a haunting reminder of how fragile security can be. My sense of safety had been replaced by a constant awareness of my own vulnerability. But amidst the fear and uncertainty, I found a resolve I hadn't known I possessed. Though the hidden camera's origins remained a mystery, its presence forced me to confront my fears and take steps to protect what mattered most. And while vigilance might never replace true peace of mind, it was a start, a small victory in a battle I hadn't chosen, but was determined to fight. Story 38. The sun was setting behind the distant hills as I trudged along the overgrown trail. My breath came in short, heavy bursts, the crisp autumn air burning my lungs. The forest seemed to close in around me, the vibrant hues of orange and red growing darker with every passing minute. I needed this hike. Months of relentless work had worn me down, and I'd hoped the solitude of the woods would help me clear my head. Little did I know, this simple walk would spiral into a nightmare that would test both my sanity and my grip on reality. I was about to turn back when I noticed a break in the underbrush, a small, overgrown path leading to an unfamiliar clearing. Something compelled me to push through. At the center of the clearing stood an old stone slab, partially hidden beneath a tangle of vines and leaves. My heart skipped a beat. The stone's presence was deeply unsettling, its worn surface out of place in the wild surroundings. Kneeling beside it, I brushed away the dirt and grime to reveal an inscription. The words etched into the stone made my blood run cold. Here lies, born, my date of birth, died, today's date. I froze, the world around me blurring into an oppressive haze. My name, my birth date, today's date. It felt like the air had been sucked out of my lungs. I scanned the clearing nervously, expecting someone or something to emerge from the shadows. But the forest was eerily quiet. The only sound was the hammering of my own heartbeat. What kind of sick joke was this? I pulled out my phone, snapping a few pictures of the stone before retreating back down the trail. My thoughts were a whirlwind of anxiety and confusion. Who would do something like this? And why? That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside seemed charged with ominous intent. The inscription on the stone echoed in my mind, a grim riddle with no clear answer. The next morning, I decided to investigate. I contacted the local historical society, describing the stone and its location. The woman on the phone was polite but unhelpful. She assured me there were no records of any grave matching my description. Frustrated, I spent days poring over local history books and cemetery records. But it was as if the stone didn't exist. It was absent from any official documentation. Desperate for answers, I hired a private investigator named Jim. He was a grizzled, no-nonsense type, skeptical of my story, but willing to help. Jim started digging into local records and questioning people who might have knowledge of the area. Weeks passed with no leads. Then, one evening, as I reviewed the photos I had taken of the stone, I noticed something strange. In one of the images, the stone appeared slightly different. The inscription seemed fainter, the surface more weathered, as if it were fading with time. When I showed the photos to Jim, his expression darkened. "This isn't normal," he said. "We need to go back to the site." The next day we returned to the clearing, but when we arrived, the grave was gone. In its place was nothing but an ordinary patch of grass. "What the hell is going on?" I muttered, my voice trembling. Jim shook his head, his face grim. "It's like it was never here." The sense of dread that had been gnawing at me intensified. As days turned into weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My dreams were haunted by visions of the grave, and every shadow, every noise, felt like part of some sinister design. Then one night, my phone buzzed with a new message. The number was unknown, and the message read, "The stone wasn't just a warning. It's part of a bigger plan. Watch your back." My blood turned to ice. The cryptic warning pushed me over the edge. I contacted Jim again, and he suggested setting up cameras around my home to document any unusual activity. I agreed, though the idea of being monitored felt like an invasion of what little privacy I had left. Days passed, and the cameras captured nothing. No movement, no signs of intruders. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep its secrets. Then, late one night, I was reviewing footage when something extraordinary happened. The grainy video showed a shadowy figure approaching my house. They were carrying something that looked disturbingly similar to the stone from the grave. Before I could make out any details, the footage cut to static. That was the breaking point. I felt like a puppet in a game I didn't understand, manipulated by unseen hands. Fear had consumed my life, and I realized I couldn't stay here any longer. I decided to leave town, hoping that distance might bring relief. As I packed my bags, I couldn't help but glance back at my home one last time. The place that had once been my sanctuary now felt tainted, a stage for a sinister play. Driving away, the road ahead seemed to stretch on forever, shrouded in uncertainty. I didn't know what awaited me, but I was determined to escape the shadow that had loomed over me since that fateful day in the forest. Even as I left, the inscription on the stone remained etched in my mind, a chilling reminder of how fragile our sense of reality can be when confronted with the unknown. Story 39. The notification popped up on my phone, a friend request from someone named Jessica Mitchell. I didn't recognize the name, but having recently moved to a new city, I'd been making an effort to expand my social circle. I hesitated for a moment, my thumb hovering over the accept button. Curiosity won out. I tapped it and watched the request transform into a new connection. Almost immediately, a message from Jessica appeared in my inbox. The tone was friendly, too friendly for someone I didn't know. "Hey, thanks for accepting my friend request. I've been wanting to reach out and get to know you better. I hope you're settling in well." I responded with a polite but cautious message, introducing myself and thanking her for the warm welcome. The conversation started off normally enough. We talked about mutual interests, local restaurants, and the challenges of moving to a new place. Jessica seemed personable, genuinely interested in my life, a comforting presence considering how lonely I'd felt since relocating. But as the days went on, her messages became increasingly personal. She asked about my family, my hobbies, and even specific details about the new house I'd just bought. I answered honestly at first, assuming she was just being friendly. After all, I figured she might have been trying to connect, like I was. Then things took a strange turn. One evening, as I was scrolling through my feed, a new message from Jessica popped up. This time, it included a photograph of my living room. My heart skipped a beat. The image was crystal clear. The couch, the coffee table, the painting on the wall, all unmistakably my own. The photo was taken from an angle that suggested someone had been inside my house. The caption read, "Looks like you've settled in nicely. I love the new couch." I stared at the photo, my mind racing. I hadn't posted any pictures of my living room on social media, nor had I shared any details about the interior with Jessica or anyone else. Hands trembling, I quickly typed a reply. "Where did you get this picture?" Her response came instantly. "Oh, don't worry about it. I just wanted to say hi and let you know I'm thinking of you." A knot of dread settled in my stomach. I tried to brush it off as a bizarre coincidence or some twisted prank, but the unease lingered. A few days later, I received another message, this time a photo of my kitchen taken from a completely different angle. It showed the dishes I had left on the counter after breakfast. The caption read, "Hope you're enjoying the new kitchen. I noticed you're still unpacking. Need any help?" This was no longer harmless. Someone was watching me. I confronted Jessica directly, demanding an explanation. Her responses were dismissive and evasive. She claimed she had a friend who worked in a photography studio and suggested the photos must have been sent to her by mistake, a bizarre excuse that didn't make any sense. She assured me it was all just a misunderstanding. Despite her reassurances, the feeling of being invaded refused to fade. I decided to take action. I scrutinized my house's security system. There were no signs of tampering, and the locks were intact. I even spoke to my neighbors, asking if they'd noticed anyone suspicious hanging around. No one had seen anything unusual. I tried to distance myself from Jessica, responding less frequently and keeping my messages short and impersonal. But she persisted. Her messages grew more insistent, as if she was trying to claw her way back into my life. Her tone shifted from friendly to concerned, and eventually to something much darker, demanding. The situation reached its breaking point when she sent me a video. It was a recording of me, inside my house. The camera's angle suggested it was hidden somewhere high up, likely in the corner of the living room. I watched, horrified, as I saw myself moving around, oblivious to the surveillance. The accompanying message read, "I hope you're not too upset. I just wanted to make sure you're safe. I know how lonely moving to a new place can be." My sense of security shattered. I reported everything to the police. They took my complaint seriously and launched an investigation. They traced Jessica's account to a prepaid phone, but the lead went cold. Her digital footprint had been meticulously covered. No real name, no identifiable location. Days turned into weeks as the investigation dragged on. Despite the extra locks I installed, the new security cameras, and even hiring a private patrol service, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Then, after weeks of silence, she resurfaced. The final message was an apology, a long, rambling explanation filled with twisted justifications. She claimed she had acted out of friendship and concern, driven by her own loneliness and emotional struggles. "I never meant to hurt you," she wrote. "I just didn't want you to feel alone." Her words did nothing to soothe the damage she had done. My trust had been shattered. I blocked her account and resolved to move forward, focusing on rebuilding a sense of safety in my home. But some marks don't fade so easily. The experience left a permanent scar, a constant shadow in the back of my mind, a reminder that even a simple notification on your phone can open a door to something far more sinister than you ever imagined. Story 40. I had always prided myself on being adaptable. Moving to a new city for a job had been a leap, but when I found an affordable apartment with a quiet, polite roommate named Alex, I thought I'd landed on my feet. The apartment was cozy, situated in a peaceful neighborhood, and Alex seemed easygoing, always with a faint, unreadable smile. We got along well enough, though something about him felt off. It started with small things. His curiosity about my daily schedule, the way he always seemed to know when I'd be home. He'd ask seemingly harmless questions, what time I left for work, how late I stayed at the gym, but there was something overly precise about the way he listened, as though he were taking mental notes. The unease settled into the back of my mind, but I brushed it off. He was probably just being friendly, or so I convinced myself, until one detail kept gnawing at me. A locked wooden drawer in his room. It was always shut tight, the key nowhere in sight. He never mentioned it, and I never asked. For weeks, I tried to ignore my growing curiosity, telling myself that respecting his privacy was the right thing to do. But late one evening, while Alex was out, I found myself standing in front of that locked drawer, my heart pounding. I reasoned with myself. It wasn't really snooping if I just looked. Maybe if I understood what he was hiding, I could stop feeling so paranoid. After a frantic search of the apartment, I found a small rusted key in an old forgotten box marked miscellaneous. My hands trembled as I held it up to the lock. It fit perfectly. The drawer creaked as I opened it. Inside were manila envelopes stuffed with photographs and notes. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. Random snapshots, some blurry, others sharply focused. But as I sifted through the photos, dread twisted my stomach. They were all of me, reading on the couch, cooking in the kitchen, unlocking my front door. Every mundane moment of my life, captured from the shadows. The worst were the close-ups, my face frozen mid-laugh, lost in thought, even asleep. The thought of Alex standing there, camera in hand, made my skin crawl. I flipped through the contents, desperately hoping to find some explanation that would make this less horrifying. But then I found the notes, meticulously handwritten logs detailing my routines. Left for work at 7:45 a.m., grocery run at 6:15 p.m., bought pasta and red wine, phone call with someone named Mom, conversation lasted 24 minutes. Every aspect of my life chronicled in obsessive detail. Some entries were straightforward, while others were disturbingly cryptic. She's starting to notice. Tomorrow, verify schedule change. Do not be seen. My breath hitched as I realized just how long this had been going on. Weeks, months, longer. I felt sick. This wasn't just some bizarre fascination. This was stalking. In the back of the drawer, half hidden under a stack of old papers, I found a worn leather journal. With shaking fingers, I flipped it open. The entries were written in the same neat, precise handwriting. She doesn't understand how special she is. I need to be closer, to learn more. This connection was meant to happen. The words dripped with obsession, each entry more unhinged than the last. He wrote about studying me, understanding me, like I was some sort of project. He described his growing frustration when I didn't notice him the way he noticed me. Suddenly, the apartment felt suffocating. He could come home at any second. I shoved everything back into the drawer, locking it just as the front door clicked open. My blood ran cold. I barely managed to compose myself before Alex stepped into the apartment, wearing that familiar, unreadable smile. "Hey," he said casually, setting down his bag. "You're home early." I forced a weak smile. "Yeah, slow day at work." For the rest of the evening, I could hardly breathe. Every glance, every polite remark from him felt calculated, like he could see right through me. Hours crawled by before I finally worked up the courage to confront him. He was sitting on the couch, scrolling through his phone, completely at ease. "Alex," I said, my voice trembling, "we need to talk." His eyes flicked up, wary but calm. "Sure, what's on your mind?" I clenched my fists to stop them from shaking. "I found your drawer." His expression went pale. His jaw tightened, and for the first time I saw something flicker in his eyes. Fear? Guilt? "I didn't mean for you to find that," he whispered. It wasn't supposed to be like this." "What wasn't supposed to be like this?" My voice cracked with anger and fear. "You've been watching me, taking pictures, tracking everything I do. What the hell is wrong with you?" He lowered his gaze, his shoulders sagging. I wanted to understand you better. I thought, if I could know you, really know you, I wouldn't feel so alone." The room spun. His words twisted something deep inside me, part confession, part plea. "I never wanted to hurt you," he murmured. "I didn't know how to stop." I took a shaky step back. "You need to leave. Now." His eyes filled with something desperate, but he nodded slowly, rising to his feet. I'm sorry." He left without another word. That night, I sat in the darkened apartment, trembling. The place I'd once called home now felt like a trap. No matter how many locks I changed or how many cameras I installed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Alex was gone, but his obsession still lingered, etched into every shadow, every creak in the floorboards. Some boundaries once crossed can never be repaired. Story 41. I woke up in an unfamiliar room, my heart pounding in my chest. The walls were stark white, cold, and the air smelled faintly of disinfectant, sharp and sterile. A small window with faded blinds let in just enough dim light to reveal my isolation. There was a bed bolted to the floor, a metal chair, and a small table. My phone, wallet, and keys were gone. I struggled to piece together how I'd ended up there. The last thing I remembered was my usual routine. A quiet evening at home, reading a book, setting my alarm, and going to bed. Everything had been perfectly ordinary, until now. Panic surged as I stumbled toward the heavy steel door. The handle didn't budge. I banged on it with both fists, shouting for help, my voice echoing in the empty space. No answer. The only sound was the relentless thudding of my pulse in my ears. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to suppress the growing terror. Desperation pushed me to scan the room again, searching for anything that might offer a clue. My eyes landed on the small table near the bed. On it sat a plain notebook and a pen. Hands trembling, I snatched up the notebook, hoping for an explanation. Instead, what I found made my blood run cold. The notebook was already filled with my life. Page after page contained detailed entries chronicling my daily routines. The exact time I left for work, what I ate for breakfast, the route I took to the grocery store, even snippets of conversations I'd had with friends. Every entry was meticulously dated, the handwriting sharp and obsessive. Someone had been watching me for weeks. Before I could process what this meant, a sudden metallic clunk echoed from the door. I stumbled back, heart hammering. The lock disengaged, and the door creaked open. A man in a white lab coat stepped inside. He was middle-aged, with cold, assessing eyes partially hidden behind reflective glasses. His expression was calm, too calm. "Good morning," he said smoothly. "How are you feeling?" I struggled to steady my voice. Where am I? Who are you? How did I get here?" His thin smile never wavered. "You're safe. We've been monitoring you for some time. You experienced a blackout episode and needed to be brought here for observation." "Observation?" My voice cracked. For what? I don't remember anything. He nodded, as though my confusion was expected. There are external factors affecting your perception and memory. You've been under significant stress. We're here to ensure nothing more serious is occurring. His clinical detachment made my skin crawl. External factors? What was he talking about? Before I could demand answers, he pulled a small, unfamiliar device from his pocket, something sleek and metallic, like a high-tech recorder. We'll be conducting some tests soon, he added. Please remain calm. He turned and left without another word, the heavy door locking behind him with a chilling click. I stood frozen, my thoughts spiraling into panic. Nothing he said made sense. External factors, monitoring, tests. I needed to escape. Desperation set in as I inspected every inch of the room. The window was sealed shut, the walls smooth and featureless. My fingers grazed the frame of the bed, and something sharp scraped against my palm. I crouched down, heart racing, and found a small folded piece of paper taped beneath the bed frame. Scrawled in jagged, uneven handwriting were 6 words. Reality is subjective. Trust no one. The message burned into my mind. My breath quickened as I reread it, searching for meaning. Reality is subjective? Were they trying to manipulate me? Was I losing my grip on what was real? Hours passed, or maybe just minutes. Time felt distorted. Suddenly, the door opened again, and a woman entered. She was tall, with a carefully composed expression and sharp, calculating eyes. Her name tag read Dr. Lise Carter. "I'm here to help," she said gently, her voice measured and professional. "I need you to answer a few questions." Her presence unsettled me even more than the man from before. She asked about my recent activities, my memories, and how I felt, probing, invasive questions that left me on edge. I pressed her for answers. Why am I here? What's going on? Dr. Carter smiled faintly, but there was something off about it. "Let's focus on you for now." Her questions became more specific, details only someone who had been watching me would know. My breath hitched. I realized she wasn't gathering information. She was testing me. She was guiding my answers, steering the conversation towards something she wanted me to believe. Was this some kind of twisted psychological experiment? When she finally left, I knew I couldn't wait any longer. I had to escape. I grabbed the pen from the table and jammed it into the door's lock. It took several frantic attempts, but finally the lock clicked open. My hands were slick with sweat as I cautiously pushed the door ajar. A cold, sterile hallway stretched out before me, long, dimly lit, and eerily silent. My pulse thundered in my ears as I crept down the corridor, searching for an exit, every shadow seeming to shift in the corner of my vision. This wasn't just an attempt to escape a room. It was a fight to reclaim my reality. Whatever tests they were running on me weren't finished, and neither was I. Story 42. The creeping sense of paranoia that had taken root in my life was now unbearable. My home, once a safe haven, had become a maze of shifting shadows, each corner hiding secrets I couldn't grasp. It had been weeks since Greg Thompson vanished, leaving behind only unanswered questions. Despite my obsessive investigation, I was no closer to the truth. What had become clear was that something or someone was watching me. One rainy afternoon, I found an unmarked envelope in my mailbox. It was plain, wrapped in brown paper with no return address. Its simplicity was its most unnerving feature, as though designed not to draw attention. My fingers trembled as I carried it inside, placing it carefully on the kitchen table. I hesitated, heart pounding, before finally tearing through the packaging. Inside was a small black box. Hands shaking, I opened it, revealing a single unmarked DVD. The sight of it made my stomach twist. I had no idea what could be on it or who had sent it, but I already knew it wasn't good. With mounting dread, I inserted the DVD into my player and pressed play. Static filled the screen at first, crackling ominously before fading into a familiar image, my living room. My breath hitched. There I was, sitting on the couch, reading a book, Obli Vias. The footage was clear, steady, too precise to be amateur. The timestamp in the corner showed it was recorded 3 nights ago. The scene shifted seamlessly to my kitchen, then my bedroom. The angles were deliberate, calculated, capturing every intimate moment. Making breakfast, pacing restlessly through the house, even pausing in front of the window where I often felt like I was being watched. There was no sound, just an eerie, oppressive silence that made the invasive footage even worse. The camera followed my most private moments as though I were a character in someone else's twisted narrative. I stopped the video, gasping for air. Someone had been inside my house, watching me, recording me. I forced myself to watch again, scrutinizing every frame. The video was too smooth, too purposeful. The intruder had taken their time, ensuring everything was carefully staged. This wasn't a random break-in. This was targeted. The realization hit me with crushing force. This person wasn't just watching me from outside. They'd been inside my home for days. My first instinct was to call the police, but doubt paralyzed me. What could I even say? There were no direct threats, just surveillance. Would they take me seriously or write me off as paranoid? Worse, what if involving the police pushed this person into doing something even more dangerous? Driven by desperation, I launched my own investigation. Rewatching the footage, I noticed something odd in the background. A framed family photo on my living room wall. Slightly crooked. I distinctly remembered aligning it perfectly the day before. Whoever had done this wanted me to notice. I combed through the video again and caught another strange detail. In one frame, the camera lingered on my home office desk where a stack of papers had been subtly shifted. The stack contained documents related to a local community group I'd recently joined, my only new social connection since moving here. The implications made my blood run cold. Was someone from the group involved? I started replaying past interactions in my mind, trying to recall anyone who had seemed overly interested in my personal life. One name surfaced, Rachel. She'd always been warm, too warm. At our last meeting, she had asked far too many questions about my schedule, my home, and even my family. At the time, I'd brushed it off as harmless curiosity. Now it felt more like calculated probing. Determined to confront her, I reached out under the guise of discussing a community project. We met at a quiet cafe where she greeted me with her usual charm, acting as though nothing was wrong. But as we talked, I noticed something chilling. She was watching me, studying my every reaction like she was searching for signs that I knew. I kept my composure, playing along, but inside, my thoughts raced. If Rachel was involved, she wouldn't give herself away easily. I needed proof, something concrete. Back home, I set a trap. I rearranged small items around the house, moved books slightly off-center, left drawers partially open, shifted furniture by just a few inches. If someone had been inside and was still monitoring me, they'd correct the changes to maintain the illusion that I was unaware. The next morning, I checked carefully, and everything had been put back. It was undeniable now. Someone was still watching. They knew every detail of my home, my habits, and even my suspicions. I was playing a deadly game, and my opponent was always one step ahead. The true horror settled over me like a suffocating fog. This wasn't just about Greg Thompson's disappearance anymore. This was something bigger, something personal. Whoever was behind the surveillance wasn't just watching for curiosity's sake. They were creating a narrative, orchestrating a sinister story with me as the unwilling protagonist. I realized with sickening clarity that the package, the footage, the subtle manipulations, they weren't just messages, they were warnings. And the story wasn't over yet. Story 43. The discovery of the diary was an accident, a fluke of fate, or so I thought. HT. It happened on a quiet Sunday afternoon, the kind where the golden light streamed through the windows and time seemed to stretch lazily. I was refinishing the old wooden floorboards in my living room, sanding and polishing with steady determination. As I worked, my screwdriver struck something solid beneath one of the boards. Curiosity piqued. I pried the plank loose, revealing a shallow cavity beneath. Nestled inside was an old leather-bound diary, its cover worn and cracked with age. The binding was fragile, its edges frayed, as though it had been hidden for decades. My breath hitched. Who had left it there, and why? Carefully, I opened the diary, the yellowed pages crackling softly. The ink had faded to a dark sepia, but the handwriting was precise, elegant, and eerily deliberate. The first entry was dated October 12, 1969. It began innocently enough, describing the writer's recent move into a new home, a quiet neighborhood, full of promise and potential. I froze as I read the description of the house. It wasn't just familiar, it was exact. The diarist detailed the layout of the living room, even mentioning the creaky window frame I'd been meaning to fix. They described the warmth of the afternoon sun filtering through the same bay window I was sitting by. My hands trembled, but I kept reading. The entries that followed detailed everyday life, personal milestones, awkward teenage years, a beloved family pet. But the deeper I read, the more unsettled I became. The writer's life mirrored my own with terrifying precision. One entry, dated August 14, 1975, described a car accident in vivid detail. My accident. The location, the violent impact, even the lingering pain I'd experienced afterward were described with intimate accuracy. It was impossible. I had never spoken publicly about that accident, nor shared its specifics with anyone outside my family. The tone of the diary shifted, growing darker with each passing entry. The writer chronicled struggles with paranoia, sleepless nights, haunted by an overwhelming sense of being watched. They described lying awake, convinced that unseen eyes were fixed on them from the shadows. My heart pounded as I recalled similar restless nights, moments when I'd been struck by an inexplicable feeling of being observed, though I could never explain it. I clenched the fragile pages tighter. How could anyone have known this? Then I came across an entry dated January 2nd, 1980. The writer described being approached at their front door by a stranger, someone who knew too much. They asked probing questions about the writer's past, their family, their life. The encounter ended abruptly, leaving the diarist rattled and fearful. I sucked in a sharp breath, remembering the unsettling encounter I'd had just last week, a strange man asking personal questions outside my house. His eyes had lingered a moment too long before he'd left, his questions echoing in my mind ever since. The diary's entries continued, recounting private details that no outsider could possibly know. My relationships, my fears, even my innermost thoughts, all of it meticulously chronicled. The realization hit me with a crushing weight. Someone had been documenting my life, but how and why? I frantically flipped toward the last few pages. The entries were scattered and disjointed, the handwriting growing more erratic. They spoke of being trapped in an endless cycle, spiraling deeper into paranoia. The diarist wrote about time feeling fragmented, memories blending with dreams, and a growing certainty that they were part of someone else's story. The final entry was chillingly short. The shadows are closer now. I can feel them breathing. If you found this, it's already too late. The pages ended abruptly, leaving behind only a deafening silence. I sat frozen, the diary resting heavy in my lap. The room felt colder, the afternoon light dimming as though retreating from the dark truths I'd just uncovered. The walls of my home, once familiar and safe, now seemed to close in around me, heavy with secrets I couldn't begin to understand. Was my life truly mine, or had I become a chapter in someone else's twisted narrative? Had the diarist been writing about themselves, or about me? With shaking hands, I replaced the floorboard, sealing the diary back in its hidden grave. But even as I secured the boards, I knew it wouldn't be enough to shut out the unease now rooted deep within me. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the old house sounded amplified, Every shifting shadow seemed alive with purpose. I lay in the dark, my mind trapped in an endless loop of unanswered questions. The diary had been a window into another life, but whether that life was before mine or parallel to it, I couldn't say. And in the cold stillness of my room, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still writing, and I was the next entry. Story 44. The rain pounded relentlessly against the windows, a steady, insistent drumming that only heightened the tension lingering in the air. I sat at my kitchen table, staring blankly at the faint glow of the clock on the wall, its hands inching closer to midnight. The mysterious phone calls, the strange gifts, and the growing sense of being watched had consumed my thoughts for weeks. But today, everything escalated beyond what I could have imagined. It had started earlier that afternoon while I was at a local coffee shop, seeking refuge from the oppressive atmosphere of my apartment. I sipped my coffee, trying to clear my mind when an elderly man approached my table. He was gaunt, with deep-set, weathered eyes that seemed haunted by something far beyond the ordinary. He wore a long, dark coat and clutched an old leather satchel that looked as worn as he did. "Excuse me," he rasped, his voice low but commanding. "I believe this belongs to you." He placed a small, leather-bound journal on the table. Its cracked cover and faded edges exuded a forgotten history. "I don't understand," I said, eyeing the journal warily. "Why are you giving this to me?" His gaze intensified, almost pleading. "There's no time to explain. Read it. You need to know before it's too late." Before I could press him for answers, he turned and walked away, vanishing into the rain-soaked streets. I sat there, frozen, the journal resting heavily in my hands. Back home, I lit a single lamp and opened the diary with trembling fingers. The pages were yellowed, the ink faint but still legible. The handwriting was elegant yet erratic, as though penned in desperate haste. The first few entries seemed ordinary, mundane musings about daily life. But as I read further, my unease deepened. Each entry chronicled events with eerie precision, events from my own life. Small, specific details about my daily routine, places I frequented, and even thoughts I had never voiced aloud were meticulously documented. My pulse quickened when I reached an entry describing a series of strange phone calls, just like the ones I'd been receiving. It even mentioned the anonymous gifts I'd found at my doorstep, the old mirror, the strange lockbox, and the cryptic notes written in the same handwriting as the journal. Then the entries took a darker turn. One passage described being followed home, feeling watched but never catching sight of the stalker. Another spoke of waking up in the middle of the night, certain that someone or something was inside the house. The descriptions were so vivid that I felt the air grow colder as I read. My breath hitched as I turned the next page. An entry dated August 12, 2024, tonight, was scrawled in bold, frantic ink. "The time is near. The darkness creeping into your life will soon reach its climax. The one who watches has seen your every move and is coming to collect. At midnight, the final act begins. The mirror is the gateway. Beware." I dropped the journal, my hands trembling uncontrollably. A cold sweat prickled my skin as my eyes darted toward the old mirror, standing ominously in my living room, the very mirror that had been left outside my door weeks ago. The clock on the wall read 11:57 p.m. Desperate for answers, I grabbed the journal and moved odiously into the dimly lit living room. The mirror's ornate frame seemed to shimmer malevolently in the flickering light. Its dark, reflective surface radiated an unnatural presence, almost as though it were watching me. Seconds felt like hours as the clock's hands inched toward midnight. The room grew colder, and the shadows around the mirror seemed to shift and writhe. 11:59 p.m. Suddenly, the house fell deathly silent. No wind, no rain, just an oppressive stillness that pressed down on me like an unseen hand. Ding! The clock struck midnight. I stared at the mirror, expecting something, anything, but nothing happened. My own wide-eyed reflection stared back, distorted by the dim light. Then I heard it. A soft rustling behind me. Heart pounding, I spun around, but the room was empty. Breathing heavily, I turned back to the mirror, only to see a figure standing behind me in the reflection. A gaunt, shadowy silhouette with hollow eyes, watching me with malicious intent. Before I could move, a familiar, rasping voice echoed from the mirror. "You've done well to arrive, but the final act is only beginning." The figure in the mirror took a step forward, not within the mirror, but out of it, its dark form stretching into reality. It was him, the elderly man from the coffee shop, but twisted, his features warped by something dark and ancient. "You shouldn't have meddled," he hissed, his voice now cold and venomous. "This was never meant for you." Paralyzed by terror, I could barely think, but then my eyes fell on the journal still clutched in my hand. With a surge of desperation, I hurled it at the mirror with all my strength. Crash! The mirror shattered, sending jagged shards scattering across the floor. The twisted figure let out a distorted, inhuman shriek before dissolving into the fractured reflections. Breathing raggedly, I collapsed onto the floor, surrounded by shards of broken glass and the ruined journal. The pages fluttered weakly, as though still whispering their dark secrets. The house fell silent once more, but the lingering chill remained. The mirror was gone, but so was any sense of safety I'd once had. I survived the night, but I knew this wasn't the end. The journal's final warning echoed in my mind. The final act is about to unfold. Story 45. It was a crisp November evening when I first noticed something was off with Max. We'd been close friends since college, bound by late-night study sessions, inside jokes, and countless weekends exploring new restaurants around the city. Max had always been the dependable one, the steady, unwavering presence I could count on through anything. So when he started acting strangely, it was as confusing as it was alarming. At first, the changes were subtle. His phone would vibrate constantly, and he'd step away from conversations to take calls in hushed tones. When he spoke, his responses were clipped, almost defensive, a stark contrast to his usual laid-back demeanor. Texts that once flowed back and forth became sporadic, and he began canceling plans with vague excuses about work. I told myself it was probably just a stressful project or something personal he wasn't ready to talk about. But the unease lingered. Then came the day everything changed. It was a quiet Saturday afternoon when I decided to surprise Max by dropping by his apartment to return a book I'd borrowed. As I reached his door, I noticed it was slightly ajar. Odd, considering how meticulous Max was about security. "Max?" I called out cautiously, stepping inside. The apartment, usually tidy and orderly, was a chaotic mess. Unopened envelopes were scattered across the dining table. A large duffel bag stuffed with cash lay partially zipped open, and, most chilling of all, a set of gleaming weapons rested on the floor near an overturned chair. My stomach twisted in disbelief. This couldn't be Max. Not the Max I knew. Before I could process what I was seeing, I heard hurried footsteps approaching from the hallway. Panicked, I ducked behind a stack of boxes, holding my breath as the front door creaked open. Max stepped inside, his expression shifting from confusion to alarm as he took in the state of his apartment. His eyes narrowed, and he scanned the room with a sharpness I'd never seen before. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, spotting me as I rose from my hiding place. I was just returning your book," I stammered, still stunned. What is all this?" His face darkened. "It's not what you think. You shouldn't be here." His cold, guarded tone shattered any lingering denial I'd clung to. He was hiding something dangerous. "I should go," I managed, backing toward the door. "We can talk later." Max didn't try to stop me, but his jaw clenched as he watched me leave. The discovery gnawed at me for days. I couldn't reconcile the image of Max, the dependable, thoughtful friend I'd trusted for years, with the man I'd seen that night. The cash, the weapons, what had he gotten himself into? A A week later, my unease deepened when I heard about a string of robberies in the city. One of the targets had been an apartment in my building. The break-in had been brazen, broad daylight, no signs of forced entry, and the thieves seemed to know exactly what they were looking for. I thought back to Max's agitated demeanor, the suspicious phone calls, the pile of unmarked envelopes. The possibility hit me like a punch to the gut. Was he connected to these crimes? I began to dig, scouring local news reports and piecing together patterns. Each break-in followed a similar blueprint, quick, precise, and executed with alarming efficiency. Max's recent behavior fit too perfectly into the timeline for comfort. Unable to ignore the mounting evidence, I confronted him. It was a tense, emotionally charged evening. Max paced the room, his face taut with guilt as he finally confessed. "I handle logistics," he admitted. "Money transfers, drop-offs, that's all." "That's all," I snapped. "You're part of a criminal ring." "I never meant for you to find out," he said, his voice cracking. "I thought I could keep you out of it, keep you safe." I felt sick. He'd been living a double life, one I was now entangled in without choice. He promised to leave it all behind, to cut ties and start fresh, but the damage was already done. My trust in Max, the person I'd once considered family, had been shattered. Though Max followed through, distancing himself from his criminal ties, the sense of safety I'd once felt was impossible to reclaim. I changed my locks, installed security cameras, and learned to check over my shoulder in ways I never had before. Our friendship became a hollow echo of what it once was. Conversations were stilted, marked by things left unsaid. I hoped he could change, that he meant it when he said he was done, but the doubt never faded. I could never forget the person I saw in that apartment, or the shadow of the life he'd been hiding all along. Story 46. The room had been there all along, hidden behind the walls of my house. I discovered its existence on a cold, overcast afternoon while organizing the cluttered basement. My house had always felt like a sanctuary, nestled in a quiet suburban neighborhood where nothing extraordinary ever happened. But over the past few weeks, that sense of safety had begun to erode. Strange noises echoed at night, belongings seemed to move on their own, and worst of all, my dog Max had vanished without a trace. That day, determined to reclaim some sense of normalcy, I set about tidying the basement, a chaotic space filled with old boxes, forgotten furniture, and dusty keepsakes. As I was moving an old bookshelf, my hand brushed against a section of the wall that felt wrong. It gave slightly under pressure, the texture subtly different from the rest. My heart quickened as I examined it more closely. Hidden in plain sight was a seam, faint but unmistakable, a concealed door. My fingers trembled as I traced the edges, realizing how expertly it had been disguised. With a deep breath, I found a small gap where the old wood had warped just enough to grip. I pulled hard, and with a groaning creak, the door swung inward, releasing a cold, musty breath from the darkness beyond. I hesitated at the threshold, an instinctual warning pulsing in my chest, but curiosity pushed me forward. Flicking on my phone's flashlight, I stepped into the room. The air was thick with dust and neglect, but the room itself was meticulously arranged, a strange contradiction that only deepened my unease. A bare bulb dangled from the ceiling, flickering faintly, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Then I saw them, the photographs. Hundreds of them. They were pinned to the walls in careful, deliberate rows. My breath hitched as I realized the subject of every single photograph was me. The earliest shots were distant, almost innocuous, me leaving for work, walking Max in the yard, grocery shopping, ordinary moments captured from afar. But as I scanned the collage, the photos grew more invasive, more intimate. There were images of me in my living room, curled up with a book, completely unaware. Photos of me sleeping, my face peaceful and vulnerable. Someone had taken them from outside my bedroom window. My knees went weak, but I forced myself to keep looking. Scattered among the photos were scraps of paper covered in erratic handwriting, notes, observations, even personal musings. She always reads before bed. Her laugh is softer when she's alone. The walls hold her secrets. The more I read, the more deeply unsettled I became. Whoever had written these notes wasn't just watching me. They believed they knew me, understood me in ways that no one ever should. A battered wooden table sat in the room's center, cluttered with notebooks filled with even more chilling detail. Entries documenting my daily life, down to private conversations and seemingly insignificant routines. How could anyone have known such things? Then I saw the camera. An old, dust-covered video recorder sat in the far corner, connected to a rusty monitor. My shaking fingers pressed the play button. The screen crackled to life, displaying grainy footage of my home from multiple angles. The kitchen, the living room, even my bedroom. The dates on the recordings went back months, possibly years. My hands clenched into fists as I watched myself move through the familiar spaces of my home, utterly oblivious to the fact that someone was always watching. Tears stung my eyes, not from fear, but from sheer violation. My most private moments, my sanctuary, had been turned into someone else's twisted reality show. My mind raced through possible suspects. Who could have done this? A stranger? A neighbor? Someone I knew? The memory of a strange note I had found on Max's new collar resurfaced, a cryptic warning suggesting that my home wasn't as safe as I believed. Had that been a clue I'd failed to recognize? Then another horrifying thought struck me. What if this wasn't past tense? What if they were still watching? Perspiration surged through me. I couldn't stay there. I sealed the hidden door as best I could and bolted upstairs, locking every door and window, my heart pounding with every step. The police needed to see this. They had to know. But as I reached for my phone, a new, terrible thought gripped me. What if reporting this made things worse? What if they were waiting for me to react? I hesitated, then dialed 911. The line rang once, then twice. Before anyone could answer, I heard something downstairs, the faint creak of the hidden door slowly swinging open again. I wasn't alone. Story 47. The first message arrived on a dreary Tuesday morning, tucked among spam and promotional emails. Its subject line was deceptively simple. We need to talk. Expecting nothing unusual, I clicked it, only for my stomach to drop as I read the chilling words inside. Hello, my name. I've been keeping an eye on you. I know things about you that you wouldn't want others to find out. If you don't comply with my demands, I'll make sure your deepest secrets are exposed. The email was unsigned, marked only with a strange, unfamiliar symbol. Attached was a photo of me leaving my apartment, taken from a distance. Someone had been watching. Fear surged through me. I scoured the rest of my inbox but found no other clues. Was this some twisted prank or something far worse? I considered calling the police but hesitated. The message was vague. No clear demand. No obvious crime. Maybe it was best to ignore it. The next day, a second email arrived. This time it left no room for doubt. It contained deeply personal information. Details about my mother's recent illness and a family trip we had been planning. Things only a handful of people would know. Transfer $10,000 to this offshore account within 48 hours, or I'll expose everything. The attached file was worse. A list of private messages, screenshots from my social media accounts, and even a scanned document from my personal files. They had access to my life in ways I couldn't comprehend. Panicked, I contacted the police. They launched an investigation but quickly hit a wall. The email's IP address was routed through multiple proxies, leaving no digital trail. It could be anyone, the detective had said grimly. Be cautious. But caution wasn't enough. The emails kept coming, each one more invasive and threatening. They knew my daily routine, tracked my whereabouts, and referenced private conversations I'd had in my own home. The realization that someone could see into my life with such clarity made my skin crawl. One message contained a video. My breath hitched as I pressed play. The grainy footage showed me asleep in my own bed, completely unaware. The caption read, "We're closer than you think." My sense of security shattered. I couldn't sleep, couldn't relax. Every creak of the floorboards felt like a footstep. Every shadow seemed alive. I installed security cameras, reinforced my locks, and even stayed with friends, but the messages followed me everywhere. Then came the most horrifying demand yet. Break into the secured facility at 12th and Main. Retrieve the files marked Project Solace. Fail, and your family's darkest secret becomes public. I felt trapped, bound by invisible chains. Refusing meant ruining lives. Complying meant committing a crime. I wrestled with the impossible decision but saw no way out. Desperation overruled reason. I planned the break-in meticulously, fueled by fear and survival instinct. Late that night, dressed in dark clothes, I slipped into the secured facility. My pulse thundered as I navigated the dimly lit hallways. Every sound was amplified, every shadow a possible threat. After what felt like an eternity, I found the file. Grabbing it, I fled, heart pounding. But the emails didn't stop. The blackmailer was relentless, their demands escalating. The next task was personal, sabotaging a public event where I was scheduled to speak. Doing so would destroy my career, tarnish my reputation, and isolate me from my professional network. But again, the alternative was worse. I felt like a puppet in a twisted game. My life was no longer my own. Then came the call. A blocked number. My hands shook as I answered. "Hello." The voice on the other end was distorted but eerily familiar, cold, calculating. "You've done well so far," they said smoothly, "but we're not done." A memory sparked, something about the tone, the inflection. It was someone I knew, someone I had trusted. My breath caught as realization dawned. "It's you." Silence, then a slow, deliberate laugh. "Took you long enough." I confronted them days later, armed with the little evidence I had. They tried to deny it, but cracks soon appeared in their facade. Pressured by guilt and fear of exposure, they finally confessed. It was someone from my inner circle, a friend twisted by jealousy, resentment, and a hunger for control. They had orchestrated the entire nightmare, exploiting my trust and access to my personal life. The police were finally able to intervene, arresting them on multiple charges. As the case unfolded, I learned the full extent of their manipulation, how they'd monitored me for months, hacked into my devices, and played puppet master from the shadows. Even after the arrest, the damage lingered. The betrayal cut deeper than the crimes themselves. Trusting anyone felt impossible, and my home, my sanctuary, had become a reminder of just how easily my life had been invaded. I sought therapy, slowly rebuilding my shattered sense of security. I strengthened my online privacy, changed every password, and limited access to my personal information. Time dulled the sharp edges of fear, but the scars remained. The experience left me hyper-vigilant and forever wary of the thin line between privacy and exposure. Somewhere deep inside, though, I found resilience. They had tried to break me, but I survived, and I would never let anyone hold that kind of power over me again. Story 48. The discovery came on a quiet Tuesday afternoon. I had been sorting through old family documents and personal files, trying to get my life back in order after weeks of strange, unsettling events. The house was eerily silent, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards, as if the house itself shared my unease. While sifting through a stack of old papers, I stumbled upon an envelope marked with a law firm's logo I didn't recognize. Its edges were worn, but the weight of its contents felt significant. Curiosity overtook caution, and I carefully opened it. Inside was a formal letter outlining a series of legal disputes linked to transactions made in my name. Business deals, property purchases, even a lease for a luxury apartment. I froze. None of these were mine. The letter detailed substantial financial activity I'd never authorized. Accounts I didn't own, properties I'd never seen, Whoever had orchestrated this knew my personal information well enough to build an entire life parallel to my own. My breath quickened as I read on, noting addresses, bank accounts, and phone numbers associated with this fraud. Frantic, I called the law firm, hoping to clarify some misunderstanding. Their receptionist's polite but firm tone made it clear that they couldn't offer any help beyond recommending I contact the police or hire a fraud investigator. With no other option, I grabbed the letter and rushed to the local police station. The officer on duty listened attentively, but seemed skeptical at first. After filing a detailed report, he promised to escalate the matter to a fraud specialist. It was some reassurance, but as I left the station, I couldn't shake the chilling feeling that whoever was doing this might be closer than I realized. Determined to regain control, I hired a private investigator named Linda, known for her relentless pursuit of complex cases. She arrived at my home the next morning, her sharp eyes scanning the letter and personal documents with practiced precision. "We'll get to the bottom of this," she assured me. While Linda worked her contacts, I took steps to protect myself. I called my bank, reported the identity theft, and froze my credit. The process, was frustrating and slow, each call a reminder of how deeply my life had been compromised. Days passed. Linda tracked several of the listed addresses, but most turned out to be dead ends, vacant properties or offices long closed. Then she found something promising, a luxury apartment in an upscale part of the city I'd never visited. We drove there together, tension thick in the air. The building was sleek and modern, with a polished lobby and a guarded front desk. The doorman seemed wary but agreed to help after Linda showed her credentials. He confirmed that someone matching the imposter's description had lived there but had moved out a few weeks earlier. However, he reluctantly provided a forwarding address from the building's records. Our search led us to a well-maintained townhouse in an affluent neighborhood. As we approached the front door, my mind raced with possibilities. Who was this person? Why had they chosen my identity? Linda knocked firmly. After a long pause, a young woman in her early 30s answered. Her puzzled expression quickly shifted to apprehension as Linda explained the situation and showed her credentials. "I don't know what you're talking about," the woman stammered, her voice trembling. "I've been living here for months, but I never used anyone else's identity." Linda pressed harder, her tone sharp but professional. Slowly, the truth unraveled. The woman was another victim. She'd unknowingly rented the townhouse through a fake real estate agent, one connected to my identity theft case. With her cooperation, we pieced together more of the imposter's web of deception. They had stolen multiple identities, funding a life of luxury while leaving a trail of fraud and ruined lives. The scam went deeper than I ever could have imagined, a network of deceit stretching far beyond my personal nightmare. Eventually, law enforcement tracked down the imposter through the false accounts and forged documents. They were arrested, and the full extent of their crimes was laid bare. The authorities shut down their fraudulent operations, and my stolen identity was deactivated. Relief washed over me, but it was fleeting. The ordeal had left lasting scars. My sense of safety, trust, and even personal identity had been deeply violated. Rebuilding wasn't easy. I had to secure every financial and personal record, reset every password, and stay vigilant in ways I never thought necessary before. Even as life gradually returned to something resembling normal, the fear lingered, that unsettling awareness that someone, somewhere, had lived a life frighteningly close to mine. Though justice had been served, the experience had altered me forever. Trust felt like a fragile, dangerous thing, and I could never again ignore the shadows lurking just beyond the edges of my carefully reconstructed world. Story 49. The quiet hum of my laptop filled the room as I worked from my home office, a space I had carefully arranged for comfort and efficiency. The day had been uneventful, filled with emails, meetings, and reports. As the late afternoon shadows stretched across the room, I decided to take a break and stretch my legs, a simple act that would change everything. While walking past my desk, something unusual caught my eye, a large unmarked manila envelope resting precisely in the center. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't remember placing it there. Cautiously, I approached and examined it. No return address, no identifying marks, just an ominous presence daring me to open it. With trembling fingers, I peeled back the flap and pulled out a thick dossier. The first page displayed my name in bold letters beneath the title Personal Research Report. A chill ran down my spine. Someone had compiled a detailed file about me, though I couldn't fathom why. I flipped through the pages, each one more unsettling than the last. The first section read like an official biography. My full name, birth date, education, and work history, including old jobs I'd nearly forgotten. It went deeper, listing every address I'd ever lived at, complete with aided maps and hand-scribbled notes detailing my daily routines. As I turned the page, the information became more personal. There were photographs of my family and friends, taken at private gatherings. The names, relationships, and even personal anecdotes were documented with eerie precision. Some of the pictures appeared to have been taken from a distance, as though someone had been watching for a long time. The next section was dedicated to my professional life. It detailed work projects, meetings, and even private conversations I'd had with colleagues. There were summaries of my strengths and weaknesses, professional habits, and even comments on how I reacted under stress. Someone had studied me like a subject in an experiment. Then the dossier delved into my personal interests and hobbies. There were lists of books I'd read, movies I'd watched, and restaurants I frequented. Every minor detail, my favorite recipes, fitness routines, and online shopping habits was meticulously cataloged. It was as though my entire life had been reconstructed on paper. But the final section was the most horrifying. It contained recent surveillance notes and candid photographs. There were shots of me leaving my house, walking to my car, and sitting in local cafes. Some of the pictures were so recent that they could have been taken just days ago. My morning runs, trips to the grocery store, and casual conversations with neighbors were all captured in chilling clarity. I could barely breathe. Whoever had compiled this knew everything, intimate details I hadn't shared with anyone. This wasn't just research, it was obsession. Desperate for answers, I grabbed my phone and called the police, struggling to keep my voice steady. I explained the situation, detailing the contents of the dossier and the invasive surveillance. The dispatcher assured me that officers would be dispatched immediately. While waiting for them to arrive, I tore through my home office, searching for signs of surveillance equipment. I checked every outlet, light fixture, and vent, but found nothing. The room appeared untouched, adding to my sense of helplessness. Whoever had done this was skilled, precise, and deliberate. When the police arrived, they examined the dossier with grim expressions. They took it into evidence and asked me a series of pointed questions. Did I have enemies? Had I noticed anyone suspicious? Was there anyone in my personal or professional life who might have a motive? I couldn't think of anyone, at least not anyone capable of something so invasive and calculated. The officers promised to escalate the case and keep me informed, though their serious expressions hinted at how difficult this investigation would be. They left, taking the dossier with them, but the damage was already done. In the following weeks, I took drastic measures. I installed security cameras, changed every password I had, and adopted new routines designed to be unpredictable. I limited my online presence and avoided disclosing personal information wherever possible. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered, like a dark cloud hanging over every corner of my life. Despite the investigation and enhanced security measures, the case remained unsolved. No new leads emerged, and no suspects were identified. The police followed every possible avenue but ultimately found no clear explanation. The dossier, chilling and methodical, left behind only unanswered questions. I tried to return to normal, resuming work and social activities, but the experience had left an indelible mark. Every shadow seemed darker, every stranger more suspicious. I lived in a state of constant vigilance, always wondering if someone was still watching, if the dossier was just the beginning of something far worse. The memory of that thick file still haunts me, a cold, clinical record of a life I thought was mine alone. It served as a stark reminder of how easily one's privacy can be shattered, leaving behind only fear and the relentless search for answers that may never come. Story 50. It was a chilly November afternoon when I met Ethan R., a renowned author celebrated for his intricate plots and psychological insight. I had been grappling with writer's block on my novel for months, feeling trapped in a creative void. When Ethan agreed to meet after I reached out for guidance, I was elated. His expertise felt like the perfect spark to reignite my stalled manuscript. We met at a cozy downtown cafe, its warm interior shielding us from the brisk autumn air. Ethan was charismatic and articulate, speaking passionately about the art of storytelling. His feedback on my novel's premise was thoughtful and precise, offering clever plot twists and deeper character motivations. His enthusiasm was infectious, leaving me inspired and ready to dive back into my writing. Over the following weeks, Ethan and I stayed in contact through emails and late-night phone calls. His detailed notes were transformative, pushing my story into darker, more compelling territory. But as I implemented his suggestions, an unsettling pattern emerged. Ethan proposed introducing a major trauma in my protagonist's past, eerily similar to a personal family tragedy I had experienced years ago, something I had never mentioned to anyone, let alone hinted at in my manuscript. He suggested exploring the protagonist's grief more intimately, mirroring emotions I'd struggled to articulate in real life. I dismissed it as coincidence, convincing myself that Ethan's brilliance lay in his ability to tap into universal emotions. But the parallels deepened. He proposed a subplot involving a fractured friendship after a betrayal, shockingly similar to a falling out I'd had with a close friend years prior. The specific dynamics he described matched my experience too closely to be accidental. It was as though he'd pulled the memory straight from my past. Then came the most disturbing suggestion, a mysterious figure stalking the protagonist, sending anonymous letters filled with personal details. My stomach turned as I recalled receiving similar letters only months before. They had described parts of my daily life with chilling precision. I had tried to forget those letters, but now Ethan's suggestion brought them roaring back into focus. Despite the growing discomfort, I continued working with him. His ideas undeniably improved my manuscript, weaving a web of tension and emotional complexity I had struggled to create on my own. Still, the invasive familiarity of his suggestions gnawed at me. One evening, after a particularly intense phone call where Ethan once again referenced something uncomfortably close to my personal life, I decided enough was enough. I invited him to my apartment for a face-to-face conversation, determined to confront the source of my unease. Ethan arrived promptly, exuding his usual self-assured charm. He carried a weathered leather briefcase filled with notes, the symbol of a professional mentor. But tonight, I saw it differently. As we sat across from each other at my dining table, drafts and scribbled ideas scattered around us, I took a deep breath. "Ethan," I began, my voice trembling despite my resolve. "I need to talk about something that's been bothering me. Your suggestions, some of them, they're too close to events from my own life. It's unsettling." His expression shifted from polite curiosity to cautious concern. "I assure you that was never my intention. I only wanted to help craft a more authentic story." "It's not just about authenticity," I pressed. the stalker subplot, the family tragedy, the relationship fallout. These aren't just narrative devices, they're pieces of my life. Ethan's gaze sharpened, his calm demeanor flickering. Writers draw from real experiences, he said smoothly. Perhaps our creative discussions brought up memories you hadn't considered. Fiction has a way of reflecting reality, often without us realizing it. His rationalization only deepened my suspicion. How do you explain knowing things I never shared with you? I demanded. How do you explain the letters I received before we even met? For a brief moment, something dark shed in his eyes. Then, just as quickly, he regained his composed facade. Sometimes the line between fiction and reality blurs, he said quietly. Maybe I pushed too hard, but that's what makes a story compelling, doesn't it? His words hung in the air, heavy with implication. This wasn't just about crafting a compelling narrative, it was about control. Ethan hadn't been helping me write a book, he had been writing me. The realization hit like a thunderclap. I think we're done here, I said, my voice steadier now. Thank you for your help, but I need to finish this on my own. Ethan's expression hardened, but he nodded slowly. If that's what you want. He gathered his things and left without another word. As the door clicked shut, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief, tinged with lingering dread. I returned to my desk, surrounded by drafts now tainted with memories of Ethan's invasive presence. Determined to reclaim my narrative, I deleted the files he had worked on and started fresh. The writing process became a catharsis, a way to exorcise the lingering shadows he had cast over my life. In the end, Ethan's influence had pushed me to explore my story's emotional depths, but at a terrible cost. He had crossed boundaries I hadn't even known could be crossed, leaving behind a lesson about control, privacy, and the fragile line between inspiration and intrusion. As I wrote the final chapter of my novel, I realized I wasn't just telling a story, I was reclaiming my own. Story 51. It was a normal Tuesday when I first noticed something was wrong. My day had been packed with back-to-back meetings and a towering stack of reports. I was looking forward to a quiet evening, dinner, and catching up on my favorite show. But when I pulled out my phone to check the latest news, a flood of notifications made my blood run cold. My phone buzzed repeatedly, not with work updates or social media alerts, but with messages from my own contacts. Confused, I opened the first one from my friend Sarah. "Are you okay? I'm really worried. Why would you say you're in danger?" Panic prickled the back of my neck. The message was clearly from Sarah, but I hadn't sent anything to her. My fingers trembled as I opened another message sent to my colleague Dave. "Please be careful. I know what happened last week. You're not safe." Each message was worse than the last, personal, specific, and laced with an ominous tone. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My phone had been hacked. Someone had accessed my contacts and was using my number to send these terrifying messages. I tried calling Sarah and Dave to explain, but my phone's connection was dead. No calls, no texts. It was as though someone had locked me out of my own life. Isolated and desperate, I turned to my laptop and quickly drafted emails explaining the situation. But before I could hit send, a new email appeared in my inbox. The subject line was blank. The sender was an anonymous address. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The email contained a single link. Heart pounding, I hesitated but couldn't resist. The link led to a website, a twisted digital dossier filled with personal information about me. Photos, social media posts, even private details I'd never shared online. At the top of the page was a chilling message. "You're being watched. This is just the beginning." I pushed back from the desk, gasping for breath. Someone wasn't just hacking my phone. They were stalking me. They knew where I lived, who I talked to, and the secrets I thought were mine alone. I called my phone provider from a backup device, but they couldn't provide immediate help. Their investigation would take days. Meanwhile, the messages kept coming. I know where you live. You should really lock your front door. The thought that someone had been near my home, or worse, inside, made my stomach twist. I double-checked every lock, installed a new security system, and started carrying pepper spray. But no amount of precautions could shake the feeling of being constantly watched. I contacted the police. They took my complaint seriously, but admitted that tracing cybercriminals was notoriously difficult. Be vigilant, they advised. Document everything. With nowhere else to turn, I hired a cybersecurity expert named Alex. He confirmed my worst fears. The hacker was using advanced tools, likely bypassing even the most secure settings on my phone. He set to work, combing through digital logs and tracing online breadcrumbs. Days turned into a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. I used my laptop cautiously, only on secure networks, while Alex monitored every piece of incoming data. Then one night, while reviewing old emails, I noticed something strange. The messages from the hacker had been sent at eerily precise intervals, almost like they were automated. An idea struck me. Perhaps the hacker was using a bot, but stepping in manually when something urgent came up. I needed to force them into making a mistake. I created a fake email address and sent a bait message to the anonymous account, pretending to be a third party with critical information about me. I crafted a story about an important meeting where sensitive details about my life would be revealed. Then, I waited. Minutes later, a reply arrived. Your curiosity will be your undoing. Cold fear settled in my chest. The hacker wasn't just playing a game, they were enjoying it. But their response also confirmed something important. I had their attention. Alex traced the email's IP address, though it was heavily masked through multiple VPNs. Still, there was a small lead, one overlooked server that hadn't been properly encrypted. It was a long shot, but it might be enough. With the police now fully involved, Alex worked through the night. By morning, he had narrowed the origin of the messages to a remote server located across the country, a known hub for cybercriminal activity. The authorities moved quickly, coordinating with law enforcement in that region. A few tense days later, I received a call from the police. They'd found the hacker. It turned out to be a tech-savvy loner with a history of cyberstalking. Their motive? Control. They had been following me online for months, collecting personal data and weaving themselves into my life without me ever knowing. The relief I felt was immense, but it was tempered by lingering dread. Even though the immediate threat was over, the scars remained. I changed every password, secured every account, and installed new digital defenses. Life slowly returned to normal, but I was never quite the same. I had seen how easily someone could rip away the illusion of privacy and security, leaving behind only fear. In a world where every click, every post, and every conversation leaves a digital trail, I learned that safety is never guaranteed, only fought for. And I've been fighting ever since. Story 52. It was an ordinary Tuesday when the letter arrived, its plain white envelope blending in with the usual mail. There was no stamp, just the name of a medical clinic I didn't recognize. Its official appearance, complete with a professional-looking seal, immediately made my heart race with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. My fingers trembled as I tore it open. Inside was a cover letter addressed to me, thanking me for my recent visit. But I had never been to this clinic, never even heard of it. Confused, I flipped to the next page, where detailed medical records awaited. The report listed several serious conditions: diabetes, high blood pressure, and a heart irregularity, none of which I had ever been diagnosed with. Each entry came with recommended treatments and prescriptions. My stomach twisted as I realized how dangerous it would have been if I had blindly followed these fake instructions. I reread the letter, searching for any clue or contact information, but there was nothing useful. The clinic's name and logo looked legitimate, but the more I examined it, the more it felt off, like a facade designed to mislead me. Determined to figure out what was going on, I immediately called my primary care physician. After checking my records, the nurse assured me that my health information was accurate and that there was no record of any recent communication with the clinic in question. "Are you sure it's not a scam?" she asked cautiously. After hanging up, I searched the internet for the clinic's name. No website, no reviews, no trace of its existence. It was as though the clinic had been created solely for that letter. Desperate for answers, I drove to the address listed in the letter. The location turned out to be a run-down building in a desolate part of town. Its windows were boarded up, and a faded "For Lease" sign hung crookedly on the front door. I tried the door. It was locked. A passerby noticed me lingering and asked if I was looking for something. When I mentioned the clinic, he frowned and said, "There's been nothing here for years. You might have been scammed." The pit in my stomach deepened. Whoever sent that letter had gone to great lengths to make it appear legitimate. But why target me? I returned home, my mind spiraling through possibilities. Had someone stolen my identity? Was this a cruel prank? As I sifted through recent memories, one name surfaced: Rachel. Rachel was part of a community group I'd joined recently. She'd always seemed friendly, but her questions about my life had felt pointed. At the time, I'd brushed it off as harmless curiosity. Now, her probing seemed more sinister. I decided to test the waters. Under the guise of casual conversation, I called Rachel and brought up the strange letter. She sounded surprised but oddly neutral, her voice devoid of genuine concern. "That's weird," she said after a pause. "You should report it." Something about her detached tone didn't sit right. Her response was too measured, too rehearsed. I hung up, my suspicion hardening into certainty. Rachel was involved, or at least knew more than she let on. Determined to get answers, I hired a private investigator named Paul, a seasoned expert in fraud cases. He promised to dig into the clinic and its connections while I tightened security at home. New locks, cameras, and motion sensors. A week later, Paul called with troubling news. The address from the letter had been linked to multiple fraud cases involving falsified medical documents. Whoever was behind it had targeted several individuals, creating fabricated medical histories designed to confuse, manipulate, or perhaps something worse. Paul dug deeper and found something even more unsettling. Rachel's name appeared in connection with some of the cases, though nothing concrete tied her directly to the fraud. It was enough to justify a confrontation. When I met Rachel face to face, I played it carefully. I mentioned the letter again, watching her reaction closely. Her face twisted into an expression of practiced confusion, followed by mock concern. "I hope you don't think I'm involved," she said, her voice trembling just enough to seem believable. But not to me. Her performance felt calculated. She denied everything, claiming she had no idea what I was talking about. But her eyes betrayed her, a flicker of recognition she couldn't quite hide. The deeper Paul and I dug, the clearer the twisted scheme became. This wasn't just identity theft, it was personal. Someone had targeted me specifically, using falsified medical records to undermine my sense of security and reality. Then, Paul made a breakthrough. He traced an encrypted email associated with the clinic to a private server connected to Rachel's former employer, a tech firm specializing in data management. It was the missing piece of the puzzle. With enough evidence in hand, the authorities got involved. Their investigation revealed that Rachel had been orchestrating the entire scheme. Motivated by a twisted obsession and driven by jealousy over something from my past, she'd meticulously crafted a campaign of psychological sabotage. She was arrested, her web of deceit unraveling in front of me. Yet even as she was led away in handcuffs, her eyes held a chilling calmness, a silent promise that this wasn't over. The ordeal left deep scars. Though the immediate threat was gone, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The fake clinic, the false records, the manipulation. It had all been part of a calculated plan to control and destabilize me. I fortified my home further and worked with cybersecurity experts to ensure my personal information stayed protected. Life slowly returned to normal, but I remained vigilant, haunted by the knowledge that someone could manipulate reality with such chilling precision. Even now, I can't fully escape the paranoia. The letter may have been the beginning, but the fear it sparked feels like it will never truly end. Story 53. It was an ordinary Tuesday when curiosity drove me to the abandoned warehouse on the edge of town. I had passed it countless times, its crumbling brick facade standing like a forgotten relic against the city's modern skyline. But something about that day felt different. A persistent urge I couldn't explain compelled me to explore. The rusted steel doors were sealed shut, but a smaller side entrance hung ajar, swaying slightly in the cold breeze. I hesitated, my rational mind warning against venturing inside. Yet curiosity overpowered caution. With a deep breath, I stepped into the dark unknown. The musty air was thick with dust and decay. Shafts of pale light filtered through shattered windows, casting eerie patterns across the worn concrete floor. My flashlight's beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating rusted machinery and piles of forgotten crates. The place was a desolate monument to a long-abandoned past. I moved cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The further I ventured, the more I sensed that something felt wrong. Then I noticed it, an oddly organized section of the warehouse, far too neat compared to the surrounding chaos. Old shelves lined the walls, cluttered with objects carefully arranged, almost like a personal exhibit. As I stepped closer, a chill crept down my spine. Many of the items seemed familiar, impossibly familiar. The first thing that caught my eye was a worn leather notebook. My breath hitched. It was mine. Lost months ago during a trip I could barely remember. My fingers trembled as I opened it, the faded ink still unmistakably in my handwriting. Every page was exactly as I had left it, preserved with unsettling care. Nearby, an old wooden box sat on a dusty table. Inside were personal items I thought were gone forever. A silver locket with a photo of my grandmother, a watch I'd lost years ago, even a set of keys I had replaced long ago. Each object was arranged meticulously, as if curated for display. A creeping sense of dread took hold as I moved deeper into the makeshift archive. I found an old pair of glasses I had broken and discarded, a photograph of my childhood home, even faded sketches from art classes I'd taken in college. These weren't just random lost items, they were pieces of my life. Then I saw them, stacks of journals that shouldn't exist. Their covers were weathered, but the writing inside mirrored my own, recounting events from my past with disturbing accuracy. Some entries described personal memories I had long forgotten, while others chronicled moments only I could have known, private thoughts never shared with anyone. As I flipped through the journals, another realization hit me. The entries continued past the memories I could recall. They described events that hadn't happened, or at least hadn't happened yet. Notes were scattered across the floor, written in a different, jagged handwriting. They contained chillingly detailed observations about my daily routines, likes, and fears. Phrases like, "She always looks over her shoulder when she senses she's being watched," and "She hasn't found the camera yet," leapt from the pages. I felt exposed, violated. Someone had been studying me, documenting my every move, every thought, as though I were the subject of an obsessive experiment. Near the back of the room, I found a large, dusty binder labeled with my name. A faded photograph of me was taped to its cover, my eyes staring blankly back. Inside were meaty, curiously detailed reports about my relationships, habits, and even personal struggles I'd never spoken aloud. The final pages were filled with fragmented thoughts written in the same jagged hand as the scattered notes. The writer seemed to grapple with guilt, obsession, and an unsettling sense of purpose. She must understand. The connection is deeper than she knows. I'm almost ready to reveal myself. Before I could process the full horror of what I'd found, a faint rustling echoed from the far end of the warehouse. My flashlight's beam darted toward the source, but there was only shifting darkness. Panic surged. I had to get out. Clutching the leather notebook, I bolted toward the entrance, my pulse hammering in my ears. Every shadow seemed alive, every creak a footstep behind me. I burst into the cold daylight, gasping for breath. The abandoned warehouse loomed behind me, silent and still, as if daring me to return. Its dark interior seemed to pulse with unseen energy, a repository of stolen memories and twisted intentions. Who had been watching me? Why had they gathered the fragments of my life so meticulously? The answers were buried somewhere within that shadowy maze of objects, but I couldn't bring myself to return. Not yet. Even now, long after leaving that place, I feel its presence lingering in the edges of my mind. The abandoned warehouse was no longer just a forgotten structure on the outskirts of town. It was a dark mirror reflecting pieces of my past I never intended anyone to see. And someone was still watching. Story 54. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when an unexpected knock shattered the calm of my routine. I opened the door to find two uniformed officers standing on my doorstep, their expressions grim. They informed me that I was being charged with theft, a crime I knew I hadn't committed. Disbelief washed over me. I'd lived a quiet, law-abiding life, far removed from anything criminal. As they handed me the summons, I noticed the details of the alleged crime, a break-in at a local electronics store with evidence pointing directly to me. My shock turned to confusion as I reviewed the charges. The evidence was damning. Fingerprints at the scene, surveillance footage showing someone resembling me, and a witness who claimed to have seen me near the crime scene. The more I examined the accusations, the clearer it became that this wasn't a simple misunderstanding. Someone had gone to great lengths to frame me. Desperate for help, I hired Sarah, an experienced defense attorney known for her sharp intellect and tenacity. She assured me we would uncover the truth. Our first step was to scrutinize the evidence. The fingerprints troubled me the most. They matched mine too perfectly, raising Sarah's suspicions. She requested the original surveillance footage, determined to analyze the timestamps and image quality. When the footage arrived, we examined it frame by frame. It showed a person of similar build wearing dark clothing, their face partially obscured. Sarah's sharp eyes caught subtle inconsistencies. The lighting didn't match the reported time of the crime, and the shadows seemed oddly distorted. Someone had tampered with the video. Determined to gather more clues, we visited the electronics store where the break-in had occurred. It was a small, cluttered shop with a shattered rear window, a clear point of entry. While inspecting the alley behind the building, I noticed something peculiar. A set of footprints leading away from the window. They seemed too deliberate, almost staged. We spoke to neighboring shopkeepers, hoping for witnesses. One clerk, who had initially identified me, admitted under questioning that he wasn't entirely certain about what he'd seen. He'd been dealing with worsening vision and had misidentified people before. His unreliable testimony further unraveled the case against me. Then came a breakthrough. Sarah uncovered a disturbing connection between the electronics store owner and a known local criminal, a manipulative figure notorious for orchestrating elaborate scams. Or had it, he specialized in framing others to cover his tracks. Digging deeper, we discovered the store owner was drowning in debt. The break-in seemed less like a robbery and more like an insurance scam. Pinned on a random, unsuspecting person, me, it was the perfect cover for his financial mismanagement. Armed with this new information, we returned to the authorities. At first, the police were skeptical, but Sarah presented compelling evidence: forged records, tampered surveillance footage, and the dubious connection between the store owner and the criminal mastermind. To our relief, Additional witnesses from the criminal's inner circle came forward, corroborating our story. The legal process was grueling. Court hearings dragged on, each one a painful reminder of the nightmare I'd been thrust into. But slowly, the fabricated accusations crumbled. The store owner and his accomplice were arrested, their intricate scheme laid bare for all to see. Though my name was finally cleared, the ordeal left deep scars. The sheer vulnerability I felt, knowing how easily someone could manipulate evidence and upend my life, haunted me. Justice had prevailed, but the emotional toll lingered long after the case was closed. The experience taught me hard lessons about trust, resilience, and the fragility of personal security. I learned to value the truth above all else, and to approach life with caution, tempered by determination. The people who framed me were brought to justice, but their betrayal left a lasting mark, a dark reminder that even the most ordinary lives can be shattered by deception. Yet in facing that darkness, I found a fierce resolve, stronger and more unyielding than ever before. Story 55. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when I found the first puzzle piece, tucked among the usual stack of bills and junk mail. I almost missed it, but the edge of a plain, unmarked envelope peeked out from behind a glossy catalog. My name was written on the front in neat, elegant handwriting, with no return address. Inside was a single puzzle piece depicting a weather-beaten house, partially obscured by tangled vines and leafless trees. Something about the house felt unsettlingly familiar, though I couldn't place why. On the back of the piece, a message was scrawled in fine calligraphic ink. You remember this, but you don't remember why. I dismissed it as a strange prank and set it aside, focusing on the mundane tasks of the day. But the next morning, another envelope arrived. Inside was a second puzzle piece, this one showing a cluttered wooden desk covered in old letters and faded photographs. The back of the piece read, "Piece by piece, you'll remember." By the end of the week, I had received 5 more puzzle pieces. Each depicted a different part of the same eerie scene. A dimly lit study, aged furniture covered in dust, and a cracked family portrait hanging crookedly on the wall. Every new piece heightened my unease. The setting felt disturbingly familiar, like a half-forgotten dream from long ago. Weeks passed, and the pieces kept arriving, one by one. Unable to ignore them any longer, I cleared my dining table and began assembling the puzzle. As the image came together, it formed a disordered but detailed study room. The same desk, the same faded portrait, and prominently, an open leather-bound book with an ominous inscription written in an unfamiliar, ancient-looking script. The more I stared at the puzzle, the stronger the sense of recognition became, though I couldn't pinpoint its source. Then, one final envelope arrived. Inside was the last piece of the puzzle and a typewritten letter. "You've done well. Now you must understand. The house in the puzzle belonged to someone close to you, someone who disappeared under strange circumstances. The answers you seek are within the book in the image. Find it, and you will uncover the truth." I sat frozen, heart pounding. The letter shattered any remaining notion that this was some elaborate prank. My thoughts turned to my family, searching for forgotten memories, lost stories, something that might explain this haunting message. That night, I visited my parents. As I carefully laid out the assembled puzzle and the letter, they exchanged a tense, knowing glance. My mother's hands trembled as she touched the edge of the puzzle. "That house," she whispered, her face pale. "It's your Aunt Margaret's old place before she vanished." My stomach twisted. Aunt Margaret had disappeared when I was a child. I'd been told she moved away, severing ties with the family after some unresolved argument. But there had always been a strange hush surrounding her departure. No calls, no letters, just an eerie silence. "The book," my father added, pointing to the aged leather tome depicted in the puzzle. "Margaret collected old books, but that one, it was special. She said it held secrets about our family, things she'd discovered just before she left. Driven by equal parts terror and determination, I knew what I had to do. I found the house, long abandoned and shrouded in vines, its windows dark and hollow like empty eyes. The air was heavy with stillness as I forced open the rotting front door, stepping into the past. The inside was almost exactly as the puzzle had depicted. Dust-covered furniture, forgotten trinkets, and scattered papers cluttered the room. My flashlight flickered as I found the desk from the image, still cluttered with ancient documents and cracked leather books. And there it was, the book from the puzzle, untouched and waiting. I hesitated before opening it. The first few pages were filled with arcane symbols and faded ink, incomprehensible at first glance. But deeper inside I found a handwritten journal, Margaret's. Her writing described uncovering long-buried family secrets, betrayals, hidden identities, and a dark inheritance linked to the very house I now stood in. The final entries were desperate and fragmented. They know what I've found. The book holds the key, but it also holds the curse. Then, abruptly, the entries stopped. Before I could process the weight of the discovery, I heard something behind me, a faint rustling, like fabric brushing against wood. My flashlight trembled in my hand as I spun around, but the house was still, its shadows deeper than before. Clutching the book, I fled into the cold night, breath hitching in my throat. The house loomed behind me, dark and knowing, its secrets unearthed but far from fully understood. Back home, I sealed the book in a locked chest, its weight still pressing on my mind. The puzzle pieces, now more than fragments of a disturbing game, had led me to a truth my family had worked so hard to bury. Aunt Margaret hadn't vanished by choice. She had been consumed by the same secrets, now staring back at me from the ink-stained pages. The past wasn't just haunting, it was waiting, and deep down, I knew the puzzle wasn't finished, not yet. Story 56. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across my doorstep as I arrived home from work, exhausted from a day filled with meetings and deadlines. As I reached for my keys, my eyes landed on a small, unmarked package resting on the doormat. Its brown paper wrapping was plain, lacking any labels or sender information. My pulse quickened. I hadn't ordered anything recently, and the sight of the anonymous parcel filled me with a sudden sense of unease. Brushing off the creeping discomfort, I picked up the package and stepped inside, locking the door behind me. The weight of the unknown lingered in my hands as I set the parcel on the kitchen table. After a moment's hesitation, I carefully unwrapped the paper, revealing a stark white envelope sealed with no markings. My fingers trembled as I opened it, unfolding a single sheet of paper typed in precise clinical font. The letter read, "Dear your name. You don't know me, but I know you very well. For months I've been observing you, watching, recording, documenting. What you believe to be private moments are anything but secure. Your most intimate and guarded secrets have been cataloged, stored, and preserved. From your quiet evenings alone to the moments you thought hidden from the world, I was there, silent, unseen. The photographs and videos you've yet to discover are just the beginning. They are a reminder of how easily your life can be laid bare. You have two choices: comply or face total exposure. Enclosed, you will find a list of demands. If you fail to follow them, your private world will be shattered, your secrets displayed for all to see. Your reputation, your career, and your closest relationships will be reduced to ashes. This is not an idle threat. I have the means and the will to carry out my promises. The choice is yours. Comply and retain what little privacy you have left. Ignore and lose everything. Sincerely, The Observer. My breath hitched as I finished reading. The words felt like icy fingers wrapping around my throat. My chest tightened with a surge of panic as I unfolded a second page tucked behind the letter. It was a typed list of demands, each more invasive than the last. 1. Transfer $50,000 to an offshore account. 2. Provide remote access to all personal devices. 3. Meet a representative at a designated location. The demands were specific, calculated, and terrifyingly possible. This was no ordinary scam. Whoever had sent this knew things, deeply personal things. They weren't just after money. They wanted control. They wanted submission. My mind raced. Was this some twisted joke? A sick attempt at intimidation? But the letter's precision, its icy detachment, suggested something far more serious. I grabbed my phone, intending to call the police, but stopped as a sudden thought struck me. What if they were watching me right now? What if this was a trap meant to isolate me, make me doubt everything? Determined not to give in to fear, I dialed 911, my voice shaking as I explained the situation. The dispatcher assured me that officers would be dispatched immediately. While I waited, I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows, every creak of the old house making me flinch. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. The police arrived within the hour, taking the package and letter into evidence. They promised a full investigation and advised me to avoid complying with the demands under any circumstances. Their presence was reassuring, but as they left, the house felt even emptier, its quiet stillness pressing down on me like a suffocating weight. Days passed, but no leads emerged. The investigation dragged on, and the police struggled to trace the source of the package. Whoever the observer was, they had covered their tracks meticulously. Meanwhile, I took every precaution I could think of, installing additional locks, setting up security cameras, even changing my passwords, but the paranoia never left. The tipping point came one night when I returned home to find another envelope slipped under my front door. My hands trembled as I opened it, dread coiling in my stomach. Inside was a single photograph, a candid shot of me sitting at my kitchen table, reading the first letter. The image was taken from outside, through the window. Written on the back of the photo were 3 chilling words: "I'm still here." That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark, clutching the phone, my eyes fixed on the windows, waiting for something, anything. The house creaked and groaned as if sharing my fear, its familiar sounds now twisted into sinister whispers. Despite the police's efforts, I knew deep down that this wasn't over. Whoever the observer was, they weren't just watching, they were controlling the narrative, shaping my reality. I was trapped in a twisted game with no clear way out. The package had shattered my world, exposing the fragile illusion of privacy and safety. My home was no longer mine. My life was no longer mine. All I could do now was wait for the next move, knowing that the observer was always watching. Story 57. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. I was scrolling through my social media feed on a quiet Sunday morning when a post caught my eye. It was long, detailed, and horrifyingly familiar. The accusations were directed at one I knew all too well, me. At first I thought it had to be a mistake or a cruel prank, but as I read further, my stomach clenched. The post described events from my life with chilling precision. Places I'd visited, private conversations, even deeply personal details only someone close to me could know. The anonymity of the post only heightened my dread. It felt as if someone had ripped open my life and laid it bare for the world to dissect. Desperately, I scrolled through the comments. Some were supportive, but many were vicious and condemning. The accusations were spreading like wildfire, shared by friends, colleagues, and acquaintances. This wasn't just an attack on my reputation, it was a calculated attempt to destroy my existence. I knew I had to act fast. My first instinct was to address the allegations head-on. With trembling fingers, I composed a detailed, heartfelt response. I denied the claims, addressed each accusation clearly, and expressed my willingness to cooperate with any investigation. I posted the statement on all my social media accounts and contacted the platform administrators, hoping to have the original post taken down. But the damage was already done. Despite my efforts, the accusations continued to spread. The more I defended myself, the more trapped I felt in a never-ending cycle of suspicion. The allegations were disturbingly detailed. too specific to dismiss as random lies. I couldn't shake the fear that whoever was behind this knew me intimately. The next few days passed in a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I contacted a lawyer who urged me to gather every piece of evidence that could clear my name. Together, we compiled documents, messages, and alibis. I gave statements to the police and opened myself up to scrutiny in ways I had never imagined. At the same time, I launched my own investigation. I combed through recent interactions, looking for anyone who might have held a grudge. My mind fixated on every awkward conversation, every unresolved argument. Someone had to be behind this, and I was determined to find out who. One person stood out, a former friend with whom I'd had a falling out a few months prior. We'd parted on bad terms, but nothing that seemed serious enough to spark this level of retaliation. Still, the timeline fit, and their recent distant behavior seemed suspicious. I decided to confront them directly. The conversation was tense and uncomfortable. I laid out my suspicions, detailing how the accusations mirrored personal knowledge they might have held. They reacted with shock and hurt, vehemently denying any involvement. Their distress seemed genuine, and they even offered to help me gather more evidence. Despite their apparent sincerity, something still felt off. Was their reaction real or an expertly crafted performance? Weeks passed as the investigation dragged on, the uncertainty eating away at me. The authorities traced the anonymous post to a series of encrypted accounts but found no clear link to anyone specific. Each dead end only deepened my sense of helplessness. Then, a breakthrough. An anonymous tip led investigators to a hidden cache of digital records, chat logs, plans, and detailed timelines of the smear campaign. The precision was terrifying. It was like reading a script written by someone who knew me inside and out. The truth hit harder than I could have imagined. The mastermind was a disgruntled former employee, someone I had once trusted. Jealousy, resentment, and a twisted thirst for revenge had driven them to orchestrate the entire campaign, recruiting others and weaving a web of lies designed to tear my life apart. The revelation shattered me. This wasn't just a random act of malice. It was personal, calculated, and deeply cruel. The police made arrests, and the perpetrators faced legal consequences. My name was officially cleared, but the damage had already been done. Rebuilding my life was slow and painful. My reputation, though restored in the eyes of the law, remained tarnished in the court of public opinion. Relationships strained by doubt to okay time and effort to mend. Some were never the same. The ordeal taught me hard lessons about trust, resilience, and survival. It exposed the fragile boundaries between private and public life and the devastating power of a lie skillfully told. I learned how easily someone's entire existence could be shattered by deception, and how long it could take to rebuild. Though the scars of that dark chapter still linger, I refuse to let them define me. The shadows of betrayal and manipulation may never fully fade, but I've emerged stronger, wiser, and determined to move forward on my terms. Story 58. It started as a desperate attempt to escape. After months of identity theft, cryptic messages, and the discovery of a mysterious grave linked to my past, my therapist suggested a retreat, a remote cabin far from the chaos of city life. The promise of isolation felt like a balm to my frayed nerves, a chance to reclaim my peace. The cabin was deep in the mountains, accessible only by a winding, overgrown road that snaked through dense forest. Surrounded by towering pines and a tranquil lake, it seemed like the perfect place to clear my head. Its rustic wooden siding and cozy front porch invited a sense of comfort that felt long overdue. For the first few days, life was peaceful. I hiked through serene trails, soaked in the mountain air, and let the stillness ease my restless mind. Nights were quiet, with only the distant call of owls breaking the silence. I began to feel like I could finally breathe again. On the fourth day, while organizing a cluttered closet, I found something strange. A small, dusty wooden box tucked behind old blankets. Curiosity tugged at me. Inside were personal items, a cracked leather journal, faded photographs, and a few pieces of worn clothing, including a jacket stained with what looked like dried blood. My heart quickened as I opened the journal. Its pages were filled with frenzied, almost illegible handwriting. The entries spoke of paranoia and fear, of strange figures watching from the woods and whispers in the dark. One entry burned itself into my mind. They're watching me. I can feel them. They're in the shadows, always waiting. I can't escape. The photographs were equally unsettling. They showed the cabin from various angles, but in the backgrounds, blurred and partially obscured, shadowy figures seemed to linger. My hands shook as I flipped through the images. Each picture felt invasive, as though someone had been documenting the cabin, and possibly its occupants, for a long time. Determined to shake the unease, I searched the basement. The stale air clung to my skin as I explored the dimly lit space. Behind a loose wooden panel in the wall, I discovered a hidden compartment containing lockpicking tools, hand-drawn maps of the surrounding woods, and a stack of surveillance notes. The notes were meticulous. They detailed the movements of past visitors, describing their routines, appearances, and even emotional states. Crude sketches of faces filled the margins, distorted by hasty strokes of a trembling hand. The final page read, "I see them. They know I'm here. They'll come for me soon." A cold dread settled over me. Was the previous occupant paranoid, or had they been right? I couldn't tell if I was uncovering the ramblings of a disturbed mind or evidence of something far more sinister. That night, the cabin's silence felt oppressive. Every creak of the floorboards and rustle of wind outside sent my heart racing. I lay in bed, straining to hear past the pounding of my pulse. The once welcoming cabin now felt like a trap, its dark corners hiding unseen threats. The next morning, I called the rental agency, desperate for answers. The agent seemed oddly evasive, dismissing my concerns as stories from the past and assuring me the cabin was perfectly safe. But their discomfort only deepened my unease. They promised to look into it before hastily ending the call. Frustrated and determined, I contacted local authorities. Their records showed nothing unusual. No missing persons reports, no violent incidents, yet when pressed, they admitted the cabin had a history of short-term tenants leaving without explanation. I couldn't ignore the growing sense that I was being watched. Every rustling leaf, every shifting shadow felt charged with malevolent intent. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone still out there? Had they been watching me since I arrived? By the end of the week, I made the decision to leave. Whatever peace I'd hoped to find in the mountains had been consumed by the overwhelming dread that now clung to the cabin like a second skin. As I loaded my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My eyes darted to the dark tree line, searching for movement, but the forest stood silent and still. Before driving away, I glanced one last time in the rearview mirror. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw something, a figure partially obscured by the shadows of the trees. But when I blinked, it was gone. The winding road swallowed the cabin behind me, but the suffocating sense of being pursued lingered. What I had found, or perhaps what had found me, wasn't something that could be left behind. The fear followed, settling into the corners of my mind like an unwelcome guest, whispering that the shadows were never truly empty. Story 59. It started with a fleeting sensation, a vague recollection of something that never happened. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the mind, a lapse in memory brought on by stress or fatigue. But as the weeks passed, these strange memories became more vivid, more persistent, weaving themselves into my reality like forgotten dreams resurfacing. They were not hazy or fragmented, they felt real. Conversations, places, and faces of people I'd never met. The first incident came on a quiet Sunday afternoon. I was flipping through an old photo album when a sudden memory struck me with startling clarity. A wedding in a quaint, ivy-covered chapel. I could recall the scent of fresh flowers, the soft notes of a string quartet, and the warm laughter of unfamiliar faces. It felt so vivid that for a moment I was certain I'd been there, until I realized there was no such event in my past. Confused but determined to brush it off as an overactive imagination, I returned to my routine. But the strange memories didn't stop. I found myself recalling conversations with coworkers that had never happened, mentioning events to friends that left them puzzled. Social gatherings, places, even personal milestones surfaced in my mind, vivid and detailed, yet utterly false. The turning point came one evening as I sat down with a new novel. As I flipped through its pages, I came across a passage describing a dinner party at a waterfront restaurant. My chest tightened. I could picture the candlelit table, hear the clink of glasses, and even recall snippets of conversation, details matching an experience I was sure I'd never had. The sense of familiarity was overwhelming, but I knew I'd never attended such a dinner. Desperate for answers, I began keeping a journal, meticulously documenting each false memory. I combed through old photographs, social media accounts, and calendars, hoping to find something, anything, that would validate these phantom recollections. I even reached out to friends and family, asking if they remembered events I described. Every time, they responded with the same bewildered denial. Fearing the worst, I sought help from a cognitive psychologist specializing in memory disorders. After extensive interviews and neurological tests, they found nothing abnormal. No signs of memory loss, no cognitive impairments. My mind, they assured me, was functioning perfectly. The only explanation they could offer was the possibility of false memory implantation, a concept I'd only heard about in obscure psychological research papers. The suggestion seemed absurd until I began noticing patterns. The memories seemed tied to specific times and places I had visited recently. A memory of attending a charity gala I'd never been to corresponded with a real community event I'd passed by. The growing web of eerie coincidences pushed me deeper into my search for the truth. Through my investigation, I uncovered disturbing leads. Names from my fabricated memories appeared linked to an organization rumored to engage in clandestine psychological experiments. They specialized in manipulating perception and implanting artificial memories, unethical experiments whispered about in conspiracy circles. My disbelief turned into cold, creeping dread. Then, the surveillance started. Strange glitches in my phone, corrupted emails, and anonymous messages warning me to stop digging. At first, I thought I was being paranoid, but the sensation of being followed became impossible to ignore. Someone was aware of my investigation, and they wanted me to forget. One night, while sorting through old files, I found something that shattered any lingering doubts. A classified psychological report buried deep in an encrypted folder on my computer. The document detailed experiments eerily similar to my experiences. Memory implantation techniques, behavioral conditioning, and target profiles that matched people I'd remembered. The report named several lead researchers, all linked to the organization I'd suspected. The final paragraph chilled me to my core. Subjects have displayed increasing difficulty distinguishing implanted memories from lived experiences. Emotional manipulation remains effective, further monitoring required. Someone had been playing with my mind. My memories weren't mistakes, they were deliberate manipulations. But why? Was I an unwilling participant in an experiment, or was this something even more personal? Determined to expose the truth, I gathered all the evidence I could and contacted the authorities. The investigation that followed was slow, hindered by shadowy bureaucracy and a lack of solid leads. The organization seemed to vanish into thin air, its key figures disappearing without a trace. The few survivors who came forward told stories that mirrored mine, but the legal system was powerless against such a ghostly operation. The aftermath left me fractured. The inability to trust my own mind made everyday life a minefield. Every familiar face, every moment of déjà vu felt tainted by doubt. Therapy helped me rebuild a sense of reality, teaching me to distinguish genuine memories from implanted ones, though the line remained forever blurred. Time dulled the sharp edges of fear, but never fully erased them. I learned to live cautiously, documenting everything, questioning even the smallest details. The scars of manipulation lingered like shadows in the corners of my mind. I became an advocate for memory research transparency, determined to prevent others from enduring the same nightmare. The ordeal taught me that while the mind is fragile, it is also resilient. Though my memories had been stolen, twisted, and rewritten, I reclaimed my identity piece by piece. But even now, in the quiet hours of the night, I wonder, what parts of me are truly mine, and what was made to be remembered? Story 60. It started with a single note slipped under my door, a plain piece of folded paper with no signature. Curiosity piqued. I picked it up and unfolded it. The message was typed in neat, precise handwriting and read, "Don't forget to pick up the dry cleaning today. I know you have a meeting at 2 p.m. At first, I dismissed it as a strange prank or a misdelivered reminder from a neighbor. The mention of my dry cleaning and my exact meeting time was unsettling, but it seemed harmless enough. Maybe someone was playing a weird joke. I brushed it off and went about my day. A few days later, another note appeared, this time slipped into my mailbox. It mentioned my gym routine and even commented on my choice of workout clothes. "You looked good in blue today. Maybe try something lighter next time." My chest tightened as I read it. Whoever was leaving these notes knew far more about my life than I was comfortable with. They were watching me, but from where and why? The notes came more frequently after that. Each one was disturbingly specific. Details about conversations I'd had with friends, family visits, and even a disagreement I'd had with a coworker. They seemed to be tracking my every move. The worst part was how polite and familiar the notes sounded, as though the sender thought we shared some intimate bond. One evening, after returning from grocery shopping, I found another note waiting for me on my kitchen counter. My heart nearly stopped. I had locked the door when I left. "I see you're stocking up on pasta again. Comfort food won't help for long." Terrified, I contacted the police. Detective Davis, a seasoned officer with a calm, no-nonsense demeanor, took my report seriously but remained cautiously skeptical. "Do you have any idea who might be behind this?" he asked, flipping through the stack of notes I'd brought. "No," I said, my voice trembling. "I don't have enemies. No one comes to mind." He assured me they would investigate and advised me to keep the notes in a safe place while documenting any future incidents. I left the station feeling a faint sense of relief, but the fear lingered like a shadow that couldn't be shaken. Days turned into weeks, and the notes escalated. They shifted from passive observations to thinly veiled threats. "I know you skipped the grocery store last night. Careful, you're getting predictable." Another note arrived after a social event I attended. "Your friends won't be able to protect you when the time comes. Be wary of who you trust." I couldn't escape the growing paranoia. I installed new locks, set up makeshift alarms, and double-checked every window and door. But no matter what I did, the notes kept coming, sometimes taped to my car windshield, tucked into my mailbox, or slipped into my work bag. One evening, after finding a particularly chilling note that included a photograph of me leaving my apartment, realization struck. The angle of the photo matched the view from my own security camera. They were watching me through my own system. Panicked, I contacted the private security firm that had installed the cameras. They conducted a thorough inspection and discovered that someone had tampered with the system, remotely accessing the live feed. My supposed fortress of security had been turned against me. The investigation took a darker turn as Detective Davis worked closely with the security firm. After weeks of relentless tracking, They traced the breach to a local contractor responsible for security installations in my building. He had been using his position to monitor and stalk several clients, targeting me with an obsessive precision. When they arrested him, they uncovered a twisted cache of surveillance footage, detailed logs of my routines, and drafts of notes he hadn't yet delivered. The discovery was equal parts horrifying and relieving. The nightmare was finally over. The notes stopped. The shadows that haunted my every step receded, leaving only the echo of fear. Though life gradually returned to normal, I could never fully forget the violation. My home, once a sanctuary, would always feel a little less secure. The experience taught me the fragility of privacy and the lengths some people will go to invade it. Though justice was served, the memory of those neatly written, chillingly intimate notes would stay with me forever. A constant reminder that even behind locked doors, true safety is never guaranteed. Story 61. The partnership had seemed promising at first. When I joined forces with Ryan Cole, a charismatic and well-connected entrepreneur, it felt like the perfect opportunity to expand my business. Ryan's reputation was impressive, his network extensive, and his ideas innovative. His enthusiasm was contagious, and I was optimistic about the possibilities ahead. However, it didn't take long before I started noticing unsettling changes in Ryan's behavior. Initially, he was energetic and forward-thinking, but as time passed, his ambition intensified into something far more concerning. He pushed for risky ventures, investments and deals that lacked due diligence and seemed too ambitious to be grounded in reality. One day, Ryan proposed an especially alarming venture, a massive investment in a tech startup with no track record. On paper, the startup seemed promising, but its instability made me uneasy. I questioned the logic behind such a large commitment, but Ryan brushed off my concerns with a confident smile. "Sometimes you have to take big risks to reap big rewards," he said smoothly. Despite my reservations, I agreed to move forward, but cautiously. Something about the deal felt off, though I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. As time went on, Ryan became increasingly secretive about his personal investments and financial dealings. He would sidestep my questions with charm and deflect concerns with grand promises. The uneasy feeling in my gut only grew. Driven by suspicion, I began digging into Ryan's background. An internet search yielded surprisingly little information. No notable career milestones or major achievements, just vague references to failed ventures and closed businesses. The lack of a clear professional history raised serious red flags. Determined to uncover the truth, I hired a private investigator and provided them with every piece of information I had on Ryan, his past businesses, connections, and financial dealings. The findings were both alarming and revealing. Ryan's past was littered with failed ventures, legal disputes, and a disturbing pattern of manipulative schemes. In several instances, he had convinced business partners to invest in fraudulent projects, only to siphon funds into hidden accounts. One incident stood out in particular. Ryan had orchestrated a venture where he persuaded investors to put millions into a company that didn't actually exist. It was nothing more than a shell corporation, a carefully crafted facade designed to drain funds and vanish without a trace. His partners were left devastated, with no recourse. Armed with this knowledge, I knew I couldn't continue working with him. I arranged a meeting at a neutral location, a quiet restaurant where we often discussed business. As we sat down, a sense of foreboding settled over me. "Ryan, I've been looking into your past ventures," I began cautiously. "There are some serious discrepancies I can't ignore." His confident demeanor faltered for the first time. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his tone sharp. "My past doesn't matter. We should be focusing on our future." I pressed on, showing him the documents the investigator had uncovered. His face went pale as he scanned the incriminating evidence. His composure shattered, replaced by anger and desperation. "You don't understand. he said, his voice rising. "This is all part of a bigger plan. You're just not seeing the full picture." His words were a tangled web of contradictions, a desperate attempt to regain control. It was clear that he was trying to manipulate me, spinning fantasies about untapped opportunities and secret deals. But his facade had finally cracked, and I could see the con for what it was. "I'm done," I said firmly. "I'm withdrawing from all our ventures. My legal team will handle the rest." Ryan's pleading turned frantic, but I stood my ground. Continuing the partnership would only endanger me further. I couldn't afford to let his schemes drag me down any deeper. In the aftermath, I worked tirelessly with my lawyers to mitigate the damage. We untangled financial ties, secured my remaining assets, and reported Ryan's activities to the authorities. The process was long and grueling, but it was the only way to ensure my business and personal reputation would survive. Ryan disappeared soon after, likely moving on to his next target. Though I was relieved to be free of him, the experience left a lasting scar. His deception had been calculated and dangerous, a harsh lesson in the perils of blind trust in business. But from that ordeal, I emerged wiser and more vigilant. I rebuilt my business with renewed caution, determined never to let charisma and promises blind me to potential risks again. In a world where trust is often currency, I learned the true cost of misplaced faith and how to ensure I would never pay that price again. Story 62. The pattern began subtly at first. A friend here, a colleague there. People I knew and cared about started disappearing one by one. Each vanishing sent ripples of confusion and concern through my social circle. At first, I dismissed the disappearances as tragic but unrelated events. But as the list of missing persons grew, an unsettling realization dawned on me. I was the only common link between them. It began with Mark, a colleague from work. One morning, he didn't show up at the office, and his phone went straight to voicemail. By lunchtime, concern turned into panic. Later that day, reports surfaced that Mark had vanished without a trace. His apartment was untouched, no signs of struggle, no indications of where he could have gone. A week later, Emily, a close friend from my book club, disappeared. She had been at our regular meeting the previous evening, laughing and chatting as always. The following morning, she was gone. Her apartment was undisturbed, her car still parked outside, and her phone lay abandoned on her kitchen counter. Then came the worst blow, my cousin Alex. We had recently reconnected after years apart, and he'd been staying at my house while searching for a new place. One morning I woke up to find his belongings neatly arranged, but Alex himself was gone. There was no sign of forced entry, no clue as to where he could have gone. Each disappearance felt like a personal attack, and the growing number of cases made me feel like a magnet for misfortune. I'd always considered myself an ordinary person, but now it seemed like something far more sinister was unfolding around me. Desperate for answers, I started piecing together the events leading up to each disappearance. The chilling truth became impossible to ignore. Every person who had vanished had been in close contact with me just days before they disappeared. Someone or something was targeting the people around me. But why? And how could I stop it before anyone else vanished? I decided to investigate, starting with Mark. His apartment was eerily tidy, as if frozen in time. Neighbors reported seeing nothing unusual, no strange visitors, no disturbances. It was as if he had simply stepped out and never returned. Next, I visited Emily's apartment. Her last known whereabouts were at the book club meeting. I spoke to our friends, but no one had noticed anything strange. The only clue was a note scrawled hastily on her desk. The clock is ticking. The most personal investigation was Alex's disappearance. I scoured his belongings, desperate for anything that might explain what had happened. Hidden among his things, I found a small, battered notebook filled with strange sketches and cryptic notes. His last entry chilled me to the core. They're getting closer. We're running out of time. The evidence pointed to one horrifying conclusion. Someone was orchestrating these disappearances, and I was the endgame. Desperate, I revisited my recent interactions, searching for anyone with a motive. My mind returned to Rachel, a former acquaintance who had been oddly fixated on my life. Her sudden interest in my personal affairs and evasiveness when questioned raised all the right red flags. Determined to confront her, I arranged a meeting. When I brought up the disappearances, she grew defensive and insisted she had no knowledge of what was happening. Her distress seemed genuine, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, something she was trying to hide. Realizing I couldn't rely on instinct alone, I installed security cameras around my home and alerted the police. While they were cautious, they agreed to investigate further. Despite increased security, the disappearances continued. Whoever was behind this was always one step ahead. One evening, after a particularly grueling day of investigating, I returned home to find a chilling message waiting for me. A photograph of my house taken from the back alley, accompanied by a simple but threatening note. "You're next." My blood ran cold. This wasn't just about the people around me. It was about me. I was the ultimate target. I intensified my security measures, installing additional cameras, reinforcing my doors and windows, and even hiring a private investigator. Yet the sense of being watched never faded. Every creak of the floor, every rustling leaf outside, felt like a sinister whisper in the dark. Driven by desperation, I pushed deeper into my investigation. I cross-referenced every missing person's case, searching for patterns and connections. What emerged was a horrifying realization. The person orchestrating these disappearances was methodical, calculating, and disturbingly familiar with my life. The trail led me to a long-abandoned property on the outskirts of town, a place I vaguely recognized but couldn't place in my memory. It was an old house, decaying and overgrown with ivy. Something about it felt chillingly significant, as though I had been there before, or was meant to be there now. With trembling hands, I pushed open the creaking front door. The house was cold and silent, the air thick with dust and forgotten memories. In the dim light, I saw something that made my breath hitch, a wall covered with photographs of me and the people who had disappeared. Every image was carefully pinned, with notes and dates scrawled beneath them. A chilling realization washed over me. This was someone's twisted masterpiece, a macabre timeline documenting every connection, every disappearance, leading up to me. Suddenly I heard slow, deliberate footsteps behind me. A voice, low and familiar, whispered, "You finally made it." I spun around, heart pounding, ready to face the person who had destroyed my life. But nothing could have prepared me for what I saw next. Story 63. It started on a cool autumn evening, the kind where the leaves crunched underfoot and the air carried a hint of impending frost. I returned home from work, tired but ready for a quiet evening, only to find a small package on my doorstep. There was no return address, just my name written in neat, precise script. Curiosity piqued. I brought the package inside and carefully unwrapped it. Inside was an old photograph of my childhood home, one I hadn't seen in years. The photograph was taken from an angle only someone intimately familiar with the house could have captured. It was accompanied by a handwritten note that simply read, "I remember when you were happy here." The surprise left me unsettled, but I tried to brush it off as a prank or a mistake. That is, until the next day when another package arrived. This time, it was a small, delicate locket that matched the description of a piece of jewelry I had lost months ago. Inside the locket was a picture of my grandmother, who had passed away years earlier. The sight of it made my skin crawl. The accompanying note read, "I'm keeping watch." The pattern continued over the following weeks. Each package was wrapped meticulously, containing items deeply personal and meaningful to me. A silver bracelet I'd lost on a trip years ago, a ticket stub from a concert I'd attended, and even a diary from my teenage years filled with angsty secrets I hadn't thought about in ages. Each item came with a note, each one more chilling than the last. One package contained a stuffed animal I'd had since childhood, a bear I thought was long gone. Its note read, "Remember when you were scared of the dark? I still see the light go out." Another contained a set of keys to my old apartment, a place I'd moved from years before. The note simply said, "Every door is a memory." The frequency of the packages increased, and with each delivery, the notes grew more unsettling. They started to include intimate details about my life, private conversations I'd had with friends, personal fears, even recent accomplishments. The sender seemed to know everything about me, from my childhood insecurities to the most mundane details of my present. One afternoon, as I opened yet another package, I found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside was a collection of items that took my breath away. A lock of hair from my high school prom, a ring I'd lost during a vacation, and a piece of paper with a cryptic message. "I've been with you through it all." I tried to trace the origins of the packages, but found nothing. The postmarks came from different locations across the country. No fingerprints, no return addresses. Each package arrived in perfect condition, as if someone had taken great care to ensure they reached me without a hitch. Desperation led me to confront my closest friends and family, hoping for any clue as to who might be behind this disturbing campaign. But no one had any idea. They were as perplexed and worried as I was. It became clear that the sender knew far more about me than anyone I regularly spoke to. The final package was the most unsettling. It arrived on a dreary, rainy evening. I almost didn't open it. The dread gnawed at me, but curiosity won. Inside was an old journal of mine, one that had gone missing years ago. Its pages were filled with my most private thoughts, including secrets I'd never shared with anyone. It was clear the journal had been meticulously preserved. But what made my blood run cold was the final note. Unlike the others, it wasn't brief. It was a long, rambling confession. It described how the sender had been watching me for years, documenting my life in painstaking detail. They spoke of a twisted sense of duty, of wanting to protect me, even though their methods were far from comforting. "I know you better than anyone," the note read. "Every memory, every moment, nothing escapes me. I've been with you through every joy and every sorrow. You are mine to watch over." The realization that someone had been so intimately involved in my life without my knowledge was beyond disturbing. It felt as though my entire existence had been observed, cataloged, and controlled by a hidden presence. Feeling an urgent need for action, I contacted law enforcement and handed over all the evidence I'd gathered. The investigation into the anonymous sender began, but the trail was cold. The packages contained no identifying marks, and the sender had covered their tracks with eerie precision. As days turned into weeks, the anxiety lingered. My home, once a place of comfort, now felt like a stage under constant surveillance. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, every creak of the floorboards, every rustling leaf outside making my heart race. Eventually, the packages stopped arriving, but the fear never left. I changed my routines, altered my daily habits, and even considered moving far away. The anonymous sender had left an indelible mark on my life, reshaping how I viewed trust, security, and privacy. Though the gifts had ceased, their dark legacy remained, a haunting reminder that someone, somewhere, knew me better than I could have ever imagined. And perhaps they still watched, waiting. Story 64. The morning started like any other, with sunlight filtering through the curtains and the soft hum of my coffee maker in the background. But the sense of normalcy was shattered when I noticed a small package on my doorstep. It was a plain brown box with no return address, only my name written in neat, unfamiliar handwriting. Curiosity mixed with unease as I carried the box inside. I sliced through the tape with a knife and opened it. Inside was a stack of photographs, meticulously arranged and bound with a simple rubber band. My heart raced as I flipped through them, each revealing a different scene from my life. The first photograph was taken at a local park, where I had enjoyed a peaceful afternoon a week ago. I was seated on a bench, reading a book. The picture was taken from a distance, capturing me in a candid moment. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I hadn't noticed anyone taking my picture that day, and the thought that someone had been watching me was deeply unsettling. The next few photos showed me at various locations around the city, walking out of the grocery store, having lunch at a cafe, even visiting the library. Each image was taken from different angles and distances, but all feature the same unsettling detail. I was always alone. There were no signs of anyone else in the frame. It was as if someone had been following me for weeks, documenting my every move. My unease grew as I reached the final photograph. It was different from the others. It showed me in my own living room, seated on the couch with a look of surprise on my face. The photo had been taken through the window. It was clear someone had been outside, peering in. The scene was eerily accurate, capturing a moment when I had been reading a book and momentarily looked up, startled by a noise. The photograph was dated the previous day, adding to the chilling realization that someone had been watching me just hours before. A note was tucked inside the package. I unfolded it, my hands trembling. The note read, "I see you, and I know you see me. These photos are a reflection of your life, captured and predicted. Watch closely, and you will find the future revealed. The choices you make will determine what comes next." My pulse quickened as I tried to make sense of the message. The photos suggested that someone was not only watching me, but also manipulating events in my life. The idea of my future being predicted in such a personal and intrusive manner was terrifying. Desperate for answers, I contacted the police. I provided them with the package and the photos, hoping they could trace the sender or at least offer guidance. The officers took the evidence and promised to investigate. They explained the photos might be the work of someone with a personal vendetta or a stalker, but without additional evidence, determining the motive or identity of the sender would be difficult. As days passed, the photos continued to haunt me. Each morning, I checked my mailbox, half expecting another package. My daily routines became fraught with paranoia. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if someone was watching. One afternoon, while sorting through my mail, I found another envelope. It was similar to the previous package, but this time there was no box, just a single photograph. It was taken in the park where I had seen the first photo, showing me walking along a trail. But this time, the photo was marked with a red X over a specific spot on the path. The message scrawled on the back read, "The path you choose will shape your destiny. Meet me where the X marks the spot, and you will understand." The note left me feeling both intrigued and terrified. The prospect of meeting this mysterious figure was daunting, but the sense of being manipulated into making a choice I didn't understand was even more unnerving. I decided to confront whatever awaited me, hoping it would provide answers. That evening, as twilight settled over the park, I made my way to the marked location. The park was eerily quiet, with only the rustling of leaves and distant city sounds breaking the silence. I reached the spot marked by the red X, an area where the path curved into a small clearing. I waited, nerves on edge, until I saw a figure emerging from the shadows. A man dressed in a dark coat, his face partially obscured by the brim of a hat. He stopped a few feet away, his posture rigid and commanding. "You've come," he said, his voice deep and smooth. "I see you've been following the clues." "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you want from me?" The man stepped closer, his face emerging from the shadows. He was older, with sharp features and an intense gaze. "I am someone who has been observing your life," Seeing how you respond to the unknown, he explained. The photos were meant to reveal the patterns of your future and test your resolve. I felt a mix of anger and fear. Why? Why are you doing this? His expression softened slightly. Our choices define who we are. The photos weren't just predictions, but a way to guide you toward realization. Your reactions, your decisions, they determine your path. I wanted you to see how the future can be shaped by the present. My mind raced, trying to piece together the meaning of his word. So, this was all just a test? Not just a test, he replied. A lesson. You faced uncertainty and fear, but you also demonstrated resilience. The future is yours to shape. How you respond to challenges defines your destiny. With that, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. I stood there for a long while, processing the encounter and the cryptic message he had left me. The photos, the predictions, and the test had all been part of a larger game, a game designed to force me to confront my fears and choices. As I left the park, I felt a strange sense of closure and liberation. The ordeal had been unsettling, but it was also a stark reminder of the power of choice and the importance of confronting the unknown with courage. The future remained uncertain, but I now understood that I had the power to shape it through my actions, my decisions, and my willingness to face what comes next. Story 65. It began on a crisp autumn evening, the kind where leaves crunch underfoot and the twilight sky casts a warm, golden glow over the neighborhood. I was in the backyard with my children, setting up for a small family gathering. Their laughter mingled with the rustling leaves, creating a peaceful soundtrack to the evening. As I arranged the picnic table, I noticed something strange, a small hovering object in the sky. At first, I thought it was a bird or perhaps a distant plane, but as it drew closer and hovered directly above our yard, I realized it was a drone. Its presence was unsettling. I tried to dismiss it, assuming it might be part of some neighborhood event or a tech-savvy hobbyist's latest gadget. Over the next few days, the drones became a frequent and unwelcome presence. They appeared at odd hours, early in the morning, late at night, and seemed to have an uncanny ability to hover precisely over our house, capturing moments of our daily life. It wasn't just one drone, but several, operating in coordinated patterns. Their persistence felt deliberate, and I began to feel like we were living under constant surveillance. Worried and disturbed, I decided to take action. I installed security cameras around the house to document the drones' activity and started making notes of their flight patterns. My anxiety only deepened as I realized the drones were capturing footage of intimate family moments, playdates with my children, quiet dinners with my husband, even mundane tasks like gardening. I reached out to local authorities, sharing the footage with an officer who assured me they would investigate. But their response was lukewarm, with no immediate resolution. They explained that drones were difficult to trace due to their small size and the ability to operate them from significant distances. Feeling helpless, I took matters into my own hands. I reviewed hours of security footage and noticed something peculiar. The drones followed a precise route, always appearing at the same angles, as if controlled by someone with a methodical, almost obsessive approach. There was a pattern, a calculated interest rather than random surveillance. Determined to find answers, I visited a local drone enthusiast club, hoping to learn more. The members were friendly but dismissive, insisting that such surveillance was far beyond what any of them would be interested in. Still, something about their evasive reactions made me suspicious. One evening, as I reviewed the footage again, I spotted something chilling. In the reflection of one drone, visible in the glass of our back door, I saw a figure, a man, partially obscured, standing in the shadow of a nearby tree, holding a remote control. His face was indistinct, but his posture and the way he manipulated the controls left no doubt he was the one behind the surveillance. Armed with this new evidence, I went back to the police. This time, they took the matter seriously and launched a formal investigation. Within days, they traced the drone activity to a residence a few blocks away, a nondescript house with no visible signs of suspicious activity. When the police arrived, they found he man responsible, Ethan Brooks, a freelance video journalist. He claimed he was working on a personal project documenting life in the neighborhood for an investigative piece, a supposed commentary on modern surveillance and privacy issues. But his explanation did little to ease my fears. The footage he had collected was far too intimate, capturing private family moments that no legitimate journalist would have reason to document. His obsession seemed to extend well beyond any artistic or investigative pursuit. Ethan's story unraveled under questioning. His inconsistencies and vague explanations revealed a disturbing fascination with my family. It became clear he had crossed a dangerous line, from exploring privacy issues to violating it in the most invasive way. The police issued a formal warning, confiscated his drones, and ordered him to delete all the footage he had collected. He was instructed to cease any further surveillance immediately. Despite the legal action, the damage was already done. The knowledge that someone had been watching us so closely was a violation that couldn't easily be undone. We installed higher fences, upgraded our home security system, and took every precaution we could think of. But the sense of safety we once had was gone. Ethan's intrusion served as a harsh reminder of the fragile boundary between technology and personal privacy. His actions exposed how tools meant to connect and inform could also be weaponized to invade and exploit. While he was ultimately held accountable, the experience left an indelible mark on our lives. A haunting lesson about the need for vigilance and stronger privacy protections in an increasingly surveilled world. Story 66. When I first met Greg, he seemed like a breath of fresh air. I had recently moved to a new city, and establishing a social circle had been more challenging than I'd anticipated. Meeting Greg felt like serendipity. He was charming, articulate, and had an effortless ability to make people feel at ease. His enthusiasm for the city and his genuine interest in getting to know me were refreshing. Greg and I bonded quickly over shared interests, music, literature, and a love for outdoor adventures. He had a knack for making every outing feel special. We explored new cafes, attended local music events, and spent weekends hiking. Greg always knew the best spots and seemed to have an endless supply of anecdotes and stories to share. At first, his presence was a welcome distraction from the loneliness I felt in my new environment. However, as time went on, small inconsistencies began to surface. It started with little details in his stories that didn't quite add up. Greg would recount vivid tales of his travels, describing places he had supposedly been, but when I looked up the details, they didn't match. He spoke of a trip to Paris where he claimed to have dined in a hidden bistro, but my research showed that the bistro didn't exist. It could have been a simple mistake, but the frequency of these discrepancies started to make me uneasy. One evening, after an especially vivid story about a weekend getaway, I noticed that Greg's narrative had shifted in subtle ways. He told me about meeting a famous musician at a small, exclusive concert. The story was so compelling that I decided to look up the event, only to find no record of it. It felt as if Greg's tales were carefully crafted, designed to impress and captivate, but lacking in genuine substance. Curiosity turned into quiet investigation. I reached out to mutual acquaintances, asking casually about Greg's past. To my surprise, I discovered that some of the stories he had shared with me were identical to those he had told others, only with slight variations. It was as though Greg was recycling his experiences, tailoring them to fit the personalities of his audience. The more I dug, the more unsettling things became. Greg had a history of moving frequently, with gaps in his personal timeline that didn't make sense. Friends from previous cities described him as charming but enigmatic. One former friend called him a master of first impressions, someone who could gain trust quickly, only to vanish when he'd gotten what he wanted. I also learned about Greg's involvement in local community organizations. He often volunteered for high-profile events, but rarely followed through on routine, less glamorous tasks. His behavior suggested a pattern of seeking attention and admiration rather than genuine commitment to any cause. Then I stumbled upon something far more disturbing. Greg had been involved in a scheme where he manipulated people's lives for personal gain. He was known for creating false personas and infiltrating social circles, using charm to manipulate and exploit his targets. The pattern of behavior matched the inconsistencies I had observed in his stories and interactions. It became clear that Greg's interest in me wasn't about friendship. It was part of a larger pattern of controlling people's perceptions and emotions. He was adept at reading others, understanding their desires and fears, and using that knowledge to craft an image that kept them engaged and under his influence. Confronting Greg was both frightening and necessary. One evening during a casual dinner, I gently brought up the inconsistencies I'd noticed and asked him about them. At first, he laughed it off, dismissing my concerns as overthinking. But as I pressed further, his demeanor changed. His charm melted away, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. He deflected my questions with evasive answers and quickly changed the subject, but the tension was palpable. It became clear that Greg's ability to manipulate extended far beyond storytelling. It was central to how he maintained control over people's perceptions of him. As I distanced myself from Greg, I became more vigilant about protecting my boundaries and being cautious about whom I let into my life. The experience left me with a deeper understanding of the dangers of manipulation and the importance of recognizing red flags in relationships. Trust and authenticity became precious to me, and I learned to value genuine connections over the allure of charm and charisma. In the end, Greg's true nature revealed itself through his own actions and inconsistencies. His obsession with controlling people's lives became undeniable, leaving me to navigate the aftermath of his deceit. It was a harsh lesson in the complexities of human interactions, but it also reaffirmed my commitment to seeking authenticity and staying true to myself. Story 67. The first noise was barely noticeable, a faint scratching sound that came and went like a whisper on the wind. I had just moved into my new apartment, and the unfamiliarity of the space made it easy to dismiss as one of those quirks of an old building settling. I chalked it up to the pipes or the creaking of wooden floorboards. But as days turned into weeks, the noises became more frequent and far more unsettling. It started with that same scratching noise, now more pronounced and persistent. I would lie awake at night, straining to pinpoint its source, but every time I tried, the sound seemed to vanish. Exhaustion and the stress of my recent move made it easy to dismiss as my imagination running wild. The apartment was quiet during the day, but at night, when the world outside fell silent, the noises would return, louder, more insistent. They evolved from faint scratching to something more sinister, soft, dragging sounds, and occasionally what seemed like distant whispers. It felt as though something or someone was moving through the apartment, unseen but ever present. Determined to find a logical explanation, I inspected every corner of the apartment. I checked the walls, the floors, even the ceiling for signs of pests or structural damage, but everything seemed perfectly normal. The lack of any clear source only deepened my unease. It felt as if the noises were designed to unsettle me, feeding on my growing paranoia. One particularly terrifying night, I heard something new. A child's laughter echoed faintly, followed by the scraping sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. My heart pounded in my chest as the noise intensified, circling my room like a malevolent presence. I clenched the blankets, trying to convince myself it was all in my head, but the fear was overwhelming. Desperate for answers, I contacted a local paranormal investigator. They arrived with all the usual tools: audio recorders, electromagnetic sensors, and thermal cameras. They combed through the apartment, recording every creak and whisper. Though they captured strange audio, faint rustling and barely audible murmurs, they found no clear evidence of anything supernatural. Their only conclusion was vague, perhaps residual energy or environmental disturbances, though nothing definitive. Feeling increasingly isolated, I confided in friends and family. While they listened sympathetically, most were skeptical. Some suggested the stress of moving might be amplifying my anxiety. Their well-meaning dismissiveness only deepened my sense of isolation, making me question my own sanity. One evening, determined to capture proof, I set up audio and video recorders throughout the apartment. For hours, I reviewed the recordings, feeling equal parts dread and anticipation. The footage showed nothing, no visible movement or disturbances, but the audio told a different story. Faint, almost imperceptible sounds of movement and whispers, as if someone or something was speaking just out of reach, careful never to be seen. The recordings did little to reassure me. If anything, they confirmed that whatever was haunting my apartment was deliberate, taunting me with its invisibility. I became consumed by paranoia. Every creak, every rustle sent a jolt of fear through me. My sleep was fractured, and my daily life began to unravel. In a last-ditch effort to regain control, I sought help from a therapist specializing in trauma and anxiety. The sessions were both challenging and enlightening. My therapist helped me confront the psychological toll the noises had taken, guiding me toward coping strategies. We worked on grounding techniques, mindfulness, and confronting fear rather than fleeing from it. Gradually, I began to reclaim my life. The noises persisted, but they lost their grip on my mind. I changed my routines, focusing on self-care and rebuilding a sense of normalcy. I reached out to supportive friends and engaged in activities that grounded me in the present. Months passed, and the disturbances grew less frequent, their intensity waning like echoes of a forgotten nightmare. Though I never discovered their source, whether they were the product of a disturbed mind, environmental quirks, or something far stranger, what mattered was that I had taken back control. The experience left its mark, a lingering caution that would never fully fade. But it also taught me the importance of resilience and the strength found in facing one's deepest fears head-on. In the end, it wasn't the source of the noises that defined me. It was how I chose to confront them. Story 68. It had been a tumultuous few months. The identity theft, cryptic messages, and eerie events had left me feeling unmoored, desperate for normalcy. Seeking solace, I retreated to the local library, hoping its quiet aisles and the comforting scent of old books would provide an escape from my spiraling thoughts. One autumn afternoon, as I browsed the mystery section, I pulled a dusty, leather-bound book from the shelf. Its spine was cracked, the title faded into obscurity. Curious, I carried it to a nearby table and began leafing through its brittle pages. As I flipped through the worn book, a loose manuscript slipped out and fell onto the table with a soft thud. It was a stack of yellowed, handwritten pages, bound together with an old piece of string. The paper was stained and smudged, as though hurriedly handled over the years. Intrigued, I began to read. The writing was erratic but precise, the sentences winding between poetic musings and chilling clarity. At first, it seemed like a personal diary, or perhaps a forgotten novel, but soon I realized the entries were disturbingly familiar. The writer described moments from my life with eerie precision. My daily routines, my family history, even recent unsettling events that I had told no one about. The more I read, the deeper my dread grew. The manuscript didn't just detail past events, it chronicled things I hadn't yet experienced. It spoke of the identity theft, the strange messages, even my harrowing time at the remote cabin. Each entry was written with an almost clairvoyant understanding of my darkest fears. Then I reached the final pages, and my breath caught. They described a specific night, the eve of the full moon, when past and present would collide. The manuscript warned of a revelation that would shatter the fabric of their reality. The last entry was dated for tonight. The truth will reveal itself when the shadows of the past rise to meet the light of the present. The writer had scrawled, "Prepare for the convergence." My heart pounded. How could this forgotten manuscript hidden in a library book know such intimate details about my life, and even predict future events? Desperate for answers, I approached the head librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Carter, who had worked there for decades. She listened with furrowed brows and agreed to help. After searching through the library's archives, she found that the book had been donated by a now abandoned estate on the outskirts of town. The previous owner, she explained, was a reclusive writer, obsessed with the occult and fate. His eccentric habits had faded into local legend after he disappeared without a trace many years ago. Driven by equal parts fear and curiosity, I convinced Mrs. Carter to accompany me to the estate that same night. Under the glow of the full moon, the decaying mansion loomed like a ghost from the past. Its darkened windows glared down at us, and its warped shutters groaned in the wind. Inside, we navigated a labyrinth of dust-covered furniture and crumbling walls until we found a study on the second floor. Ancient manuscripts, faded maps, and strange artifacts cluttered the room. It felt like stepping into a shrine dedicated to fate, prophecy, and lost stories. At the center of the room sat an imposing wooden desk. Its surface was buried under scattered pages, open journals, and handwritten notes. My eyes landed on one particular journal, its cover cracked and worn with time. I flipped through its entries, my hands trembling as I read. They will find the manuscript when the time is right. The past will guide them, the present will test them, and the truth will finally be revealed. The writer's obsession was clear, but his focus on me made my stomach twist. It was as though I had been a character in a story he'd written long before I even existed. The final unfinished entry was scrawled in hurried, almost frantic handwriting. The convergence is near. The name must confront the shadows and embrace the truth. Only then will peace be found. The weight of the words settled over me like a shroud. The predictions weren't just eerie, they were personal, almost intimate. Had the writer been watching me all along, or was there something more supernatural at play? Mrs. Carter and I left the mansion with more questions than answers. The full moon cast long shadows behind us, stretching like grasping fingers. I couldn't shake the feeling that the writer's prophecy was still unfolding, and that my role in this strange narrative was far from over. That night, I sat alone in my apartment, bathed in cold moonlight. As the minutes crept toward midnight, I reflected on everything that had happened. The manuscript, the mansion, the cryptic warnings. Then it hit me. The prophecy had already come true, not through external forces, but within me. The collision of past and present wasn't about supernatural events. It was about confronting my deepest fears, my buried regrets, and the mysteries I had run from for so long. The shadows of the past had risen, but they had also illuminated the path forward. The writer's predictions had guided me toward a truth I could no longer deny. That sometimes the only way to escape the darkness is to face it head on. As the final echoes of the past faded into the stillness of the night, I felt a strange sense of clarity and acceptance. The future remained uncertain, but for the first time in months, I wasn't afraid. Story 69. It began subtly. My cousin Eleanor, always a pillar of support and reliability, started behaving oddly. We had grown up together, sharing countless memories and a bond that seemed unbreakable. So when she began acting out of character, it felt like a disorienting jolt. At first, the changes were minor, missed calls, canceled plans, and distracted conversations. I chalked it up to stress from her demanding job, but as weeks passed, her demeanor grew more strained, and her once dependable presence faded into unpredictability. Then came the strange requests. Eleanor invited me to run errands with her, but the locations were unusual: desolate warehouses, remote cabins, and even a secluded storage unit. Her explanations were vague. She needed help with personal projects or sorting old belongings. While odd, I dismissed my unease out of loyalty and trust. One evening, Eleanor asked me to come over, her voice trembling with urgency. When I arrived, her apartment was a chaotic mess of papers, folders, and scattered notes. She was pacing, frazzled and tense. "I'm in a bit of a jam," she confessed, avoiding eye contact. "I need your help. It's important for my research." Despite my growing unease, I couldn't turn her away. She handed me a stack of dense legal documents filled with jargon I barely understood. Whenever I questioned her, she brushed it off with hurried explanations. As the weeks wore on, her requests intensified. She would appear at my door late at night with urgent papers to sign, claiming delays could bring catastrophic consequences. Then came the breaking point. She asked me to transfer a large sum of money into a business account she had set up. The request felt wrong. Despite her assurances, something gnawed at my gut. I told her I needed time to think, which only seemed to heighten her desperation. Driven by suspicion, I reviewed the documents she'd given me, determined to understand what I had unwittingly become a part of. What I found left me cold. The papers were riddled with inconsistencies, false names, and forged signatures. My cousin, the woman I'd trusted my entire life, was entangled in a complex web of shell companies, fake investments, and fraudulent schemes. Worse still, my name appeared in several places, used without my consent, to authorize suspicious transactions. Eleanor hadn't just misled me, she had implicated me. The betrayal hit like a punch to the chest. How could someone I loved and trusted manipulate me like this? Heart pounding, I confronted her at her cluttered apartment. The sight of the place, files spilling from cabinets, counterfeit documents littering the floor, only deepened my sense of betrayal. "You used me," I accused, my voice shaking. Eleanor's face twisted with a mix of desperation and guilt. "You don't understand," she cried. "I was drowning. I needed a way out." Her justifications came tumbling out: mounting debts, a failing business, and the crushing pressure of financial ruin. She claimed the scheme had been her last-ditch effort to stay afloat, a desperate move born of hopelessness. But no amount of rationalizing could excuse the deception. She hadn't just lied, she'd gambled with my trust and my future. The next steps were agonizing but necessary. I reported everything to the authorities, handing over every piece of evidence I'd uncovered. The investigation that followed was long and exhaustive. Eleanor was charged with multiple counts of fraud, financial misconduct, and identity theft. The court hearings were surreal. Seeing my cousin, someone I'd once admired, sitting behind a defendant's table was a bitter reminder of how deeply she had fallen. The full extent of her crimes came to light: victims beyond me, lives disrupted, futures shattered. Despite her apologies, the damage was done. Her career, her reputation, and our relationship were irrevocably destroyed. In the aftermath, I grappled with a storm of emotions: grief, anger, guilt, and disbelief. I sought therapy to untangle the complex web of betrayal and rebuild my sense of trust in others and in myself. The hardest part wasn't losing Eleanor, it was accepting that the person I thought I knew had never truly existed. Through the pain, I learned difficult but invaluable lessons. Even those closest to us can hide dark secrets. Trust must be earned, and intuition should never be ignored. Eleanor's manipulation left scars, but it also sharpened my resilience. I emerged stronger, wiser, and fiercely protective of my future, determined never to be blindsided by deceit again. Story 70. The discovery of the hidden laboratory in my neighbor's house began with simple curiosity. Mr. Hargrave, a reclusive man who had recently moved into the large, dilapidated mansion next door, was an enigma. The house had been vacant for years, its looming silhouette a fixture in the neighborhood's folklore. His sudden arrival piqued my interest, though I thought little of it, until strange things began happening. It started with odd noises late at night, metallic clanging, the hum of unseen machinery, and muffled voices. At first, I dismissed it as renovation work or the quirks of an old house coming back to life. But as weeks passed, the sounds became more frequent and unsettling. They seemed mechanical, precise, as if something far more sinister than home improvement was underway. One autumn afternoon, I noticed that Mr. Hargrave's front door was slightly ajar. He was out of town, a fact I confirmed through a casual conversation with his gardener. My curiosity got the better of me. Driven by a mix of intrigue and unease, I stepped inside. The interior was eerily quiet, steeped in shadows. Dust-coated furniture and faded portraits created a sense of frozen time. I followed the faint mechanical hum that seemed to pulse through the walls, leading me down a narrow corridor. At the far end stood a heavy, ornate door, partially concealed behind an old tapestry. My heart pounded as I pushed it open. What I saw made my blood run cold. The room was a stark, sterile laboratory illuminated by harsh fluorescent lights. Metal tables were strewn with scientific instruments, vials, syringes, and strange mechanical devices whose purposes I couldn't fathom. Glass jars filled with grotesque biological specimens lined the shelves, mutated creatures suspended in murky liquid. Some appeared almost human. At the center of the room stood an enormous machine, a complex web of wires and gears, humming with latent energy. Its design was both futuristic and grotesque, like something from a nightmare. Then I noticed the files. Stacks of folders labeled with names and dates sat neatly arranged on a steel desk. My hands trembled as I flipped through them. Each folder contained detailed medical records, psychological profiles, and behavioral observations. Then I found a file with my name on it. My stomach clenched as I read through its chilling contents. It contained precise details about my life, my routines, medical history, and even private conversations I'd had in my own home. Observations about my unexplained fatigue, mood swings, and memory lapses were meticulously recorded. The realization hit me like a thunderclap. I was one of Mr. Hargrave's test subjects. Notes on genetic modification and behavioral integration leapt off the pages. Diagrams depicted human figures altered in grotesque ways, blending human and non-human DNA. One file described Project Integration, with my name listed under primary test subject. Panicked, I scanned the room for more answers. On the central console of the massive machine, I found a logbook detailing the experiments. Hargrave's goal was clear: to create hybrid biological entities by forcibly merging DNA from different species. The implications were horrifying. A noise behind me snapped me from my trance, a soft rustling like someone shifting in the shadows. Eth caught as I slowly turned, but the room was empty. Or so it seemed. Heart pounding, I fled the laboratory, retracing my steps through the maze-like corridors. Every creak of the floorboards felt like a harbinger of pursuit. I escaped back to my house, locking every door and window behind me. The following days were a waking nightmare. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Paranoia consumed me as I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting Hargrave or something worse to appear. Desperate for help, I contacted the authorities. Detective Davis, skeptical but intrigued by my claims, agreed to investigate. However, with no immediate proof beyond my increasingly frantic descriptions, I knew I had to gather more concrete evidence. I reached out to an old friend, Dr. Lenora Hayes, a molecular biologist. Her reaction after examining the notes and diagrams I'd smuggled from the lab was one of stunned horror. She confirmed the experiments were far beyond unethical. They were monstrous. Worse still, she believed my unexplained symptoms could be the result of genetic tampering. Medical tests confirmed her worst fears. My DNA showed anomalies that couldn't be explained by any known condition. My health was deteriorating rapidly. Whatever Hargrave had done to me, its effects were real and irreversible. Determined to expose the truth, Dr. Roth, Hayes and I partnered with investigative journalists. We leaked the details of Hargrave's experiments to the press, igniting a media firestorm. Public outcry forced the authorities to act. A raid on Hargrave's mansion revealed the full extent of his horrifying experiments. The hidden laboratory was dismantled, its contents seized as evidence. Hargrave himself was apprehended while attempting to flee the country. His charges ranged from illegal human experimentation to multiple counts of criminal conspiracy. Though justice was served, the aftermath left lasting scars. My health required constant monitoring, and the psychological toll of being used as a living experiment was harder to mend. I struggled to rebuild my life, haunted by what Hargrave had done and what he had almost succeeded in creating. The mansion was condemned and eventually demolished, its dark secrets buried beneath the rubble. But its shadow lingered, a grim reminder of how easily scientific ambition can twist into unspeakable horror. I survived, but the memories of that night and the monstrous legacy left behind will never fade.